Peace and blessings, y'all. Y'all coming in? Peace, peace. Y'all see the topic? Y'all see the title? Ethiopia is the biblical land. If you have any questions, feel free to come up. If you disagree with the topic, feel free to come up with your information discussing the topic on how Ethiopia is not the biblical land and where is the biblical land.
What's up, y'all? Come on in. Let's talk about it. I don't think you know how blessed you are. That's the way I feel about you. That's the way I feel about you. I don't think you know how blessed you are. Y'all know about that Bobby Womack, y'all? And you wanna know about the title? Cause that's the way I feel about you. Hey, that's the way I feel about you. Can you explain this curiously? But God bless. What's up? Well, peace to you, man. I don't know if that's a sister or brother, but peace to you. I think understanding Ethiopia is the biblical land help us understand the prophecy of restoring King David's throne. And it also helps us understand the scriptures when it talk about David couldn't build the father's kingdom. David could not build the father's kingdom because David was a man of war. So the people in the Bible was warriors. Let's first get this understood. They was not preachers with a book in their hand or preachers behind a pulpit or preachers on a corner. The priests in the Bible was warriors. So we must understand this. So understanding Ethiopian history, understanding Ethiopian kings, understanding the blood that's on the Ethiopian king's hands, and understand the Ethiopian king sat on the throne of David. But a lot of people, when we say this, people want to give worship to David. But David had blood on his hands. David was a man of war. So the prophecy is God is going to choose one of David's descendants, aka Christ, in the latter days. And this was the one that was going to restore the throne in the righteousness and the principles of God. But since we know nothing about Ethiopia being the biblical land, we don't learn about Ethiopian history. So we blind to the facts.
He said, I don't know, man. I just know Jesus is king.
You see what I'm saying? Like, that's a, you know, that's simply saying, man, you know, I'm just going to accept what I have been given and roll with the punches. The Bible say don't be of the world. The whole world say that. So if you're going to walk with God, you're going to walk with truth, you know, you must be ye separate. Come out. This is how you come out of the world. Like, this is how you come out. You know, accept some new information. And this not information is not. This is not no information that's gonna make you jump off the bridge. This information gonna be like, damn, now it makes sense. You know, it's a cop-out to say, oh, give it all to Jesus. That's a cop-out, man. What about you doing the work of God? What about the harvest being plenty, but the workers are few because y'all gave it all to Jesus? The workers are so few right now because you gave it all to Jesus. When the so-called Jesus supposed to come and give to you so you can work. But we forgot about that part. All we know is Jesus. Yeah, that's what the devil wants you to know. Yeah, all you know is the lie. So you ain't gonna do nothing about it. You gonna stay asleep. But we ain't gonna let you sleep. So enjoy the title, y'all. Ask your questions. Come up. Have a decent conversation, y'all. And like I said, man, we can get some understanding here.
A lot of people are saying, this is the new false information that's spreading around. Well, it's actually not new. It's really old. It's a propaganda of making African Americans think that they're indigenous to America. And if you believe that's the Israel, come up and prove your facts.
And African Americans weren't taught nothing about Ethiopia. So most of the people that's saying America is the biblical land, they know nothing about Ethiopia. Nothing. I'm talking about they don't know nothing. All they know is Ethiopia. You see what I'm saying? So, like I say, since we was never taught this, we have found we have to create our own home. So shit, we started creating our own home. Now we were like, oh shit, I'm from America. This is my home. We created a false home because we knew nothing about our real one.
If you think Ethiopia is a lie, come up and prove it. Because you're just going to stay in the comments. Where is the proof that your Israel is a true Israel? It's simple. It's simple to that.
Oh, we got proof, y'all. We got proof. So like I say, y'all, we up here to have this decent conversation about this very important title right now. This is a very important title, man. And it's the only people that was chilling with lions. Show me other tribes that walk with lions. Y'all seen the movie Lion King? What you think Lion King about? Israel? Ain't no lions in Israel. Ain't no lions in America. Mountain lions are panthers. That's not a damn lion. Mountain lions are panthers. But the lion on Lion King is in Ethiopia. The throne of David is in Ethiopia. The first church is in Ethiopia. The first paintings of Jesus in Ethiopia. The Ark of the Covenant, they say in Ethiopia. The only title of King of Kings and Lord of Lords is in Ethiopia. That's why I say, so we got facts, y'all. Like this is why this topic need to be. This topic is a trumpet. Now this is stuff we've been saying, but a lot of times, man, when you have information you teaching it to babies, you got to teach it in levels and layers. So this is a part of the layer of all the information we have been bringing out. This is just a small layer of it. If you can stand on this foundation, it's so much more to be understood. It's so much more to be understood if you could stand on this foundation. Like I said, y'all, this is so, man, knowing Ethiopia is the biblical land, y'all, it like the hocus pocus get taken away because Ethiopia actually got a history that's connected to the Bible. Can we pull it up? Ethiopia actually got history, and Google will tell you this. Your whole family can Google this right now. So the hocus pocus, which is history is the hocus pocus because this is what they did with the writings. The writings were prophetic visions. That's why most ancient Africans didn't read the Bible, because they were visions. So no African back then was really focused on reading about a vision. What reading about a vision gonna do for me? So when the Europeans stole the writings, they took the visions that was for the last days and created, that's why they call it his story. They created a story, a history based off the writings that they stole. Because the writings they stole was connected to the last days. So now all these biblical stories, this is how they created a timeline. With biblical stories, again, that happened in last days, they put them in ancient times. Because in ancient times, nobody was recording history. So we need to understand, when did they start recording history? When was African history begin to be recorded? Because Africans didn't record their history. Africans did not record their history. These are gems. These are diamonds in the dirt, pearls in the ground. If you understand, Africans did not record their history. This will make the Siege of Makalla so important. So we're taking these biblical stories, creating a false timeline as if they happened when they were stories, allegory writings connected to a vision. So now we have his story, and everybody is following history according to his story. But right now, the book of Judges is a period in Ethiopian history that happened in the 18th century and the 19th century, the 17 and 1800s. So the Bible is connected to history that happened in the 17 and 1800s. Do you know what that do to scholarship? Do you know what that does to his story? I don't think y'all understand what this information does to his story. I don't think y'all know. I know y'all don't.
And y'all need to realize when they stole these biblical manuscripts, just like Bethlehem, terms like Bethlehem, Jerusalem, Israel, these names have a meaning. But y'all don't stick to the meaning.
They follow his story. His story tell you when Jerusalem was in BC.
Yeah.
Now, the thing about it, y'all, if you look this same thing up, go look up the era of Judges or when it happened. So, is Google telling lies? Now, we know you got to know the truth. Because Google was put out to back up the lie. But if you know the truth, it has to tell you the truth. So right now, if you look up his story of when the era of Judges happened, you're going to get 1200 BCE. But if you know the truth and what the Bible is really connected to, it's going to tell you the mid 18th century and the 19th century. That's when that's what the book of Judges in the Old Testament is connected to. So what would the New Testament be connected to? This generation. See, now it makes sense. If you know the book of Judges was about the 17 and 1800s, then that will make the New Testament about the 2000s, the 20th century, the 21st century. So I would say. But we think the Bible was something that's 6,000 years ago. We think the Bible was something that was thousand years ago. That's his story. That's not our story. So the era of Judges, aka the era of princes, they even have a book about this. So we say why Ethiopia got their name on the Bible. This is why Ethiopia got their name on the Bible. You see what I'm saying? This is why Ethiopia is the only country with their name on the Bible. It shouldn't be no Ethiopian Bible if the Bible didn't come from Israel. It should be an American Bible. It should be a Israel Bible, a Jerusalem Bible. You don't have none of those books. You know, so like I say, y'all, when we say Ethiopia is the biblical land, man, when you stand on this foundation, you begin to understand prophecy. When you stand Ethiopia, you have tangible things. You got grave sites. You got houses. You got statues. But as long as you following his story, which again, they took biblical stories and created false history because these biblical stories was connected to a prophetic visions. And so the whole world is following his story, which don't exist. So when you stand on the Ethiopian foundation and its connection to the Bible, everything began to make sense. So Babylon is destroyed. Babylon, you can't babble no more. You can't babble about America being a biblical land. You can't babble about the Bible being fake. Ain't no graveyards. See, you can't babble about that no more. Because that's all that's confusion.
And if y'all don't believe it's Ethiopia, come up and prove how it's the Middle East. Come up and prove how it's America.
They ain't got no facts.
Come up and prove it.
Like, show me a tribe with lions. Shit. Show me a king in America. Show me an ancient king. Because the people in the Bible had descendants. Where are the descendants?
That was titled King of Kings. That was titled Lord of Lords.
It wasn't just David and Solomon, huh?
That's why they didn't want you to know about Ethiopian history.
It was way more than David and Solomon. David and Solomon are not the only kings in the Bible. What about King Hezekiah? He was a great king. He ain't got no statue. You know about King Arthur. You know about King George.
How can Ethiopia be fake history when there's actual people who lived not even less than 100 years ago that we can prove, that are people that's still related to them? We're not talking about 2,000 years ago.
We're not talking about that, Joe.
Jesus never came 2,000 years ago. So y'all gotta come up here and actually understand what we're talking about. Our full point. Because you just, running with your own imagination of what you think we're talking about. You're assuming what we're saying.
That's why we revealing y'all Bible prophecy, man. This is Bible prophecy. No one ever understood Bible prophecy because you always followed his story. His story tells you Jesus came 2,000 years ago. His story validates the Bible happened thousands of years ago. These are lies. The Bible is a modern day book. That's why the Europeans was able to deceive Africans. It was a modern book about what? A vision in the last days. We thinking they seen the vision 10,000 years ago. They didn't see the vision 10,000 years ago, y'all. They seen the visions 100 years ago. Hundreds of years ago. Not thousands of years.
Yes, Roman history is a lie. Of course, it's a lie.
But I don't think they understand when they say Roman history.
Yeah.
The biblical dates is Roman history.
Right.
I don't think people get that part. Like the Roman dates is biblical history.
But the history that they try to use is part of a biblical prophecy that come from Africa. So they're going to use your own prophecy, a vision of what's going to happen in the last days, but against you and create it as if it already happened in the past. So you won't know what's going on right now. Peace, peace. Peace, peace to the guests. We can't hear you. Is he gonna say something or?
So like I say, y'all, man, this foundation, y'all, helps you truly understand Bible prophecy, man. Like, just understanding the throne of David is supposed to be restored. But that's why I say nobody can do the work of God because you don't have a foundation. You're doing the work of the devil, which is Babel. And see, a lot of people understand why Christ has to come take away the sin of the world. Because the sin right now is teaching about God. And like, somebody got to come take that away. Because shit, if we don't take the false teachings away, then people gonna always be deceived. So casting out the devil and taking sin is removing false teachers. Y'all don't get that part. So this is why the majesty of God, the light of God, the truth of God is in the earth as what? someone that's sitting on the throne spiritually. Now, of course, it's a physical throne because it's the King of Kings, it's the Lord of Lords. But when you see Christ on high, that's the level, that's the majesty, that's the most high. The Mount Zion that's going to be established in the last days. You know, so like I say, y'all, understand Ethiopia is the biblical land. You can't refute it. We got 100% proof. You can't find the throne of David nowhere else. Show me a man or woman that sat on the throne of David in America. Show me a man or woman that sat on the throne in Israel. Show me somebody in Jerusalem. We can show you multiple people from Ethiopia. We can show you their titles. They got statues with their title on it. But we turn what? Our heads, because we don't really turn our heads. Shit, we don't even know the look. Put me a 1 if you knew the throne of David was in Ethiopia. Put me a 1 in the comments if you knew the throne of David was in Ethiopia. Who knew the throne of David was in Ethiopia? Somebody say F the throne of David. That's why you're under the British throne right now.
Someone said that I came in Solomon operation.
Oh man.
And I feel like people don't, a lot of even African Americans don't understand why would Israelis and Americans want to go and get Ethiopian Jews from their land and take them to Israel? They could have took them anywhere. But why did they take them to Israel? Why go to Ethiopia?
Well, let's talk about it, y'all. So put me a 1 if you did not know. Put me a 1 in the comments if you did not know they had a throne of David in Ethiopia, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Conquering lion. Put me a 1 in the comments if you did not know.
Hello. Peace, peace.
Peace. I'm gonna go to the prompt. Ethiopia is the biblical Israel. Do you mean modern Ethiopia, or do you mean Ethiopia as the continent?
No, we mean modern. Yeah, like, cause he's talking about the whole Africa.
Oh.
Yeah, he's talking about the whole, like, no, we talking about East Africa. We talking about the modern day East Africa. Correct.
Because Ethiopia was known as the whole continent. You know that?
Well, no, it can't be, because Ethiopia is a European colonized name. It's a Greek name. So that's, like I say, that's false information that's in the earth. Ethiopia was called Abyssinia before it was called Ethiopia, even in the 1900s. So it was never. That's what I'm saying. So the word Ethiopia just means burnt face. It means black people. So I get where you're going, but it really, these are modern day words that the colonizers, gave us, so they could rewrite our history.
So where is the Bible referring to then?
Well, like I say, the Bible was translated by the colonizers. So of course the words they use is what they, what we see today. Like Ethiopia in the Bible is talking about Ethiopia. It's not.
Okay, I tell you one thing. See, many Marcus Garvey school of thoughts, what we believe, that Ethiopia, Marcus Garvey mentioned, is the continent of Africa. And many people say West Africa. That's why a lot of Rasta before used to say it's Nigeria. And then now with the Sahel, like Burkina Faso, some people say Burkina Faso is now, but we were expecting a Messiah around that area, not east.
Brother, listen. Marcus Garvey was in touch with Queen Zatu in Ethiopia. Marcus Garvey said, look to the east. So Marcus Garvey movement was taken over by the CIA. That's what we have to understand. This is why Marcus Garvey was sent home for a reason. So he couldn't continue his original thought, his original plan.
The Black Star Line was about getting the African Americans to Ethiopia.
This is facts.
Yes,
like
Ethiopia as the continent, Africa, Ethiopia.
No, he was in, brother, this is why we telling you he was in contact
with Zatu.
We got letters. This is why he called Haile Selassie the coward. All these things. Marcus Garvey was damn near every black movement in America in the early 1900s was connected to Ethiopia. It's no movement in the 1900s that was connected to West Africa, South Africa, Burkina Faso, or none of that. And all African movements was connected.
Why is that? Why is that? What made that region, that area, so different than the rest of Africa?
The throne, brother, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords throne that the kings sit on. That's why we have newspaper articles about America writing about Menelik. This is what people don't understand. Hold on. This is what people don't understand. European powers were scrambling for East Africa, not West. This is facts. So once Menelik passed, World War I began. 6 months after him. The matter of fact, the Washington Times wrote about this before World War I even happened. So they said when Menelik passed,
yes,
the European powers was gonna scramble for his rich domain. So World War I and World War II was about.
So let me ask you a question. You said they were fighting over East Africa, not West. I don't understand that.
Brother, read the title. Read the top. Brother, read the topic.
No, you gotta read it for him.
It says, when this king unalies, look out, and he is sick. Menelik of Abyssinia, the most democratic of all monarchs.
Hold on. Read that. Hold on. Read that again. The most what?
The most democratic of all monarchs is seriously ill, says the patches from the capital of his empire to Rome. And if he should die, an outbreak menacing the safety of European representatives would likely be followed by a fierce scramble among the powers of his rich domain.
So Menelik passed in December of 1912. World War I kicked off July of 1913. 7 months after this king passed. This newspaper article is coming from America.
And it came out in 1906. This newspaper came out in 1906.
You know, so we showing you East Africa played a big part. Now, this is not to throw West Africa under the bus. This is not to forget about our West African brothers. But this is just the truth. So you can't go in West Africa and find a throne, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. You don't have that throne in West Africa. That throne.
So who's on the throne from West Africa?
Don't say we because you haven't researched on it.
Give us the information then.
Every tribe in Africa had kingdom. Every tribe in Africa had kingdom.
Brother,
you said it yourself on this newspaper. His kingdoms is around, so there was other kingdoms around.
Okay, yes, there were other kingdoms around, but
he was the most democratic of all of them.
Say that, but don't say there was no other kings in Africa.
Brother, his title is just not king. It's King of Kings. So of course there's going to be multiple kings.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a leader of the kings.
Okay, I understand you now.
Okay,
because I understood it as if you're saying it was just exclusive to that area.
Correct. There you go. And that's not taken away from the other kings. You know, you're going to have other kings. You're going to have other empires. We're not saying it wasn't other empires. We saying this is where the throne of David resides. This is why the African Union is not in West Africa. The African Union is in East Africa, where the throne is located. So this is why these things are set up this way. But this is the information that has been hidden from us. This is why Africa can't unite. So this is the throne that unites the African kingdoms.
This is why the African Union is in Ethiopia. And I don't understand why people bring up, oh, if Africa was called, the whole Africa was called Ethiopia. If the whole Africa was called Ethiopia, why did they give the name in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia? Like, why did they go to that region?
Yeah, it should have went to South Africa. No, it should have went to West. Like I say, the Europeans know these things. We don't know these things. And this is why we can't unify, brother. And that's why we like to have these conversations. And we like people to come up to challenge this information in a righteous way, because conversation rules the nations. So if we finna become rulers again, we have to learn how to conversate. And we have to learn how to hear each other out. And that's one thing I kind of see with you. Even though you was totally in disagreement, you were still willing to hear us out. To be like, okay, I understand where you're coming from. Whether you believe us or not, at least hear your brother out to understand where he's coming from. And we will appreciate that.
To the people in the comments, we know Ethiopia sold slaves. We the ones who to say Ethiopia is colonized. So we know that.
This is why the throne of David don't exist. Because of what they did. They did evil. The Bible let us know the people who were sitting on King David's throne, they did evil in God's eyes. So the throne was destroyed. The prophecy is God gonna raise up a carpenter, aka Christ, and he's gonna come rebuild the throne.
I don't know the guess. We can't hear you if you're out the app.
Yeah, you on mute.
Yeah, PC guest. Do you have anything else to say? We'll go to the next guest.
Oh, you mean me?
Yeah, you.
No, not really. I understand you guys now a bit better, but I still believe what I believe. I still say it's West Africa, not East Africa.
Okay. All right, peace to you, brother.
No problem, brother. Please speak.
So we gotta go against West Africa. We gotta go against America.
And East Africans. East Africans
and Middle East.
Yeah, East Africans don't even believe the throne is there. That's so you know this information is, man. This information is, bruh.
They don't want it to be true.
The people that's in East Africa is against the throne. The West Africa is against the throne.
Peace, DT.
Good morning, guys. Can you hear me? Sorry,
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry for the background noise. I'm driving. Okay, so there is a big confusion here. I have been watching you guys a couple of times. So you talk about Throne of David, Tetros, Menelik, but to start with the previous guest, Marcus Garvey was in touch with Menelik and his wife Taitu because of the Battle of Adwa. So he was inspired by the Battle of Adwa because Battle of Adwa 1896 was considered the first black victory over whites. That's how I learned in history back in the days in high school. So people like Marcus Garvey was inspired and even motivated for civil rights movement here in North America. But you guys claiming that it's because of even the reason why African Union headquarters is in Addis is again because of this Battle of Adwa victory, and that makes Ethiopia the only uncolonized country in Africa. Of course, there is a Liberia. That's a different reason for that. So those are the reasons. So I have a question for you guys. You said in Ethiopia the throne of David, you can mention kings and kings of kings who sat on that throne. But as far as I'm concerned, Ethiopia was not only the current state of Ethiopia, but also all sub-Saharan Africa used to be called Ethiopia. Even the Atlantic Oceans,
Well, brother,
I saw a map. It used to be called Ethiopic Ocean. So
brother,
it's a big. Go ahead.
I do. What is your question though? Because we understand all the disagreements, but what is the questions you were trying to get answered?
Okay, can you? So if you say Ethiopia is a biblical Israel, so all the characters in the Bible that we know are Ethiopians. Are you saying that?
Are the characters in the Bible all Ethiopians? Is that what you're asking?
Yep. If so, if yes, for example, who was Jesus? Who was Moses? Who was all the famous Bible characters?
Well, brother.
Can you just
Well, yeah, that is why we're telling you, the Bible was written in allegory pertaining to a prophecy. The Bible wasn't a history book. And see, this is why we go into the Europeans stealing the original scrolls. The original scrolls are not in Africa right now. They're in the Vatican. So, and Africans never read the Bible. The Europeans stole the scrolls before Africans got even chance to pass them out. And when they stole the scrolls, they began to preach their virgin. They began to preach you their story. So they created the allegory writings, which are stories with secret meanings, and created a false history. Jesus is connected to an end time prophecy. Moses represents the prophet that God sends among you. So David represents the king. Solomon represents the chosen son from David. That's why people often say Jesus is Solomon. So these stories was allegory. They was not history. The Europeans, aka the colonizers, turned them into history to deceive you. So now you're not looking for Jesus to be walking among you. You're looking for him to come out the sky. So by them turning all biblical prophecies into history, you no longer can connect yourself to God's prophecy. And this is what the world is in darkness about. God prophecy.
So are you guys a follower of Orthodox Christian? Are you guys Orthodox?
No. We are against all religions. The Bible lets you know the devil deceived the whole world.
The Orthodox believe Christ came 2,000 years ago. The same Christ the Americans believe in. The same Christ the people in the UK believe in Rome.
So you guys believe the Ethiopian Orthodox is the version of European Christianity? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because they follow anybody that follows the historical Jesus is under the Roman Christianity.
The original Christianity that was in Ethiopia was following God first,
but following the chosen one that sits on the throne of David, the living God, because God dwells in living vessels.
That's what I'm saying. So the Ethiopian Orthodox, I'm Orthodox even my parents are Orthodox. So the Ethiopian Orthodox, we used to practice that the Old Testament version of Christianity, even before the European missionaries tried to introduce their version of Christianity. So how do you reconcile that fact? If you say the Ethiopian Orthodox is also, if you're not living in that, this kind of fallacy I see.
Well, brother, I understand what you're saying, but people don't believe the Bible when it says the devil deceived the whole world. It didn't say except the Ethiopian Orthodox. You know, and see, this is the meaning of coming to God as a child. Just because you Orthodox, just because you Catholic, just because you whatever religion, you don't have the truth. You have to be a child when the information of God show up. And a lot of people can't be because the deception have made you believe you know. The deception is a trick. It tricks you to thinking you know something when you really don't know nothing, because the Bible tells you to be like a child. So the scripture says this information is hidden from the wise and prudent. So it has nothing to do with what you are, who you are. It has everything to do with being meek. So even the Ethiopian Orthodox gonna have to turn into meek priests, meek people, to receive God truth. Because the scriptures let us know God truth is not coming from a church. Christ is the truth. This is why they deceive you about Christ. Because as long as you don't know who Christ is, you'll never find the truth. But as soon as you understand what Christ is, which is a living, chosen man, this is what all religions have misinterpreted and put Christ as a historical deity, when Christ is simply a Moses, a Joshua, a Noah, a chosen living man of God. That's all Christ is. A title given to a living man among the people. And if you're not teaching that version of Christianity, you are teaching the colonized Christianity.
Yeah, so one thing I agree with you on that regard is, yes, the Europeans, they were trying to cover up or confuse the fact that they hit into Ethiopia and did something that, resulted confusion and contradiction, I agree with you that. But I don't know if you guys are aware of the Solomonic dynasty, even historically, um, uh, based on the scientific history discipline. We don't have the written or documented evidence that these claims, all these kings for 217 times they claim they are from the line of Judah, for example, like the Selassie. So it's all according to oral tradition. You guys know that?
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, oral tradition is the oldest form of tradition. Like, the law of God was oral tradition. Moses didn't come down from the mountain and pass out books. Moses came down from the mountain and spoke the words of God, which is oral tradition. So the Bible is about oral tradition, which is what? My sheep, the famous scripture, my sheep hear my what? Voice. So those who gonna follow God are gonna connect themselves to the oral tradition again, which is accepting Christ, accepting the living vessel who God have anointed to speak. You see what I'm saying? So just because it's not in a book, that don't mean it's true. This is how the world have been deceived with the pen. So right now, the kingdom that we are under is a paper kingdom. We're not under the word of God. This is the kingdom that's not under the word of God. This is how they took land from Africa. They used paper and pen. You see what I'm saying? They made false treaties. So just because it's on paper, that don't mean it's true. So, but the crazy thing about what you just said is no other continent where other kings proclaimed they was from the bloodline of Solomon. This is the crazy thing. So we rather believe the Europeans and the colonizers rather than believe our kings that had the title. See, what we can say, well, damn, they did have the title. Haile Selassie had the title. Menelik had the title. Tedros had the title. Matter of fact, the church gave them the crown. The church crowned Tedros. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, we don't have nothing to go against that. Because now, if you can tell me another kingdom or another people that proclaimed they was from the bloodline of Solomon and they was a king, then you'll have an argument.
Yeah. I have to agree with you on this regard as well, my brother, because oral tradition, when you study history, there is no reason not to believe oral tradition. That's one form of transferring knowledge and history, in Africa especially. So, it,
Hmm.
but in European paradigm, they just put it or they diminish the what do you call it? They don't consider it as uh, that much evidence, just like that of written documents or writings on the stone, just like we find in Aksum or somewhere else. Okay, uh, but
Well, brother, you
why
can look.
why
Sorry.
why you guys decided to start with King Tedros? There were Haile Selassie being the last Solomonic dynasty king. Uh, there were how many? 269 before him.
Well, see,
Tedros maybe. Uh-huh.
that's another thing we don't believe. You know,
Why? Why
because
you don't believe?
in Ethiopian history, they got the era of princes, right? Are you familiar with the Ethiopian history? Because this is actually facts about Ethiopian history. You have the area called it's an era which is in the 1700s and 1800s. There was no king. It was only princes. It was only chiefs. It was no king.
No,
Oh,
that's because there was a time called Zamana Masafan that hosted, meaning there were only warlords in the areas, only kings of certain area or region. When
correct.
Tedros came, he won all those regional kings, and he became kings of kings.
Oh, okay,
There
okay. Now
were
look, now,
there
now,
were
now
kings
again.
in the regions.
Oh, look, brother.
Uh-huh.
I mean, because we know the story, so we're not trying to hear the story. I'm telling you the facts. So the reason why we start with Tedros, because it was a time, and that was a very critical time. It was warlords. It's when Israel was fighting. This is in the Bible. Israel didn't have a king in the Bible. This same history happened in Ethiopia, which is why we have this on the screen. So you asked us why we start with Tedros. You just said it. Tedros rose as a conquering lion of what? The tribes. Tedros was trying to unite the people. This is what the King of Kings does. He takes all the chiefs, all the leaders, and unite them for the greater good. But this is why the British Empire, who wanted to control East Africa, sent so many people to unalive him. When Great Britain came in, they didn't fight Ethiopians because of why? Ethiopians was still fighting among each other. They wasn't unified. So the Europeans and the United Nations that was with the British, because they had many other nations with them,
And some Ethiopians.
and Ethiopians, and they came and unalived the King of Kings. That was what? Trying to unite the people. Unite, we stand, divide, we fall. So Ethiopia began to get weaker and weaker and weaker. So by the time Haile Selassie got on there, he had to run away. It was so weak. So he ran to the same people that wanted control of the land. So when Haile Selassie went to Great Britain, you can kiss the throne goodbye. That's showing you.
I have to disagree with you that you mentioned or you characterized him as he was running. No, he was not running. He was doing some diplomacy. He was doing some, getting some help. It could be some military hardware. So, that was the norm back in the days in Ethiopia.
No, brother. But listen, brother,
Even
you can't
Menelik,
go.
hold on, let me
You
finish.
can't go get help.
Even Menelik, King Menelik, he received clash in the military armaments from Europeans when he fought against the
Bro,
colonizers
bro,
themselves.
but the thing
You
about
know
it
that,
is,
right?
no king
Uh-huh.
ever left the battlefield and left his people. If a king, that's like chess. If the king leave the game, brother, it's over. You have lost. That's why when you mention Ethiopians never been colonized, you have to mention Menelik. Menelik defeated the Italians, not Haile Selassie. And Great Britain is working with Italy. So you can't run to Great Britain if Great Britain and Italy are friends. So it's no way you can run. Now, just because they gave you guns, Ethiopia also was giving stuff for them guns. They just wasn't giving Ethiopia guns. So yeah, Menelik did use the Europeans to create a stronger army. But he didn't ask for them for help. That was about trading. We gave, they gave. So it was we gave something for those guns. They just didn't give them guns because, so that was all about a trading. You see what I'm saying? So, but by Haile Selassie going to the enemy and staying with the enemy, this just shows you game is over. Anybody know about the true game that's being played in this world? If you have to run to me and live with me, you have lost. And if I help you, you're going to give me whatever I ask for. And that's all we saying.
The game was, it didn't end when Haile Selassie left Ethiopia, by the way. There were patriots like Balai Zellaka of Gojam in different areas. Different patriots of Ethiopia were fighting the fascist Italians. That's why we say, even though the fascist Italians were marched all the way to the capital, the historians agreed that the patriots were fighting them on those 5 occupation years. That's why we say Ethiopia was occupied but not colonized, my brother. You have to correct the term.
Well, brother, this is an article that comes from Haile Selassie's grandson, and he made this statement when Queen Elizabeth was unalive. I think it was about like maybe 4 years ago. And in the article, it says that Haile Selassie bestowed upon Her Majesty and her consort, Prince Philip, the highest orders within the Salic-minded gift. In every sense, they bow to each other with the compassion of understanding the great things which harness themselves in the service of their people. So Haile Selassie gave the highest orders to the Salic-minded gift. And why would he give them? Why would his grandson write a statement like this, saying that he gave them the highest orders?
Why was that? Explain that. What was the gift?
The Salic-minded gift? After Haile Selassie unalive, there was nobody to sit back on the throne, correct? Nobody sat on the throne after him, right?
Yes.
But it wasn't just because there was a military coup, because that military coup, Derg, was educated in America. Some of the people in the military, the higher ups, were educated in America. So it was a planned scheme to remove Haile Selassie from the throne so Ethiopia could have a Gondar system, a republic system, a system that is created by the Romans. So now Ethiopia doesn't have a king that can be titled King of Kings, that is higher than their king. This is why Queen Elizabeth has to bow down to the King of Kings. This throne it overrides them. This is why it's so important to understand the throne of David in Ethiopia. That's why the British came in after the Italians and told them to go away? Because the Italians and the British are working together.
And British stayed in Ethiopia about 12 years after the Italians left the army. And you gotta understand, the Ethiopians couldn't fight the Italians because the Italians had airplanes. Ethiopia didn't even have airplanes. You can't fight a bomb. I don't care how much, and they didn't have that many guns. They didn't have that many, people understand, they didn't have that many bullets. Because who was supplying the bullets and the guns? The Europeans. You see what I'm saying? So it wasn't like they didn't have a lot of military. So that's why a lot of priests, a lot of very important people was unalive at that time. Just think about it. You fighting for 7 years. You don't even have ammo. You can't fight. You have to run and hide. And see, people think when we say Ethiopia's colonized, we taking away their bravery. Brother, if somebody got planes and artillery greater than me, I have to bow or I'm going to be unalive. It's two things. Either I'm going to get unalive, I'm going to run, or I'm going to submit. And that's what most of the Ethiopians, because they was warriors, most of them got unalive. All the brave ones got unalive. This is facts. That was the pure genocide those 7 years. You know how many bombs was dropped? Man, bombs killed thousands of people. I don't care what kind of weapon you have. And see, this is what we don't talk about when the Italians took over Ethiopia for 7 years. We don't talk about all the bombs they dropped. You can't fight that.
Yeah, in one occasion I remember we learned that they drop a bomb in Addis and they killed more than 3,000. You know, it's a gas bomb. So they massacred more than 3,000. It was very, very tough fight. So I agree with you on those points. So yeah, I'll be listening, guys, and
We appreciate you coming up.
I appreciate you coming up, brother.
Pardon me.
We appreciate you coming up, brother.
All right, thank you,
Thank
guys.
you. Peace.
We have to state the facts, y'all. This is not this. You know, the truth is not gonna side with the way people feel. And I know we all feel some kind of way about what we think we know. That's why the meek gonna inherit the earth. We have to humble ourselves. But peace.
Greeting. Yeah, what you saying is mostly my people don't understand it.
Well, now I want to first just deal with the title. Do you believe Ethiopia is the biblical land?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Okay.
Is.
All right. And are you from Ethiopia?
I am from Ethiopia. Yeah.
So why are Ethiopians having a hard time accepting Ethiopia as the biblical land, and they want to believe Israel is the biblical land?
It's the problem is because there's so much confusion going on with that region as well. You see, when Christianity came, because it came from Jerusalem, and we think now, because we don't know map here, so Jerusalem can be in Africa. We never knew, but because Christianity said to us it was from Israel, the Israelite, so we believe that, you know, the Holy Land was Israel. But when we see that in history, there is no in that area which is make it like any holy, any evidence that can make it holy. It was always war. It was always, you know, people are always refugee, and so many things happen. But when it comes to Ethiopia, once it was a very a peaceful society. And even that is to understand that they in 13th century, I think I don't remember the Italian name, but he's an Italian guy who came to and saw, and he wrote a book, Utopia. They changed the title from Ethiopia to Utopia, but it's the perfect society. It used to be the perfect society. So for me, if you are perfect society, I'm sure it is a biblical place.
Okay. Well, yeah, man, you definitely got some understanding that's very rare. And like you said, a lot of people have accepted the Christianity, which have taught us and that's why we go back to his story. You know, the
Yes.
history that we believe in is their story. It's not our story.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
His
and a lot of us really don't really understand that in a whole way. So I want to ask you this. So do you believe in the throne of David that's in Ethiopia?
He is.
Okay. And I see.
It
I
came
think.
already. It came already, as you said. You see, you put. I was hearing you earlier on with you were having a conversation with a guy. As you said, the oral history is a proper the true history, but because the Europeans, they don't have oral history, they wrote the histories other people and claim it is theirs. See, so they say we have to be in a book, but before book it was a speech. So
Correct.
the oral,
Exactly.
so the oral it should be more grounded, and in our oral history says that when the Ark of Covenant came also with the blood to Ethiopia, the Solomonic line.
Well, since you're Ethiopian that do believe in the throne of David, are you waiting on Tedros the Third? Because I know some Ethiopians call him Tedros the Third.
This is it's been around for a long time. This what do we call message? Is it message? Can we call it message or prophecy? But even Tedros was Kasa. His name was Kasa. Yeah. So
yeah, his name was Kasa before he got the title.
Yeah. So he became Tedros because he knew this prophecy. So the only way you have to be him to unite Ethiopia, because Ethiopia, like you say, was in an era of princes. Even though there was a king, King Johannes IV or whatever he was, but he didn't have any power. All the power was under the princes. So when Tedros came, he wants to fulfill that that prophecy, but still, his own people stop him to do that prophecy. So I don't know for the future what is going to happen, but the only solution in Ethiopia is to come back the throne.
Oh man, bro, follow this brother, bro. We need to talk outside of are you in Ethiopia as we speak?
No, I'm in England.
Oh, you're in England. Okay, yeah. We actually got a brother over there too, man. Yeah, we need to stay in contact, brother, because we have a mission that's gonna reveal the truth, that's gonna restore the throne. Because even in the Bible it says the truth of God is gonna restore everything. Now, to most people who don't know the truth, they might not really see, and that's the whole thing about us being blind. This truth is gonna give us insight. It's gonna give us vision. It's gonna give us purpose. You know, especially those who really understand the things you understand, man. Because, you know, a lot of people just don't understand that part. If we as African people understood that part, man, we'll be a force to be reckoned with right now. You know, because that really give us authority. What they call it? Jurisdiction. You know, legislature support. How you say it?
Legislation.
Yeah, legislature support. Like that's what we have as people. You know, we have gifts, we got money, we got tools. You see what I'm saying? We got everything, but we don't have no government. And that throne is gonna solidify our government in the world. You know, but like I say, very few of our people, man, understand that simple thing. Like, okay, well, we got to restore the throne. Okay, well, how do we do that? You know, first, all that stuff, it should be our conversation right now so we can move forward,
And
with our revolution. Man, we need to stay in touch, brother.
and this is how people get to understand that the Bible is connected to government.
Yeah.
You know, as you can see, the Ethiopian government is corrupted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. I was on the phone. Sorry. Yeah, that's why. And the other thing you said is a lot of people in Ethiopia, they don't understand. My people is when the way Derg came, they think Derg came just it was a coincidence, and it just was a revolution that it was came from really from the people, but it was not like that. It was orchestrated, and it's not only the Mengistu was the executor. It was the last, the foot soldier. The top people was the Arabs, and the
America?
enemy the enemy of the Ethiopian society for many years, and the Westerns as well. When Haile Selassie came in England, yeah, he thought he would have the help of England. But England, like you say, it was working with Italy. Italy that time was governed by Mussolini. Mussolini was educated in England and sent by the English to do whatever you have to do in Italy. So
Thank you, brother. Thank you,
yeah,
man.
yeah. So they were working, but the only time they wanted Haile Selassie's card, they took the card, is when Mussolini turned his face to them and he changed the side to to Hitler. That time, the only time they said, okay, now we want Haile Selassie to do our whatever we want to do. So they used Haile Selassie in that time. But in my opinion as well, something is my opinion. It's not written, but my opinion is like when Haile Selassie came to Ethiopia to be a king, I think they already told him that he's going to be the last king.
Oh
So
yeah, now, I could definitely, because
there is something that I cannot
yeah, they
prove it. I
definitely told
cannot
him
prove
that.
it. I cannot prove it, my brother. But because I know lots of I heard histories that they even begged him to transfer the power to his son or to somebody else, and he didn't want it until the end. Why?
Well, see, we got an article saying he gave it to Great Britain.
That's how he is. You see, now it makes sense.
Yeah, like we got a whole article that's from his grandson. He gave the Solomonic gift to the Queen of England and her husband. He gave the highest orders. And this is why Great Britain has the order.
And they claim they are the Solomonic lion. You know that, yeah. The lions,
Oh yeah.
the three lions and all that, I mean,
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
you don't see lions in England. You see foxes. I mean, it's supposed to be foxes, but
And this document comes from Selassie's grandson, and it's on the Crown Council website, the Ethiopian Crown Council website.
Yeah. You can find this document, and it tells you in this document what he did.
and the family is even the rest of the family who live in England. They are supported by the queens as well. Why?
What do you say?
They
Say it again.
they have a like a budget, maybe monthly or yearly, I don't know, to the rest of the remaining family of Haile Selassie who lives in England.
Oh, they do? Damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah, when they have they will have a big celebration or something happen. They call them. They go in and they associate with them. Some of them. So you need to see it more deep, and in
Hello, can you hear us now? I think he left.
Yeah, I don't know what phone guy. Yeah, it is. Oh yeah,
You back, yeah? You back, yeah?
yeah. We back in. But I forgot what you were saying before the phone cut off.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that we have to look at it deep because the throne is gone from Ethiopia. You have to come back, and we know how, but my people are not really in that tune. And then sometimes even me, I have a problem with my own people. So
Oh
it's
yeah,
very
man.
hard.
That's why only many are called, few are chosen. So a lot of times we try to get this mission and we try to gather a lot of people, but once you truly understand how the throne is going to be restored, it's not going to take many of us. Because once it's restored, that's when everybody wakes up. You see what I'm saying? Like, it have to be restored for everybody to wake up. But the few is going to be called to restore it. And I think that's the part of a lot of us, especially when we start knowing information like this, we be looking for the crowd. The crowd going to come in the end. You see what I'm saying? Like they ain't coming to the wedding reception because they're not married to this kind of information. But they gonna come to the reception. I mean, they ain't coming to the wedding. They gonna come to the reception. Like man, for this you gotta be married to this. This almost gotta be in your DNA. You really gotta be a true righteous human child of God. And a lot of people are just not that. They haven't been taught that. It haven't been instilled in them. But the true children of God and the chosen few, these are the people that's gonna come together and do these things, man. That's why I say, brother, and with us knowing each other who have this like mind, we actually know how to, that's actually encouragement for us, because this when you walk with this kind of information, you get very discouraged, but man, it's a group of people in America. We got brothers in England, we got brothers and sisters in Africa, we slowly awakening to what we have to do, that's going to unify our people and heal the world.
100%, I agree with you, and then I appreciate what you do with you because this kind of what we now we talk about it. Even in this picture now, you're not allowed to even exhibit it anymore in Ethiopia because this is like a old fashioned, and it's like backward thinking, So when you see it on TikTok, it's sad. It should have been us to promote these things, but you guys from far, you're doing this. It's very appreciated. It's very nice.
All right.
We appreciate you coming up.
Respect, brother.
Appreciate it.
We definitely gave you a follow, man. Like I said, that definitely be good for us to talk offline, brother.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much.
All right, peace.
Bye.
Like, it's like conversation like that, y'all, let y'all know this information is we not crazy. This is foreign, but at the same time, it also should reveal why stuff like this is hidden. This is what this revealed. Like, damn, he know this. He way in England. He get it. Now, of course, he probably not going hard like us and none of that, but he gets it simply. And like I say, this don't take long to get. So imagine when this light come back to our people. Because right now, no matter if you like it or not, you under the crown of England. You under a crown right now. So why would you be against God's crown being restored? That's evil. You want to know what's evil? You actually against God's crown being restored simply because you under the British crown. You're a Roman soldier. No matter if you like it or not, you are under the British crown if you in America or if you in the islands. If you're in Jamaica, you're under the British crown. If you're in America, you're under the British crown. If you're in Ethiopia, you're under the British crown. If you're in Africa, you're under the British crown. So you are under a crown already. What are you tripping on?
The facts. You're tripping on the facts.
Hello, my brother.
What's going on? Peace, peace.
Peace up on you, my brother. I have a question.
Talk to us.
You said about like the how did Haile Selassie was dead and stuff like that, and I feel like I think the reason why he died, and most of Ethiopians we know, is because of he made a question about like the land of the Djibouti, if you know about that.
Nah. You said the land of Djibouti?
Yeah, we owned Djibouti, the
Oh yeah,
land, you know.
the port.
So
The port.
our emperor, Emperor Menelik, he gave it to French for 100 years. He actually sold it for 100 years. So
Well, yeah,
after 100,
and see that's what we deal. A lot of the Africans didn't really deal with treaties on
yeah,
paper.
exactly,
So when they started making treaties, a lot of people was tricked.
exactly.
When you deal with most of now the emperors did do these things, but a lot of them were tricked. Now I don't know the facts about it, but I first want to get your input on the title. Like what do you believe
So as
Ethiopia is the biblical Israel?
I believe it 100%.
Okay, man, y'all, and you were from Ethiopia.
I am from Ethiopia.
Okay, my
And
brother, my brother.
I'm from a city called Bahirda. It's a small city, and it's we have the Blue Nile and Lake Tana, and sometimes we even think the kingdom of Eden is around in that city because the water, Blue Nile, it starts, and it says in the Bible that Eden is surrounded by Blue Nile and stuff like that, you know. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, that's a blessing, man. That's a blessing, man. And so as we see, the world has been deceived to not know these things for a great reason.
Of course.
So now, do you believe in the prophecy of the
I
throne being restored in Ethiopia again?
I believe it. And I follow the throne also very closely. I'm a big fan of all the kingdom, all the 225th kings of Ethiopia. I believe in them, and I know their histories and what I was saying earlier about like the King Haile Selassie going to the Djibouti and claiming the land back after 100 years. And there is a evidence photo of like Ethiopia having the navies, and they were wearing the white navy clothes and stuff like that. There were pictures, and that was the time Haile Selassie started questioning all these questions that he needed the land back and stuff like that. And French, they sent their armies or their influencer to protest against Ethiopia. So the Djibouti people start protesting and stuff like that. And because of that, that was the reason why Haile Selassie got killed. That I know for a fact.
Okay, I didn't. I never kind of heard that information like that, but I never. There will definitely be some good information for me to look up. Or if you have
There is,
some information, definitely send it to us so we
I would
could
definitely
bring that
send
kind
it
of
to
stuff
you.
out because I could definitely like the ports was very important. That's the port back then was the most important part of the land.
Exactly.
And I think a lot of people don't, but that's what Europeans or colonizers did. The first thing they did was take over the port.
Exactly.
So now they
And
control what go in and go out your country.
100%.
And yeah, a lot of us don't really look at it that way, man. That's why we deal with Eritrea, Tigray, all this by that water, and that's by the port.
Exactly.
And
And I
now,
was
once you take that land away, Ethiopia is landlocked.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And I was just about to come to you that earlier you said about like what was the reason why the Ethiopian kingdom it started getting weaker and weaker and weaker. As you see earlier, my brother was telling you about like the King Todros. So every kings are like when they came to become a king, they crown as a new name. You understand? So
Uh-huh.
they get as a new name. So at one point there was two kings in Ethiopia at the same time. Did you know that?
No.
There was King Tewodros and there was King Johannes was crowned at the same time. They were both kings at the same time. And the reason why the kingdom, like you said, my brother, you said Tedros was trying to unite the people, which is true. He was a land pirate, and he conquered many places, and he was becoming the most graceful king ever, you know. So what happened is that who showed him the way to the Turkish and British, the land who showed him the way is King Johannes, which is the Tigray king. So
Now,
Yeah, he was a Tigray.
yeah, he was a Tiger King.
he was exactly.
But he
so
wasn't the
that
king
was-
of kings yet, though.
He wasn't a king of king, but he wanted it to be a king. You understand?
Correct.
So that was
He really wanted to be a king.
And then what he did is that like he took them in that port, and he got a lot of guns, you know, arsenals and stuff like that from British Turkeys and stuff like that to attack his own country.
Yeah, yeah,
And to become a king.
and turned everybody Christians. Yeah.
Everybody. So that was the reason why it started getting weaker and weaker. Even King Johannes, he didn't even have a lot of stuff, but what he used to do was his horse. Even now you can go to his palace, you can see his horse picture. He used to walk barefoot, but his horse used to have like gold everywhere, you know? So that was the reason why the kingdom would start getting collapsed, because it started becoming like more tribal stuff. You understand?
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
100% agree.
Yeah. We
Yes,
100% agree, brother.
Yes, sir.
And that's also why the Johannes, they say Johannes agreed to create a church in Ethiopia, in Israel.
Exactly. And
Okay.
sadly, his own fate also, whatever he did to Theodros, you know, karma is a bitch. I'm sorry for my language, but it got it to him, you know, because
and then-
Theodros was.
Now they had somebody that was king of kings right after Tedros, and Johannes captured him and made him blind. He gouged his eyes out.
Yeah.
His name started with a T, because he was gonna be the next emperor.
Yeah.
But Johannes went to
Exactly.
war with him, and I was like, damn, why did he gouge his eyes out?
Hmm.
Why did he blind this man? Because he didn't want him to see the things he was doing.
Exactly. I mean, if you check it out, like even the earlier you talk about like nobody sit on the throne of Haile Selassie after Haile Selassie died, and even at the moment right now there is the Zera Yacob is the one currently he's the king and on a throne, but he have never been crowned, but he is the king on a throne at the moment. But you can see him even at the moment right now. He doesn't do much. He doesn't try to unite the people. All you see him doing is like having a lot of connection with Rastafarians in Shashamane or on these other places. So, you know, there is still a lot to work on in Ethiopia, man.
I want to.
Who
You
you
talking about the president?
Yeah.
No, the current in the house of the line of Judah, they
the
have
Crown Council?
the Crown Council. They have right now, after Haile Selassie passed away, Ethiopia have a current king right now, but he's not publicly, a lot of people doesn't know it. But if you search, you find out the current king, his name is Zera Yacob.
Okay, I ain't know that.
Yeah, man. And there is also the chairmans and all that stuff like that who lives in England. They have also, I can send it to you, this link. I am part of in that group. I know I watch them and all that kind of stuff, you know. They have even events, they created events and give medals and stuff like that for people that work toward what is something, let's say like artist stolen, and people who work through that to restore that. They do this kind of events for people, you know. So the current king name is Zera Yacob. He lived in Ethiopia. And yeah.
All right, we definitely followed you, so definitely
man. Yeah, send us that information. We need to keep in touch, brother, because we got some very important information. We got some very important information for those people that you connected with, man.
Man, I love both of you. Whatever you're doing, I'm really locked in with you guys. I'm gonna follow you, and we be family.
All right.
Appreciate that, brother. Thank you for coming up, man. Sharing that information.
Thanks so much. Bless and love. Take care.
Peace.
Peace.
Man, this topic is bringing out the intelligent Ethiopians, ain't it? Boy, we ain't never got so much intelligent Ethiopians in our life. And we've been talking about Ethiopia for a while, man. Like, for people, like, this is what we talk about we always talking about this. You know, but different topics, I guess, attract different people. So we used to talk about Ethiopia's colonized and all these things. We thought this would bring out helping Ethiopians understand that it's the biblical land. Helping Ethiopians understand that it's the it's the land where the throne is at. But when we realized that topic played more with their emotions than their thoughts. We don't put topics to attack your emotions. We're not those kind of people, but this social media, so you don't really know how we vibe. So you thinking we trying to just play with your emotions or something. We grown folks, man. Ain't nobody got time for that. We are bringing these topics for very important, educated reasons. And not just for you to get a degree. So you could be educated in the things that God is doing on earth. Key word, on earth. Not what God did in history, but the things that God is doing in the earth. This is why we make topics. You know, and many people are blind to what God is doing on earth. You know, but like I say, y'all, man, this topic is bringing up a lot of intelligent people. I'm really surprised, though, you know, and I know they out there, you know, but certain people want to deal with certain topics. But like I said, man, this is a great foundation so we can get in tune with God prophecy. You know. And if y'all want more information on, you know, our movement, what we're doing, our judgment against the Roman Catholic Church, check out the website, yajujudah.com. It's right there on the screen. We have a petition, we have a declaration, we have a royal notice. These things have been sent out to the higher ups. We have a declaration that's in Amharic as well, if you need a translation. So everything is there. And you can also contact us through the website. If you guys have any connections to the Crown Council, this is the best opportunity to get in touch with them and inform them about this movement. Are you afraid of what they will do to you? No, we're not afraid. We're the brave. God don't give the spirit of fear. That's written. We're the brave NEGUS. Yeah, we not, you know, it's not, bro, like, if I'm trapped, I'm not afraid to get out. I'm not a brother that's afraid to get out my trap. If I'm trapped, I'm not going to be afraid. You know, so I'm willing to break the chains. I'm not, you know, it's like I say, it's not really about, you know, having fear when you're really walking in righteousness, man. You know, that's why I say the righteous is as bold as a lion. A lot of these freedom fighters are not bold. You need me to go to Ethiopia and spread my message. Brother, my message is getting spread. I don't walk around America and spread my message. But my message is getting spread in America. You know, so my message is, I talk to many Ethiopians. Like, so my message is all through Ethiopia. A lot of Ethiopians know what's all going on. Through Ethiopia. So, just like my message all through America. Some of them probably like, oh, those are the guys that say Ethiopia's colonized. You know, they already got their own terms for this movement. Any other guests that want to come up and debunk the title or have any statements of the title, questions of the title? Speak now, forever hold your peace. How will you break chains? The chain seems like cycle of overthrowing. Well, Christ is going to overthrow all governments. That's why they all bow to him, because he will have the government of God. Everybody else is portraying that their government is of God. Is not Christ called the conquering lion? Does not Christ come to conquer? Everybody's so caught up in religion. Christ is the conquering lion. Christ don't come to agree. Christ comes to conquer. The conquering lion, not the lion that agree, not the lion that lay down. It's the lion that stands up to conquer. But y'all don't know God prophecy. You know religion. We don't believe in religion. We don't have a religion. We have the spirit and we have the truth. Worship God in spirit and in truth. Not in doctrines, not in man's wisdom. Because the spirit was gonna be virgin wisdom that man never laid with. Man never touched this wisdom. So you can't compare man wisdom with this wisdom. It's gonna what? It's gonna look crazy.
And if their own information contradicts itself, and Google is saying that the era of Judges is connected to Ethiopia in
History.
the 17 and 1800s, I mean, it's too obvious. When everybody connects the Bible 2,000 years ago, like,
a lot of information fall, man. A lot of information fall, y'all. Y'all don't understand what happens to Babylon when this kind of information is accepted. People don't want to ask how Babylon gonna be destroyed. Shit, this is one of the titles. As we to put up so many. But this literally, y'all, you know, Babylon would not stand. You know, because this debunks America is the biblical land. It debunks Israel as the biblical land.
It debunks the Middle East, Israel.
It debunks the 2,000-year-old Jesus.
You said the West Africa yet?
I ain't say West Africa. They gonna think we're against West Africa. You start speaking about West Africa too much. They against West Africa. They only advocating for East.
Yeah, why do you always talk about Ethiopia?
The African Union. So if I want to unify Africa, I'm gonna go to the African Union. Where I'm gonna go? To the East. If I want to unify America, where I'm gonna have office at? In Washington, D.C. My office not gonna be everywhere in America. You know, so like I say, y'all, understand is the key, man. Understand is the key. Y'all soak this information in, man. It's very valuable. The Hebrews ain't got nothing to say. They ain't really had nothing to say. The pastors damn sure ain't got nothing to say. You know. But the Hebrews, I talk about the Hebrews so much because they act like they so mighty. They act like they so strong. You know, they travel miles and miles to debate someone. But then hide from the debater.
That's in their own country.
Yeah, I'm the debater. I'm the one that's screaming to be big dog. They gonna go debate people who not proclaiming nothing. Because you want to fight the people you know you stronger than. You don't want to fight the one you know that's stronger than you. Actually, nobody does. I ain't mad at them. Shit, I wouldn't. I'd be like, I don't want to deal with a nigga either. Hell no. They ain't gonna make me look like a fool. So they got sense. They got sense. They know who to hide from. You know. They know who to hide from. They know who to mumble about. But at the end of the day, y'all, this is the work of God, which is the saints will judge the world. This is written in prophecy. This has nothing to do with anarchy or terrorism. This is simply righteousness of God. The righteous is as bold as a lion. We forgot about that part. Damn, y'all Jew, why you so bold? I'm so righteous. Damn, why Jew, you don't have no fear? I'm so righteous. I'm just that righteous. I have no fear. I just that righteous. I'm so bold to say I'm Christ. I'm just that righteous. This is why you know there ain't a lot of righteous people. Ain't where the boldness at? The Hebrews not bold. They just want to stand on the corner and yell at you and tell you what kind of clothes to put on. Grown ass people trying to tell another person what kind of clothes to put on to validate their reference with God. But we cut from a different cloth, y'all. I hope you see the garments. And you can't get them from the store. Hobby Lobby don't sell these fringes. The fabric store ain't got this kind of fabric.
And you don't need no sewing machine.
Oh no, nah. Sewing machine, you can't. If you put a sewing machine on this kind of fabric, it's gonna mess it up. This kind of fabric don't go, it come tailor-made. It's already tailor-made. You gotta put it on or not put it on.
Gotta fit.
And like OJ, if it don't fit, not you. If it don't fit, y'all, it's not you. But it's tailor-made. So if you try to put your hand in the glove and it don't fit, and take it off, it ain't for you. That'd be your best bet.
Somebody gonna say this picture's AI? Come on now. Come on, y'all. Stop with the lies. Stop denying the truth. Everything
AI don't want no smoke either.
Everything we put up is all facts. It's all things you can go look up yourself. Every document, we even show you how to get the documents. Y'all really just don't want to do no research on Ethiopia. Y'all scared of the information.
Nah, they got 50,000 in the bank in America, and they just bought a new house, so they don't want to leave America. They got a new car. They got 50,000 in the bank. Their kids, friends in school, so they gonna accept everything America done to them and sweep it under the rug and say, man, that ain't true. See, we gotta talk about when it's talking about leaving America is change. More people scared of hell is change. Cause you worry about what you're gonna lose. Nobody's telling us what we gonna gain. It's all about when we leave America, what we gonna lose. Same thing told Moses. Man, you should have left me in Egypt.
What we gonna eat? Go sleep.
You know, you should have left me in Egypt because I was getting more than walking with you. Well, like I say, y'all, I'm not a part of that kind of fabric. I'm cut from a different cloth. That's why God waited till I got older for me to get this information. I'm almost glad I didn't get it when I was 20 and 18. I would have been a monster. You know, I'm glad I got this when I was a little bit older, not young and wild. Because I would have wore a leather strap. I know my mind. I know how I think. I would have wore the leather strap. I would have been wild. I'd have been sweet with it, but I would have been wild. So that's why you have to understand about God appointed time. When God see the correct generation that can really accept the knowledge and do something right with it. It's like giving a young person a whole bunch of money. Shit, he gonna blow it all. He blowing it. I don't give a damn who he is. He blowing it. He too young. Even back then in Ethiopia, a young man couldn't get on the throne. He wasn't ready yet. He wasn't mature enough. So God had to wait till a certain generation was mature enough to handle these precious jewels that's in the earth. And we still stepping on them. We still mistreating this information. We still spinning it wrong. You know? So, but this is why we always talk about God appointed time. Moses wrote about the appointed feast days. Moses already foreseen when the feast day is going to take place. But the European jumped in and told you the feast days happened 2,000 years ago. So now you're not looking to be fed by God. God already fed me. That's what everybody's saying. So you missing the Last Supper. You missing the Last Supper because you have been deceived that you have already been fed. But don't you got enemies? So you still should be looking for a table. Because God prepares the table in the midst of the enemies. So if you're still in the midst of your enemies, you should be looking for a table to go sit down at. And the actuality people have. They went to the Hebrews and sit down. They went to the Muslims and sit down. They went to the Jehovah's Witnesses and sit down. They went to what? The tarot cards and sit down. So we have went places to sit down at. But and that's why this is the great deception where you have been deceived to sit down. This is the era of Esau. But remember, Jacob finna pull that shit down. Because Jacob did grab the heel of Esau to pull the last people of our kind to strengthen the beast. Because all they have done was strengthen the beast. Those who came out before us are those that gave this beast so much strength. Just imagine if all people went in the Hebrew doctrine right now. We wasn't arguing about what a biblical land was. We ain't know nothing about no damn Israel. Black people in America didn't know nothing about no Israel. You didn't give a damn about Israel. That shit didn't ring a bell in our minds. But the Hebrew doctrine came out. The CIA started sending black people to Israel in the 1970s. They started creating ministers, priests, taking you to a false land.
Israel was started in 1868 with masonry, American masonry.
Right after they stole the scrolls, huh?
Right after they stole the scrolls.
The biggest siege in the world, and masonry pop up.
They got a whole bunch of masonry buildings in Israel.
So after they stole the ancient writings, Masonry.
And there's a whole YouTube on this. Masons talking about how they went into Ethiopia. I mean, went into Israel.
Israel.
In Israel, 1868. I forgot the guy's name, but probably make a video about that.
At the same time, they say what they free slavery. Huh? Like I say, y'all,
see how they treat us, how they treat the Ethiopians in Israel.
Oh yeah, that's shit, same way they treat us in America. Ain't no different, y'all. That's why we are the same fight. That's why we have to unify with a greater cause. Not with emotions, not with tribes, but with the greater cause. Put our minds together. We have the resources. We don't have we don't think alike. We have everything we need, y'all. But we don't think alike. That's why the food for thought, the Last Supper, is such important. Because the food for thought put us in the right mind frame to unify. That's why it's the King of Kings, unifying the kings. The leader of the kings. How you know he the leader? Shit, he unified them. So, like I say, y'all, we just gotta understand what's really happening right now, y'all. And you're not gonna understand God prophecy until you understand stuff like this. This will be a great foundation to stand on to understand what God is doing in the earth in your days. Understand what God is doing in your days. Stop focusing on what they say God did back then. That's why it's about the new song, the New Testament, the new covenant. The new covenant didn't happen in our forefather times. The new covenant is happening in your days. But if you too blind to see the new covenant is happening, then what? You miss out. That's why the devil is information to keep you blind. But we're gonna open up a panel right quick, y'all. Just to get yeah, come get up. We're gonna do a panel right here. Yeah, right here. Like, keep the
So if any family want to come up, or if anybody has any questions about the topic, feel free to come up. Just gonna have an open panel.
You good? But we can see, y'all, you know, to have a statement like this and the world believe that Israel is the biblical land, people will bring up evidence to prove this statement to be very, very false. This is like a whisper, and the whole world don't want you to talk about nothing like this, y'all. You know, but we got to guess. So what's going on?
What's up?
Peace to you.
What you got for us, brother? Peace, peace.
Yeah, what's up? You okay?
Yeah, we're
Yeah, we
good.
good. What you think about the topic?
Yeah, I wanted to have your your opinion on something because according to history, they tend to say that Christianity, Ethiopian Christianity started at the 4th century with Romans, and at the same time, you have the Bible talking about the eunuch Ethiopian that brought Christianity in Africa. So what is the link between, according to you, is there any link between the both? Because the eunuch Ethiopian came to Africa the 1st century, and you have Romans that was I think Syrian, and that came to Ethiopia, something like that, to the 4th century, and they say that he himself brought Christianity in Ethiopia. So
Well, that's why
I
I
don't
say
know
we
if you
don't
understand.
believe in a false history. Like Africans didn't record history. That we must understand. That's why Tedros was locking up the missionaries. History has always been recorded by Europeans. That's why we don't have true history written down in books. Like when you deal with something 2,000 years ago, what nobody writing in Africa 2,000 years ago recording history. You know.
Yeah.
You know, so like that's the lie that keeps us searching for something that can never be found.
Okay.
You know, so like, you know, when it comes to stuff like that, man, we don't even believe in. Like that's the European colonized, you know, information to keep us looking, like I say, for something that can never be found because it's not true. You know, Christianity comes from Ethiopia, but see, you have a different kind of Christianity. You know, the Christianity that comes from Ethiopia deal with David descendants who sat on the throne in real life. That's what the Bible is about. You know, but like I say, we have been fed the Bible through the religious eyes of the colonizer, and that's how the colonizer colonized everybody. He was in the Bible. So once you accepted the Jesus story, that opened your mind to be colonized. And I think that's what a lot of us don't really understand. You know, so when it comes to history of thousands of years, it's false. You know, and see, when we put stuff like this up, Google tell you the book of Judges is connected to Ethiopian history in the 17 and 1800s. So that debunks all historians.
Yeah.
So when you talk about somebody bringing Christianity to Ethiopia in the 4th century, yeah, that's some European garbage. That's some colonized garbage. That's not true.
Okay. They say that considering like Christianity came from Israel and that it entered Africa to the 4th century, when biblically speaking, it is in the 1st century that Africa received Christianity. I'm not saying the Solomonic and Davidic history, because all of that is, as you said, part of the Old Testament. But regarding the New Testament, considering that Jesus was in like Israel, they consider that Christian faith entered Africa at the 1st century biblically, but the 4th century, from an encyclopedia and so according to what you're saying, for you put all of that aside, right?
Yeah, I put that aside because the Christianity that Africans follow right now entered Africa in the 1800s. or you could say the late 1700s. That's when the version of Christianity, because Africans right now don't follow the ancient Christianity, because the ancient Christianity, again, is rooted in Ethiopia, because Ethiopia is that's the oldest Bible. That's where the Bible come from. So wherever the Bible come from, that's where Christianity come from. But the world don't talk about ancient Christianity. They talk about the false modernized Christianity, which they put in ancient times. You see what I'm saying? Because remember, the Europeans created the history timeline. So they put Christianity, they put their version of Christianity in the past.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for the explanation. Thank you.
All right, no problem, brother.
Thanks for coming
Appreciate you coming
Yeah,
up.
so yes, don't give up. Love.
Will do, man.
Yeah, sorry, big man. Yeah, I just want to say something though. When they say Christianity came 4th century in Ethiopia, that is not Christianity. It's the Christianity is to be and at that time it was like a civilized marketing as well. It's economically everything is what do you call like it's embassy as well. So at that time, in the powerful entity used to be is a Christianity, and Christianity were in Byzantine. That time used to be in Constantinople, Istanbul. So the emperor of Istanbul had connection with Ethiopian Empire. That came 4th century, but Christianity didn't come in Ethiopia 4th century. It came way before. In fact, it could be it was created in Africa or in Ethiopia, but what they say is when the King Izana had it, it was forming that the association like now you do. You have with a superior powers like America and all that. So you have the diplomacy and the rest of the situation. That's what happening. That was the unification. It was not just only Christianity.
Yeah, we agree with you, brother. You know,
Good morning.
peace.
I hope I'm not like lagging or anything. I normally don't talk or do this, but I see that we're talking about Ethiopia, and I see that we're talking about the real Israel. Now, I do believe that Israel is in Ethiopia because after King Solomon, a lot of them did go to Ethiopia. So I believe they have a lot of knowledge and a lot of hidden information in Ethiopia. But I have a bigger message, and the message is, like, we know the truth, right? We're sitting here. We know that we were lied to. We know that information was hidden. We know that, they hid our glory for a reason. And the reason ultimately is God, right? God controls all things. So God allowed this experience. In my humble opinion, I believe that we are sons and daughters of God and that we are kings and queens. And that Lucifer, he is the reflection of what we would have became if we did not go through this brokenness. Lucifer had all glory, all power, right? He did not sin. He didn't do anything. And he went against God. He wanted to exalt his kingdom above God. If God would have gave us the glory, if God would have gave us the power of our experience in earth, then we would have became Lucifer. So we are experiencing what we would have became. And God, this is the ultimate mercy of God to show us that out of his mercy, he's allowing us to experience it. So once he does give us this glory and does give us this power, we will never revolt against him. And in heaven, there's still whispers that Lucifer could be right. And if God would have just killed Lucifer and didn't have us experience this, then there would have been a great revolution in heaven and all the angels would have turned.
Well,
So the
brother,
kill. Go ahead.
you kind of have an echo. Well, if you know anything about this movement, if you ever been to yajujuda.com, the website, you will see that we have judgment against the Roman Catholic Church, and God has chosen his son to sit on this throne. We have witnesses that have witnessed God on earth. That is through a son of man to take over the throne of David. So God is working in our time. It's a chosen generation that God will be working in its time to defeat
You are 100% correct, and I'm glad you just brought that up. You're talking about 1 Peter 2:9, that we are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood. And I do believe that there are kings and queens walking on this earth, not to take glory from God or his son, but to give glory to the Father through his son. And there are people on this earth right now. I call them the 24 elders who sit around the throne of Jesus, who are supposed to be in position right now for the end of times that's coming, that's rolling out.
Who are you mentioning?
I can't go too deep because time will reveal, and I'm not here to, really say too much, but I am here to say that you are correct about that. And that there are people who are chosen. And it's not to exalt ourselves as we're kings or we're above anyone, but to give glory back to God. In our position, God is waking up certain individuals in this world right now to be in position for the end of the world. And he's doing it in a way where he wants them to be quiet and to whisper and don't say anything. And he's giving them authority so that we can give to the children and bring them back to the Father. So I do agree with you that there are chosen. Those chosen are going to awaken and unlock the 144,000, which is going to unlock the great multitude. And it's happening right now through this Hanukkah that we're experiencing right now. Also through the star Regulus that's in the air right now, that's about to line up with the Sphinx. That is biblical. And it's happening right now. So do your research on Regulus and do your research on how scared they are of that star. But
I don't know why you bad echo, but we don't want to do research on that. We want to do research on the solution. So we want to know who is proclaiming that has the authority to sit on the throne of David. That's the most important information.
So I could tell.
And if you can't provide that, if you cannot provide that information, you have bad echo.
I'm sorry. I could tell you who it is, but the question is, would you believe? I could tell you.
We will do our research.
I could tell you who it is. I could tell you the plan, but the question is, would you believe? God doesn't want us to talk about it. He wants us to do it, and he wants to show it. So it's going to happen very fast. And I could tell you that the timeline got sped up, so there won't be a 7-year tribulation. The time got sped up. There will only be 3.5 years because of God's mercy. And he said it in Matthew. I don't know the exact verse, but he did say that if the time didn't get speed up, then the elect would make it. I think that's paraphrased, but God sped up the time. I can't tell you the time frame. I can't tell you the timeline. I can't tell you everything, but I can tell you are correct. But sitting here arguing about which Bible and who's right is not going to save us. God wants us.
Nobody's arguing that.
I know. I don't see it as like y'all are arguing, but it's already done. It's already finished. And the timeline is already sped up. And God is already here in a way where he's already awakened certain individuals. And he's given them power and knowledge and authority, not to glorify themselves, but to glorify the Father through the Son.
Okay, brother. Who is the Son?
The Son is Yahshua. It's Jesus Christ known to man on this earth.
So
it's his only begotten Son.
Man? I'm sorry. You have a lot of.
I'm sorry.
You kind of need to figure that out. But who is the Son of Man that is living on earth? Because we're not here to argue. We're here to get information out of what you're saying, so we can get an understanding and we can move forward. We have a Son of Man that is going to sit on the throne. You're saying you have a Son of Man that's going to sit on the throne. We're able
I'm saying that there's
We're able to tell you the name. We're able to show you who the Son is. We will be hated for his name, as is mentioned in Matthew. So it's not about us believing or not. We want to know who it is. If you're proclaiming, if you have a testimony about who this Son of Man is. Other than that, the other information don't matter. We want to know who the Son that is proclaiming to be proclaiming to be God's Son.
I know this information anyway. I know if you heard that Homer was a, a writer about 3,000 years ago, and he used to write that all the Greek gods, when they want a peace or a relaxation, they used to go to Ethiopian mountains and have a peace. So it must be a blessing place. So that's totally I know.
I'm sorry for the echo. Now, in my opinion, there's only one begotten Son, Yahshua, Yahawashah, Jesus Christ, as people know. But there's 24 elders that God created that sit around the throne of Jesus. And God put those prototypes back into the earth who are kings. All of them are considered kings, like you are considered a queen. We are all kings and queens. But God put these different prototypes into the earth to show the devil that even though they experience life, even though they go through hell, even though they forgot who they were, even though I took their name, even though I hid their name and destroyed them and they were slaves, they will never forget me and they will never do what you did. And once I tell them who they are, they will be able to get, and everything that they get, they'll give it right back. And they will always exalt me as the Father. And those 24 elders are back in the world right now. So there's some people who's going through experiences knowing that they're kings, knowing that they're supposed to do things. But it's not to exalt yourself above Jesus. But there are 24 elders on this earth right now who's awakening right now. And the awakening began this year. And the awakening is not just for the 24 elders. They will be the first, which they'll be servant leaders, servants. Because to be a leader of God, you have to give and you have to be a servant. And you can't exalt yourself or your throne.
You're saying everything that we already know. You're saying everything that we already know. We know the job.
Okay, so I'll just tell you who I am then, since you know who you are, and that's good. My name that God gave me and told me who I am is Zakariel Melech Chezdek. Zakariel Melech Chezdek. And it doesn't matter about what that is. Just know that everything is going exactly as planned, and that the end of the world is already triggered, and everything's about to be crazy in the world. But you shouldn't panic. You should laugh. You should be happy, because this is a celebration. This is the bridegroom is coming back for the bride. So a lot of things will be understood soon, and we'll all see each other in a place where we'll understand each other. But I just wanted to tell you that you are on the right path, and everything you're saying has truth to it because it's happening right now. But thank you for letting me speak, and I'm out. Catch y'all.
All right. Peace to the next guest. Peace, Bridget. Peace.
Can I speak?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, like I wanted to ask you and the guy who just spoke right now, because I don't think that you are Ethiopians, right? Do you think that you can claim this history, or do you think that you have anything to do with it just because you're black, or based on what do you claim that history?
Well, we are of the scattered Ethiopians. If you understood that the slave trade was also involved with Ethiopia, you will realize that a lot of Ethiopians went to America before it was even established. And you will
Scattered
understand.
Ethiopians?
I'm sorry?
You said scattered Ethiopians. You're part of the
Yeah,
scattered Ethiopians.
we're scattered Ethiopians because the slave trade. Do you know anything about the East African slave trade?
Yeah, I know something about it, but I want to hear your version. Go ahead.
Yeah, so a lot of African Americans came through the East African slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade, and also Ethiopians were fled to America before America was even established.
Do you know
So
your ethnic group, like which you descend from Ethiopia?
this is why we're scattered. Our culture was taken away from us. Our names were taken away from us. Like me, I was born in America, but my family wasn't born in America. They were born in the islands. So a lot of slaves were
Which islands?
Hello?
Which islands?
The Samicia and the Grenadines.
Okay, okay.
So I'm just saying that that's why I call us the scattered Ethiopians, because we have been scattered throughout the four corners. And if Ethiopians connect themselves to Jews as they do, Beta Israel, the Jews were part of the slave trade. So Ethiopians were part of the slave trade. And that is also understanding how we have been scattered throughout the four corners.
All right, so now let me respond to you. You do know in which directions the slave trade happens, right? You do know that the West Atlantic slave trade is the one that is responsible for your people being today in America and Brazil and, you know, all of the Western sphere of the world.
That's what they tell you, brother.
No, that's the truth. That's literally the
Every
truth.
slave have to go through the Atlantic.
Now, wait a second, let me speak. There is a left side and a right side. You guys, you went through the left side, but there's people who happen to get caught in the East African slave trade. They went to India, they went to all the way to Iraq, they went to many different countries on the eastern side. If you would be descendant of these people, you would be today in somewhere in India or something, but you are in America today. Your phenotypes, your history, everything says that you are a descendant of the West African slave trade. You don't have anything to do with Ethiopia, neither their history.
Brother, how many phenotypes does Ethiopians have? Because it's not just one.
Yeah, that's true. But the one that you claim and the one that you speak
No,
about,
the one that you think
one
I
second.
claim.
No.
You're
You claiming Habesha
assuming.
history. You claiming Habesha history, and Habeshas, they have a certain look.
Brother.
They look different than listen. They look different than black people. They look different than West Africans, and this is the history that you claim. And you're not,
Brother,
like, you don't have these phenotypes.
What you call Johannes Habesha?
Johannes?
Yeah,
you
what
mean
you
like
call
the
Johannes
emperor?
Habesha?
He was actually he was an assimilated Habesha, but his roots is an Cushistic
Eritrean.
ethnic group. But even what?
He is Eritrean, right? Would you call Eritrean different from Ethiopia?
Wait. You said Johannes was Eritrean?
He is Eritrean, Tigray, it's the same area.
Oh my God. Nah, that's not true.
So what would you call him then?
Johannes was a Tigrawai. He's an Ago. I know you
call
don't
him
know
a
what that is.
Habesha? Would you call him Habesha?
Culturally, yes. Ethnically, no.
Ethnically, no. But he was on the throne. He was also on the throne of David after Tedros. So
yeah, because you don't understand dynamics in Ethiopia. Menelik, King Menelik, he was black.
We understand that you have been colonized to think that everyone is different.
No, there's simply no. Understand. Listen, Semitic people, yeah, they are the ones who are responsible. If any people, yeah, in the world, if they hear Ethiopia, they think about the Semitic people. They think about the Habeshas. They don't think about Gumus people or something like that. And this is just a fact. So when you said we got colonized, it's not true. You are colonized. You are literally stealing history that is not yours. This is what you're doing right now. Instead of like trying to connect yourself to West Africa.
Ethiopia.
There is no history. Listen,
brother, Queen Zatu asked for African Americans to come back home. Queen Zatu made letters.
Okay, let me tell you why that is.
You're right, by the way.
Hold on, bro.
Sister, you're right.
Even Haile Selassie told the African Americans to come back home. So what are you talking about?
Okay, no, I'm telling you exactly what I'm talking about. Do you know what happened to the African American soldiers? My brother, wait 1 second. I'm not finished. Wait 1 second. Do you know what happened to the African American soldiers? They got granted land in Ethiopia in Shashamane. And even exactly, and Jamaicans too.
No, exactly for you. So why were African Americans granted land in Ethiopia?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, because you guys, you were fighting on their side against the Italians. But now let's go further. After you guys sided on Ethiopia's side and fought against the Italians with them, yeah, and many African Americans, they signed in to fight on like the African side. What did happen to these people?
It's not because
that said,
of the fight that they
bro,
get the
can you
land,
just
bro.
be quiet for 1 second,
No, because
please?
you're lying to them.
Nah, nobody's lying. This is open history. This is open history. Let me just be listen. You can be quiet and you can correct me when I'm finished. Nobody is lying. I'm Eritrean. Nobody is Somali. What did Somali do to you?
And also, Eritrean and Tigray people are the same people back in the day before this happened. So she was right.
Listen.
She was right. Johannes can be Tigrayan and Eritrean. It's the same
No.
tribe.
You have to. There's no same tribe. Be quiet. Don't be emotional. Don't be emotional. Let me finish.
Don't lie
and you
to
can
them.
be finished. Nobody's lying, bro. So
You are
listen.
lying to them.
No, you are lying.
You are making her
What country
question
are you
the
from?
truth.
What country are
I
you
am
from?
Ethiopian.
Hey, brother.
Okay, what part of
Brother,
Ethiopia?
we'll let
I
him
am
keep speaking his
Ethiopian.
lies, and then
What
Every part
Ethiopia?
of Ethiopian.
What
we'll
Ethiopia?
let
What
him keep
I am
Ethiopia?
speaking his
every part
lies.
of Ethiopian. I know
Nah,
you. I
nah.
know.
You guys are insecure, bro. Are you Amhara or Tigray? If no, then you are not Ethiopian. That's
Brother,
very
just
simple.
keep,
Abyssinia
brother,
is the part of
Okay,
just
history.
say, brother, just say
well, I
what
have
you
a
want to
question. Are
say.
you Eritrean then? Are you Eritrean, yeah?
Wait. Let me just. You can ask me
The big
whatever you
man, are
want.
you
Let me finish
Eritrean,
my
yeah?
point.
Hold on,
I
Are
guys.
am
you
We
Eritrean,
Eritrean
need
though,
yes.
big
to.
man, big man? Are you
Yes,
Eritrean?
yes,
No, no, no,
yes,
no, no.
yes.
Yeah?
We're not gonna
Listen.
What
do
tribe?
that.
Let,
What tribe?
We
What
don't
tribe?
speak like that over here. We don't talk
What
at the
tribe?
same time.
yeah, these
If you're
guys, they're
not
getting
gonna,
emotional for no reason.
No,
What
if
tribe
y'all not
though?
gonna,
What
if
tribe?
y'all not gonna
When
act
you
like
ask
y'all
somebody
are
else what
adults,
And let the
ask
woman
what tribe,
speak.
you
Let the
have to
woman
you
speak.
please stop talking. That is so.
you kind
That's
of
so
sound
loud.
muffled, Bridget. What Bridget was saying, we gotta
Okay,
talk.
y'all
Go
can't
ahead.
speak at the same time. Nobody can have a conversation if everybody's speaking at the same time. So please, guys, just we can all get our thought out. Just take one at a time and don't speak over each other.
I was just literally trying to make my point, and then they just unmuted themselves. And so what I was trying to say is that after the African Americans who signed in to fight on Ethiopia's side, when they got granted land in Shashamane and even Jamaicans, this is not me making anything up. You can literally read about this. Go and read about the experience that these people made in Ethiopia and how they got treated by the native people. If you say I'm lying, just go ahead and do your
Brother,
own
we're not
research.
saying you lying. We already know about Shashamani. It's not
No,
about
no, what I
how
said
they're
is
gonna be
go.
treated. A lot of Ethiopians going through a lot of mistreatment with their own family, with their own
Yeah, but what
people.
I'm telling you
So it's not,
specifically is these people they got focused on because they are Americans, and you can read about all the slurs that they call
yeah,
these
big
brother.
guys.
man.
I'm not like
That's
When was that?
fine. That's
In
fine.
the
But there's a lot
there
of
was.
Ethiopians that call slave. They got a word
can
of
I,
slave in Ethiopia, so we understand the racism that go with Ethiopians. It's
Mhm.
called Ethiopianism, which is the
Yeah.
same thing that's called colonization, colonialism. That's the same thing. That's what's going on in Ethiopia. Is racism against their own people.
Okay, so let me. Oh my God, bro! Listen, there was a group of people who came from America. They fought on their side. They got granted land on their land, and you said they called you and said literally come back home. If I call my brother if I call my brother to come back home, the last thing that I would do is racially profile him. But what they did with you is they racially profiled you because you are not part of their people. If you would be Habesha, they would never treat you like this. But they treated you like this.
The Habeshas are colonized, brother. That's why
No, no,
they're
you are literally trying
acting,
to
brother.
colonize their history.
That's why they're acting like that. We didn't take the history. The history is connected to African Americans. You can't
It
hide
isn't.
that.
It isn't. Not really.
Well, brother, if
It
you
is
don't
not.
believe it, that's on you. That you can deny the truth. We
Can you
not
tell
here to
me
force you.
when
you
was
named
this?
Johannes, right? You named Johannes. Can you tell me his ethnic group? You
Uh,
spoke about
wh-
it.
when was the
I just
racial?
told you he was king of Tigray. He
Nah,
was king
nah,
of
he was not.
Tigray, but he was king of kings after he portrayed Tedros.
Yes, that's true. That's true. And what
Okay.
was his ethnic group?
What ethnic group? He was an
Yeah.
Ethiopian. He's from East
Nah, it doesn't
Africa.
work like that. It doesn't work like that. What
It
was his
doesn't work
ethnic
like
group?
that because
It
you're
does
still
work like
stuck in
that. Back in the days, it
division.
used to be
No,
like that.
it's not. You
It
see,
used
this
to
is
be
how you
like
guys
that.
trying to make
Can
it
I
easy
please
for
talk?
yourself.
You guys came with that
You
politics,
guys are
saying
trying to
Ethiopia
make it
took over
very
the
easy for
tribes.
yourself. So,
There was no
sister,
tribes.
let me ask you a
Brother,
question.
you gotta let the other Ethiopians talk. Please let the
Yeah,
other
can
Ethiopians
we?
talk.
Yeah, he's accusing us so much. So well, let's
Yeah,
talk. When the kingdom and was that kingdom was there was no racial problem in Ethiopia. Never.
100%.
Since, yeah, since the Italian came and trained some Eritreans to deploy this mentality in Ethiopia, we see now what Ethiopia is going on. So
100%.
this, yeah. So we never had that kind of. As long as you related to the king or you have a blood of a king, you can be on the throne. Simple. That was the system. It can be from Gondar, it can be from Amara, it can be from Tigray, it can be wherever you want. But if you are the powerful man and you have a blood and you claim that crown, you're gonna be the king.
Okay,
That was
Habesha land, let me ask you
Also,
a
you need
question.
to understand the reason why there is so many of like the Eritreans have a lot of hate toward Ethiopians and a lot of complaining is that like you gotta understand where was the port from, where was all these things happening, how did the kingdom was start collapsing, and who was the traitors. You gotta understand these things, you know. It just don't happen overnight, just one time like that, you know. Even till this day, like we're not even mixing anymore, but it's still continuing over and over. You are accusing these people, you know. I mean, the king give these lands to the people. The people doesn't, you know. I mean, the people do whatever they need. They do, you know. Some people might do hate. Not everybody's have a good heart. Some people do bad things, and you cannot just generalize every Ethiopians and stuff like that at one time. And the Americans and the Jamaicans, all the people, they came because the king give them the land, and he openly invite them and give them a free land. And you cannot just come like this, what tribe are you and stuff like that. The tribe just
Okay,
happened
why did
after
the Ethiopians
Mengistu.
call them
Hold on.
Shankella? Why did the
The
Ethiopians
tribe,
call them
the
Shankella and
tribe
Tribes
Baria?
kings.
never
Let
say
me finish,
Shankala.
please.
Shankala is a
A lot
tribe
of
Yes,
name.
tribes.
they did. They
It's a
did. Why
tribe
did they
name.
call these? No, no. Why did they call Americans
It's
and
a tribe
Jamaicans
name. It's a
Shankella? No,
tribe
no.
name.
Wait,
Like
wait.
you say,
Don't run.
like you do
Don't get
in
scared, brother. Don't get
Eritrea,
scared.
big
Let me
man.
ask you a question. When these
The big
guys
man in
came,
Eritrea, you
why
do the
did they
same.
get called
The Barontu,
Shankella Baria and stuff like that? Why?
you do the same in
No, it does.
Eritrea.
Listen, don't run.
You do the same in Eritrea.
It does. No,
The
why did they
same
do that?
thing. The same
You have the
thing.
same
They know
tribe.
the
You
point.
have
Yeah.
Shankella tribe. You have
Yeah.
No, guy, hey, you
Kunama
don't
tribe
understand
and
my
all that.
question. You don't
No,
understand my question. Karaba,
I do
when these
understand.
guys,
I
no,
know.
no, when they came, why did you racially profile them? Why did you call them Baria, Shankella, this and that? I think that's your brothers. That's your American brothers, right?
Who
They
say
fought for
that?
you.
No,
Who
no, no,
says
no.
that?
The
Who
thing
says
is
that?
that you're spraying these
Oh,
lies on
that's a
purpose.
lie.
Like, see,
Oh
It
my
see
is
what you
God.
did?
because hold on,
He
hold on.
came.
Look,
If I was even
Habasha Ande
Eritrean,
Laura,
yeah.
Habasha, hold
Well,
on.
Andy Laura Bernat,
Go
actually.
ahead.
Nanti
If
ko
I
wala
was
chu
even
wush
Eritrean, I
amach.
wouldn't
Wush
come. I
am, wush
wouldn't
am,
come on
wush
this
am.
panel. If I was Eritrean, I wouldn't because it's about Ethiopia. Why you are here? You are Eritrea. Anyway,
Yes, you know
but
why? Let me tell you. You know why I'm
because
here?
you have a
Because this
hate
woman's
of
lying. Very
Eritrea,
simple.
of Ethiopia, you want to divert this conversation because this
No, no. Okay, Habash
conversation
Island. Let me
glorifies
ask you a very
Ethiopia.
simple
You're
question.
So
not
Let me ask you a very
you're not
simple question.
happy with that. That's why you are
even
here.
right now that you're not even talking to us. You are insulting us. You're calling us name
No, no,
just
you're
because we're
insulting.
speaking the fact.
You think
You
no, no.
just
You
say
think
that.
if you cuss in Amharic, you think I don't understand that,
No, we didn't
bro?
cause
Maybe these
anything. I
people
Well,
they
just
don't
said to him,
understand you, but
let
I
us
brother,
go.
understand. Don't worry.
brother,
No,
I think
bro,
y'all,
you need to
some
be
of y'all need
open.
to. I'm sorry,
You need to
guys,
be
but
open and have a conversation with us, brother. And what we just said is the fact. There is the same tribe. There is slavery happening. Yes, it happened everywhere. Ethiopia also had a lot of Ethiopian also had slaves, like the sister told you earlier also
Okay,
from
no,
the
no, I
beginning.
understand it. I understand
So
it. Let me ask you
why
a question
continue?
because you want to say that Ethiopia was one unified country and you never fought an ethnic groups and
we not
we
saying that,
Eritrea. No,
brother.
We
no,
We not
didn't
no.
say
saying
that.
I
that.
didn't spoke to you, sister. I didn't spoke to you. I spoke to them too.
I'm saying
One
we didn't
second.
say
No, no.
that.
You said no. You said that. You said the
When
Italians or AKA the Eritreans got implanted this idea and then they came and then they implanted this idea into Ethiopia. So let me ask
we
you one
said
question. No, no,
no,
Hans, one
look,
second. Taragaga,
let
Ande.
me answer.
One second. One second. You said that. So my question is, what happened in Zamana Mesafint? What happened in all of the years here when the Oromos were expanded into your lands? Do you want to tell me that you guys were
نسخة
not
بدن
fighting
بقرقع
each
أنا
other?
زفلتك حاول.
أتان استخاسي سقبل أتان نسخك أمال سي حجر كجال الشيء كاسي مس أورمو بحسب تفل سقبل كid.
I understand what you're saying. What you're saying
Yeah,
right
you
now
know exactly what
is
I'm
about
saying.
like
Yeah.
things that never happened, and we are
When
talking in here
Princess
like based
Zaman
on
Masafin,
reality.
تقراوا عند أخون كاسي بزعبة كم زين نجار تزار وي أنا وي.
Why not? It's my
look at
country.
this. You
Ethiopia
see,
is my country.
you
Well,
see,
I'm not.
just because
I'm
you are
brother,
not
from
fooling with
I
tribe.
just wanted to bring out, the fact
just
that
because you
it's
are a
not
Tigray,
about.
بكا بارينا إثيوبيا كوين كاتسبوك
Hold on,
ودي
y'all.
look, you
بارينا
Hold on,
see.
You
أفريقيا.
y'all.
see, the thing is, he's calling us like right now, slave that Ethiopia and stuff like that.
Hold
Bro,
on, y'all.
you literally cussing.
Hold on. So when we talking about the throne of David, because I want to get back on the topic, is Ethiopian being the biblical land. So when we're talking about these kings that sat on the throne, we're not here to idolize them because we know that some of them did bad. Some of them even sold slaves. Some of them sold land. Somalia, Eritrea, Menelik did these things. So we understand. But we're talking about what we have to do now for us not to be so disconnected from each other. It's not about hating the next tribe. We shouldn't have to be still dealing with tribal war. We should be talking about decolonizing Africa because there's a lot of neo-colonization in Ethiopia when it comes to the government. So this is what we want to talk about. We want to talk about solutions because we have a solution.
I agree with you. I actually agree with you. Let me ask these two a question so I can see if they think like you. Do you guys claim her that she is Ethiopian? Is she Ethiopian? Is she descendant of Ethiopian people?
She is more than Ethiopia, because when Ethiopia
Yeah,
yeah.
You are not allowing him to speak. You are
You see?
cursing him, AK.
Yeah.
Let
Oh,
him
go ahead,
talk.
go ahead, go ahead and
Don't
say whatever
curse
you
him.
want.
Let him
Go
talk.
ahead. Nobody's cursing him. Don't act like a victim. Nobody's cursing. Go ahead.
I've never been a victim.
Anyway, she's more than Ethiopia, because when we as Habesha people or as Ethiopians, you if you go 3 generation, your father or your ancestors fought side by side with the kings of Ethiopia. But when you deny, those people never deny and glorify in Ethiopia. Obviously, she deserves to be Ethiopian. Obviously, she's Ethiopian. For me.
For me also, a person, somebody from the not not in the same country, looking from outside, looking inside, and studying all this history, that make her actually better than some Ethiopians. You gotta know your history. You gotta know where you come from. All this kind of thing to have this intelligent talk. For me, I have never found this kind of page. That is why I'm like right here talking like a glue with you guys. So I believe she's as Ethiopian as everybody else. It's not a paper that make you Ethiopian or blood or something like that. It's an understanding what you're trying to do, what you're trying to change for that country. That make you Ethiopian.
Okay, so being Ethiopian is
Anyway,
basically a mindset. It has nothing to do with ethnicity or lineage. It's just mindset. So anybody can be Ethiopian.
what did the thing is that like you can be from I'm from this tribe and I'm from this tribe and I'm from this tribe and then what? Is it helping the country
No,
to
no,
be
I'm asking
great?
you. So basically, being Ethiopian is just a
I'm
mindset.
answering.
But brother, the Ethiopians that are born in America, do you call them Americans or do you call them
No, they're not.
Ethiopians?
They're not. They're either Eritreans or Ethiopians.
Did you understand my question? If
Yeah, you
Ethiopians,
said Ethiopians born in America.
yeah, if their
Yeah, he's still
parents are
Ethiopian.
if their parents are from Ethiopia and they were born in America, would you call them American?
No, he's still Ethiopian.
Okay, so an African American who was brought to America, but their
Yeah.
ancestry, their descendants, I mean their
I
their
do understand your
ancestors,
point. You want to say that?
hold on, bro. Their
Okay, right.
ancestors come from Ethiopia through prisoners of war. Would you still call them Ethiopians?
I would call them Ethiopians, but that never happened. So that's why I cannot call you an Ethiopian.
So you're saying that Ethiopians were not taken from Ethiopia ever?
They did, but not into your direction.
Not to our direction. So the East African slave trade, a lot of Ethiopians also went to South Africa. They also went, I'm talking about the Oromos. They also took them to the Middle East. And you're
Okay, let
saying
me
that those people, hold on, you're saying those people in the Middle East weren't taken by Europeans to America?
ask you a question. Germany
No,
did conquer.
don't answer.
One
No, don't
second.
answer.
No,
Don't
one
ask me a
second.
question. Don't ask
Nah,
me a
because you don't
question.
make any logic.
Brother, don't ask me a question. Answer the question.
You want to claim Oromos into Ethiopia right now. This is just crazy, man. I'm talking
So
about Abyssinia. The history that you talk for Ethiopia is
Oromos is
Abyssinia.
part of that history, bro.
Yeah, because they got conquered. They didn't. Oh man, that's why I want to ask you a question. Do you consider,
What you
like
mean they
back in
got
the day? One
conquered? How did
second.
they get conquered?
Let me ask my question, then you will understand what I wanna where I'm heading to. So the Germans did conquer nearly whole of Europe, yeah. And that time where the Germans conquered half of Europe, were these people Germans? When the Germans marched, like when the Germans took France, yeah,
Brother,
were the
Trump,
French people German in that time?
Trump's
Would you call them
grandfather
German?
is a German. Is from Germany, right? So Trump is Germany. He's from a German. He is not an American.
No, I do understand that, but you
So
didn't
this is
understand
what.
my
So you
question.
no, you're not,
Wait.
brother. You're not answering my question. If an African American ancestors come from Ethiopia, but was taken and born in America, does that mean they are still Ethiopian? It's a
You
yes or
don't
no.
have, you don't, yeah, I'm telling you, you don't have any Ethiopians who went in masses to America. That never happened. You're just trying to find a way to connect yourself to Ethiopian history, but you don't have any connection to that. and it's okay.
So what happened to the East Africans that were taken from Ethiopia and the
Like I
East
said, they
African
went into the
nations?
other direction. They
So
went into India.
they're only in India
Not only in India, in many other Arab countries and Middle East, but not in America.
and in the Middle East. So why did they
Yeah.
have to take why did they have to take Ethiopian Jews from Ethiopia to take them to Israel if there was already Ethiopians there?
You said where? Because you were
Why
talking
did
right now about the Falasha people. I spoke about slaves, but you were particularly talking about Falasha people who were brought there as a migration project. You cannot
so I'm
twist things
saying
just to fit your career.
I'm saying where are the slaves that were
The
Ethiopians
Portuguese.
that were taken to the Middle East?
The slaves, they're mixed into the native people today. You can look them up in either Yemen, you can look them up in Iran, you can look them up in so many different countries. There's so many different people who have this like actually ancestry from from East Africa, and they're not in America, these people. They're all in the Middle East or in Eastern
But
countries. You guys,
the Portuguese, they used to take all over the places. They used to take from India to America, from America to all over the place.
yeah,
So
but Ethiopia
he
and
was
Portugal, they
happening.
were allied. Ethiopia and
No,
Portugal, they were
they
allied.
came and stayed for 100 years here. They stayed here. So they used to take stuff.
No, what I'm telling
Ethiopians.
you is the Ethiopians and the Portuguese people, they were allies. They fought together.
The government, but it's still the slave trade happens obviously
Okay,
because
so I have a question. Would
it's
you
a,
think that
it's,
an Ethiopian emperor would allow Portuguese people to come into his country and enslave his people? Do you think that
yeah,
would
what
like
he will allow for his
no
power
no?
and for
It's
his
a very
purpose,
simple
but
question.
at
Do
time
you
they
think
will
that the
allow.
Ethiopian emperor
Even
would allow
if,
him?
and also you
Slavery
wouldn't have a
was happening.
you wouldn't have a control all over the places.
Okay, so
Yeah.
wait, so an Ethiopian emperor was okay with an with an white European king coming into his country and enslave his own people. You're telling me that your king was okay with that?
Which one?
The slavery happened for the loser. Whoever lose, he get
It
Okay,
just
conquered.
thank you
happened
for admitting
And the
that.
everywhere.
things
It's not
and
Ethiopia.
that
For
Why you
admitting.
happened.
emphasize
No,
Hey,
no,
it was
thank you
Ethiopia?
for admitting that your people let white people enslave your people in your own country. Thank you for admitting that.
Why
we,
would
Brother,
we
that's
didn't
what
the
we
happened
didn't
in
say
truth.
any.
It's
Ethiopia?
the
What
truth.
happened
It's
in
not.
Damn, bro,
It's
like
the
what's wrong with
truth.
you?
this is
Are
the
you?
Can we?
truth. I'm not
You?
denying
I'm
like
sorry.
you.
Can we
Hold
You're
on,
have
No, no,
y'all.
denying
no. It's
yourself.
okay. It's okay. It's
some
okay. It's
Yourself, you
okay.
deny. You have
No,
a
no. You
country.
guys are just.
Yeah, you denying your history that you were not Ethiopian. But once you were Ethiopian as well, it was Midubhari. The name was Midubhari. They gave you the name, and you are proud of that. That's
Exactly.
the truth.
Slavery was a normal business because
Yeah,
Menelik brought slaves to America for the railroads.
spices and slave. It was the
This is
biggest.
part of trading.
It was a trade.
It's so crazy that literally you are telling me it's part of trading. Like
Brother, what was
your
the
people
first
they got
start?
stuck in this trade, and you telling me it's part of trading.
Brother,
It's crazy.
who was the first stock market? What was the first stocks? Because Menelik had stocks. So he had stocks in America. What are the first
Yo,
stocks?
sister, let me tell you something. Menelik,
No,
if he
don't
would
tell
see
me
you
nothing.
today, wait,
Don't tell me nothing. Answer the question.
he would tell you he's not black. Why do you beg these people so crazy?
You need
No,
to cam up because you
like
the only one on here
Yeah,
talking
cause
about what people look like, and
yeah,
if they
yeah,
don't look a certain
as
because
well.
way,
listen,
If he was
you
not
should
I can
cam
Ethiopian,
up
just
so
tell.
we can see
Listen,
what you look like. You don't have no
yeah.
pictures,
I
no
can just tell by the
videos,
way you
or
speak. I can tell
anything.
this
So
by the way you speak that you are
just
not
cam
part
up.
of the history that you
You are
claim. It's
racist.
okay.
So just cam
Lakeisha,
up so
calm
we
down,
can
bro.
see,
Lakeisha, calm
so
down.
that we can see.
Lakeisha, you need to calm
And
down.
he's not even Ethiopian. If he was in Ethiopian and he says, it's my history you claiming, okay, but he's not Ethiopian, so I don't know why he's doing in this place. I don't understand
exactly,
it.
and there is a lot of them also here in
Yeah,
the comment, spraying whatever this
yeah.
the sister and the brothers preaching. They're destroying it under. They are writing unnecessary things like confusing people's mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
don't pay
okay.
attention to the comments, y'all.
It's
They're
okay,
gonna
but a
do
lot
that
of
in the
people.
comments.
The
But
biggest
And
fear,
I
the
wanted to
biggest.
say I have a question to the earlier we had a I was talking with the brother that who's I don't know if it's the moderator or something. Um, I have a question for him. You hear me?
Who are you talking about? The host?
Yeah,
Yaju?
the host. Yeah,
He's not available right now, but
yeah.
what was the question?
So the question was like, there was another guy who he was talking with another dude, and he was saying to him like, Haile Selassie give the crown to Britain.
Yeah.
and I feel like it's true, and I feel like also he has been trained since he was a child. You know what I mean? Like he went travel to Spain and all that kind of stuff. So my question is,
Right.
do
He
you
was
believe
doing.
he? Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
go.
Go on.
I was gonna say, yeah, he was doing the foreign affairs for Zatu at the time, so he was doing most of the traveling.
He went a lot of traveling, and he went a lot of education, and he studied French, not English, not British, none of that, you know. So, and he speak also French, and he traveled a lot of places. And my question is, do you believe he was a high-ranking Mason?
I mean, he could be. I mean,
Very good question. Very good question.
he
That's
could
question.
be,
Yeah.
but
Because
yeah.
yeah, the reason why I asked this question is that like because a lot of pictures that I have seen, and I am very very close to, like I see a lot, and I am very attracted to the emperor and all that kind of stuff. Like I like the Rastafari, but what I'm trying to say is that like a lot of pictures that you've seen from him, and it feels like I think he was a very 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 big high ranking Mason. You know, like the way the pictures, the floors, all the two towers and stuff like that. So, do you believe? Like, do you think so, or what do you think?
Well,
That's my question.
I haven't really seen the pictures that you've seen, I think, but maybe if you send me some, yeah, because I know there's a lot of
Can I say?
symbolic. It's a lot of symbolic when it comes to Masons and stuff like that.
Exactly,
So
exactly. Uh,
Can I say
yeah,
something though?
and I also sent you,
I
by
would
the
say,
way,
uh,
a bunch of the pages and stuff like that earlier. We talked about. Yeah,
okay, I will also say, um, also doing research on him going to Jerusalem in the 30s, in 1930s.
exactly.
Yeah,
So
1926.
yeah,
He
and
26.
traveled.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. He was one of the
yeah.
first one who
but
traveled,
like I
and
said, I wouldn't say he would be the first because if Johannes was doing, a lot of,
Yep.
he was really connected to the British and did a
Yeah.
lot of trading with the British. I mean,
Yeah.
like I said,
And
it
Haile
diminished.
Selassie, can I say something though?
also his
Haile Selassie was obviously he was grown up in the royal family, in the royal house, but
Mhm.
when Minilik died, he appointed to be the next king. He was
No,
Liji Iyasu.
no, no,
Yeah,
no, no.
yeah.
It
He
was
was
he became a king after Zoditu, and that's what I'm saying. Like because Zoditu didn't last longer, and he
he only
immediately
13 years. Yeah, it was only 13 years.
yeah,
But
and he
yeah, but how he came, it was the way he came. It was he had even outside the politics. You see,
yeah.
when Liji Yasu came to be the emperor, uh, at that time in the world politics used to be the First World War. You see,
Mm-hmm.
so the First World War, Germany had a very powerful, and it was coming to take the East Africa as well. So British was not happy with this, and Lijiyasu started to have a communication with Germany, not with English.
With Nazi.
You see, so they didn't like this, so that they supported Haile Selassie to come to the power with a lot of propaganda going on. You know, he's more friendly to the Muslims, blah blah. Da, 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 da. So they create this propaganda to the masses, and the church buy that one, and then they denounce Ligias and took Haile Selassie to the to the crowd. So he become the what they call
225th emperor.
yes.
But
So he
wasn't he?
was.
But after me, wasn't he? Because it was Zoditu. After
Yeah,
that, he
but he was
become.
the crown prince. They
Yeah,
made
he
him
was
the
he was
crown.
gonna be next. He was gonna
Yeah,
be
Yes.
next. But
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
like he was saying, he was
because
friends with the Muslims
Yeah.
and Zadi 2 took over, and then after
yeah,
Zadi 2 husband had a fight,
a
a
fight with
war
Haile Selassie.
Yes.
Yes,
with Haile Selassie. That's when
yeah.
he unalived, and then I think a couple of days
Exactly.
Days
after
she died. Yeah,
Zatu, yeah.
yeah, she died, and the way she died as well is a bit controversial. So he
Very.
came to the power. Yeah. So when the war first broke up, he came here in England. Yeah. So he was given a house in a bath. He was living. He was living for just. I thought at that time. They thought that Ethiopia is going to be conquered, and then that's it. There was not going to be king, and then he's going to stay all his life here. But that was the plan. But when Italy turned, to become a friend with Germany, they took him and put him back to the crown.
Exactly. But yeah, so and that and by the way, you said also something about the Queen Elizabeth that she bowed down to the emperor.
Yes, you want me to get the article for you?
But no. I know the picture you're talking about, and I have seen it. And you
Oh, no,
can
not that picture. I know that
no,
picture. They say it wasn't her.
it wasn't her.
Yeah, it wasn't her. Yeah.
Because if that's what the one you're talking about, it
No.
wasn't
not
her.
her.
But
It was
No,
her.
I
It was
wasn't.
the
I wasn't referring it to a picture. I was just referring to the document that said that they both bowed down to each other. So it wasn't just
yeah, mutual respect. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I know the only British high-ranking person that who bowed to Haile Selassie was a Churchill. That I know that. Like he was at the time he was in the power of as a president and stuff like that. So Churchill was the one. I even have a picture of it that I can send it to you. So
Okay. All right.
yeah.
Definitely look forward to seeing that.
Oh hell yeah, I'll send it.
But we also have another guest. Peace to you, Miss Season, if that's how you say your name.
So and the reason why a lot of people talking about the tribal, especially Eritrean stuff like that, the tribal issues that like I speak, for example, I'm a Amhara tribe, but I speak different ethnic languages and stuff like that. So when you make problem like pointing to people like, oh, you are this ethnic, that's the one that actually from after the TPLF came to power, they segregated the people on tribes, so you can make chaos on this issue. So
Yeah,
you were
exactly.
never gonna get united. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
But back in the days, if you see, it's just only an area. Let's say like this is Chicago, and it could be like this is New York, and that's just about it. So, but this is the reason why they always mention it and want to create these kind of problems because like you see in Jerusalem, their children and all those people learn how to hate other whatever ethnic, and they also learn things like that, and that's why like there's a lot of problems that's going on all the time, which is sad.
The saddest thing is that the people of their own origin, they want to admit their own history. That's the saddest thing for me. But I mean, one day I think we're gonna wake up. Yeah. But there's lots of things that is done to us not to wake up, not to think like this, and not to glorify our history. But the truth always is the truth, so the truth will come up.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, true.
And we definitely appreciate you guys coming up defending the truth. A lot of we've gone through a lot of Ethiopians, and they have misunderstood us, or they're so caught up with the word colonization and not realizing that when we address the problem, we can move forward. And right now, everyone is just still in the same cycle of hatred for one another.
Yeah, and I think a lot of like people that earlier there was the AK guy who was talking about those problems. I mean, because a lot of the place in Ethiopia there is no like good information sometimes, and at the time they never had proper information. But if you travel to Shishamane, like I have, and see, you'll be shocked. Like you see the like Jamaicans. I have meet Swedish people, people from Greek, all that kind of You see them in Shashamane married to Ethiopian, having children, and they live as normal, and nobody called them like these unnecessary things. You know, of course, like if you come to Europe,
5,000.
people will call you like the N word. You're not invited to go to a bar and stuff like that. You find dirty people all over the world. But you can't generalize them, you know?
Yeah,
So,
because what do
But
you
still,
guys think? What do you
but
guys
still,
think of? Oh, sorry. Go
yeah.
ahead.
yeah, but still in Ethiopia, they never happen like that. I can guarantee you. This is just a propaganda he trying. He wants to implement in her head that she is not wanted in that country. So then she have to associate from Ethiopia. That's why he wants to try in her brain. But the reality, in fact, they were more glorified when the Jamaicans with the music and with their Rasta, culture. They were
Yeah.
the youth is very taken by that culture.
Yeah.
Lots of people listen music. I listen Bob Marley when I was younger because of the Rasta, and everybody knows that the Shishaman. And never I heard that it was a complaint about them that they were living in fact, they have a 5,000 families are married with a diaspora Jamaican in Shashamane.
Exactly.
It's already mixed, and they already have a children which is with it from the two nations. So
Exactly.
I don't
Well,
understand.
what do you guys think of the Ethiopian president saying that basically he sees Italians as Ethiopians? You know, this is when they recently did their
He's a
declaration with the Italians for at least $108 million.
yeah, he's a politician, isn't he? And
Yes,
Yeah,
you
he's the
gotta
prime
understand
minister.
also, this guy he's a CIA trend. You know that, yeah? You can do your
Yeah, I
research.
know. Yeah, I know that. But I'm just
And
saying the fact that
he's a
Ethiopian.
yeah.
I was,
If you know a lot of what language in our language he speak, you'll be think that guy is a fool. And that guy is a really good actor. He can do a lot of anything for
mm.
money. You know what I mean? So I mean, I'm not even surprised he say that. He can say many other things than that. You know what I mean? He's a bit. I don't know if he's even if he have a deep knowledge and education. You know,
Well, I know
and he's
he
a.
did go to. I think he went to school in England, somewhere in England, for arts or something like that.
I doubt it.
You doubt it?
I doubt it.
Well, I was just saying that just because the fact that he will say Italians are like Ethiopians on like to him. But it's so hard for Ethiopians to see African Americans as their own people. So even
uh,
if that's so hard, imagine an African American restoring that throne. What would you think some Ethiopians would think?
If you go and see in Ethiopia, and if you go and let's say like you go through whatever like or live anybody who's doing TikTok in Ethiopia and stuff like I'm gonna be very honest. We glorify the Black American culture. We dress like one, we act like one, we talk like one. I mean, I think if that thing happened there, the same way we treat like the same way we treat Jamaica like brothers, like the same. If you go in Ethiopia and see a lot of people are influenced by Jamaican. A lot of people have dreadlocks, like to sing, sometimes like to burn too. And they even made a lot of Ethiopian close to the throne, make them love Haile Selassie. You
Mhm.
understand? Like they sing all these things. And if black people come, like the same way they go to Ghana and all these other places, and they do their research and find a place in Ethiopia and stay there, I think they would do an amazing change because the people really we love Black American. I can be honest, you know. But yeah,
I don't know where he came from, that kind of mentality, but in Ethiopia there is no like that. It is just if you you come and integrate with the people are very humble. We don't have that kind of in fact, like my brother said, we watch American movies. We want, I grew up as a basketball player. I was influenced by NBA and Jordan, my whole life. So we never had this kind of mentality, but I think it comes from the surrounding area we have, surrounding countries that they want to spread the hate, and they have a problem with the Ethiopian being glorified. That is because they will destroy their fake history. If Ethiopia become a glorified and it become and claim all the history that is true and it come out, they will have no ground to say nothing. So they will always come and say something bad about Ethiopia. But in Ethiopia, we don't have that kind of problem. As long as you are doing as the other people doing, you find nobody even gonna look at you.
I mean, if you go around Ethiopia, Addis, like, I'm just being honest, you will see a lot of people married with a lot of different people from America, Canada, Turkey, whatever. But people will speech these kind of things. Oh yeah, they are like that. Oh, they don't consider themselves like this. They don't like black this and this. And yes, it could be history. Maybe that happened like 100, 200 years ago. Like I said earlier, through the information, a lot of people are mentality is changing. But it's when you see one country being great and changing, there's a lot of hate toward it, and there is a lot of problems gonna go around it. I mean, people will spread false news, and they talk about like, oh, like this was like this da 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 da. They don't have food there, all this kind of thing. But those are history. You cannot talk about our current situation and what we feel about the people and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. It's just strange to me.
Well, peace.
Peace upon you, my
Yeah.
sister.
Peace
Peace
to you.
upon you, guys.
Peace, brothers.
Can I say something?
My brother's telling the truth.
Anyway, my sister.
Hold on, brother. We'll get back to you after this new guest.
Yeah, my brother's telling the truth. Now we have in current East African war and everything now. So Sudan, they have a really big problem. How many people been because of the war? Around 2 million people are in Ethiopia this time. They're welcome and living in refugee camps and all over the Ethiopian towns. They live in every state of Ethiopia. So we welcome everyone come and craving Ethiopian life in every side of Ethiopia. So the thing is, the guy I've been listening, the Eritrean guy, they really have a problem with us. That Ethiopia, they hate the name of Ethiopia. They hate our guts, because of they're really been colonized and been brainwashed by this small feeling of colonism thinking. So whatever they are trying to just hide us, because they are really connected, those European colonizers, they are brainwashed, inside out. There will never be one Ethiopia. There will never be. They will never get our grace of God blessing people. So I feel bad those people when they're gonna change and trying to be United States of Africa. When we're gonna be one. We're supposed to be one, and still we have so much problem that we don't resist their colonialism thinking of every abomination thinking. They just separate from us because of this small problem. They really being around, being colonized by Italian. So they reflect their problem through us. So I feel sorry about this guy. AK, his name is, because he's from Eritrea. and he's fluently speaking English. So he's really, he know better, you know? So that's what I'm saying.
But
He's
I
immature.
believe these kind of things are, normal, but it's just sad to see two people doing this, like as you
When
can
they
see,
gonna
like North
change, you know?
Korea and
When
South
they gonna
Korea,
change
they
to
also do
be
that.
one Africa? When they gonna change? You know?
I mean,
We are
when they change their president,
landlocked countries because
when they
of their
change their president,
massivity. You know, he's trying to uh, manipulate our ethnicity, like he's from Eritrea, from Tigray. What the hell he's trying to prove? You know, I feel
true.
sorry about his really immature mind. So that's what I'm saying. Keep up the good job, my sister. Ethiopia will live forever. Whoever comes to Ethiopia, we are welcoming and we are always open door, you know? That's what I'm saying, you know? Thank you. You have a good day.
You too. Peace to you. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
Yes, all right, guys. So I know Habisha had something to say. Habisha Lamb. But I know we also have this woman on here, Miss Cecine. Did you have anything to say?
Hi, hello. Yes, when he left, to be honest, I was thinking to speak to him, but I'm gonna speak to what is his name? Oh, anyway, the guy's on the top of me anyway.
Caravaggio.
So they're just trying to spread false information. That's what I'm gonna say because, we Eritrean, we are the same. Like Tigray, we're the same. People I would say more close to us are Tigray, not Amhara or Oromo. Because all the history you guys was talking about, everything comes from which is now is called Eritrean, but before it wasn't Eritrean, to be honest. But it was all the history came from Tigray in Eritrea, that land I'm talking about, that the land that called Eritrea right now. Do you know what I mean? So, and then the guy right now, he said that we hate Eritrea. We don't hate Ethiopia. Sorry, we don't hate them. Why would you hate them? Why? I feel like they hate us. Do you know what I mean? Even the king of Haile Selassie, is him the one he sold the land, the Eritrean
He
land.
didn't.
Right
Listen,
now,
I'm sorry.
he
Islam.
did. He did.
It's
He's the
him.
one he sold it.
You want to make a bet right now? The moderator can Google it right now. It's Menelik.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
What
You
was
didn't
the
understand.
No,
what
I
was it
said
that she said?
No,
she said that
What I'm
Haile
trying to
Selassie.
say is,
Hold on. Haile Selassie sold Eritrea. It's not.
yes, the land
It's
he
not.
did.
No,
Of
it
course
is
he
No,
not.
did.
You
Even the
can go,
Port
no, he
please.
Sudan.
didn't.
You the moderator. You
No,
got a
you guys
computer right now. Google it.
brainwashed.
Go ahead.
Brainwashed.
No,
You
please,
are
bro. Don't do that.
brainwashed
Just
by
go ahead. Google it.
colonialism.
This is the
You know?
problem. This is the problem that's been going on with amongst our people for centuries.
Exactly.
We can't get past the color of our skin, the way we look, the language we speak, the dividing lines. We can't
Mm-hmm.
get past that to unite to help ourselves. So all of these things that we're talking about are really they're worthless conversations
Mm-hmm.
because
I agree with you.
before Africa was divided, it was not divided.
Yeah, but who divided it though? That's the question. Who divided it? Why is it Eritrea, Ethiopia? Give me
The
the Sudan is different, but
Europeans.
why is it
Well,
Tigray,
it's just
Ethiopia,
common
The
and
Y'all had
sense.
Europeans.
the Eritrea? Why is it divided? It used to be
y'all
Well,
had
one.
tribes and different kings, yeah. But
Who?
that's the part. Our ancestors disobeyed God though. So
No,
we were fighting each other. That's why the colonizers came in.
no, but it's not about they was fighting each other just to make it
They
out there.
were
I mean,
Johannes went against Tedros that was sitting on the King of Kings throne because he
Yeah,
wanted to be the King of Kings. This is
100%.
someone that's in Tigray or Eritrea. So this is a battle for the throne.
No,
Okay,
also
so where
you
is the
have to
throne right now?
understand
Where is it?
where
No, I just have a question. Where is the throne? Where is it exactly? Where?
the
The
In
throne
throne of
is
Tigray, in
in
Ethiopia,
the
Amhara,
throne
the
in
is in
throne of
Oromo,
East
in
Ethiopia
the
is
Eritrea?
throne
Where
is
is
in
there.
it?
East
Where exactly?
Africa.
The
The throne
throne
is in
the
East
throne of
Africa. That's where it is. It's in East Africa. It's not about picking which land. It's in East Africa.
100%. And
No,
the
but no.
current the Duke of Ethiopia right now name is Zara Yacob. Amaha Zara Yacob. You can Google it right now.
But I'm
You
also
No,
know?
but not
I'm
all of
also
us are the same, though. That's what I'm saying. Some
but
of them they came from different. Do you know what I mean? Different race, different land. From different land they came and they conquer and they stay there. That's what I'm trying to say. Which one is the real kingdom? Where did that come from? It's not Abyssinia. If we're gonna go back to history, Abyssinia came after. There was Adulis kingdom. The Adulis kingdom started from where? That's what we need to know first. We can't just
That
say
is the
Abyssinian.
Eritrean
Abyssinian,
tribe.
yes, there was the
No,
big
no,
kingdom was Abyssinian, okay. But
no, no,
which
sister.
one was
That
the
is the
first kingdom there in land East Africa? There was Niwin, there was Adulis as well. The Adulis started from Eritrea. Right now, they call it Eritrean, okay. The Italian, they call the Eritrean, okay, cool. We're all colonized. We never say we're not. We Eritrean, we know that we could. Till this day, we're all colonized. Ethiopian, they believe that they're not. It's false. They're
yeah,
actually, the guys are still colonized till this day are colonized.
but we all agree
Do you know what I mean?
all agree
The
on
the, the
that.
Muslim came. Yeah, I
let's
agree. No,
talk
no, I'm
about like
I'm I'm not disagreeing
you
with you
said about
guys.
Arula.
I'm disagreeing with the people that are speaking right now. I'm disagreeing with them, with these two Ethiopian guys. That's what I'm disagreeing with them, not disagreeing with you guys. I agree with
You talk
everything you guys were saying. I agree, except this two. What they're saying. The
All right, okay,
information is
so
very false.
you said
First,
about
because
Arula Kingdom, yeah? Let me answer it to you. You said about the
uh-huh,
Arula Kingdom.
please.
Do you know how many kingdom at that time was around Ethiopia?
Doesn't matter. We're talking about the
Eritrea.
first ones.
Hold on. What you mean first one? There
No,
was no
no,
first
but we
one.
need to speak
There is
about the first kingdom
everybody
that
at the
started
time.
there. You
The
know, I
Ethiopian
think
kingdom.
they're trying to.
How many king was in Ethiopia? 225 emperor, isn't it?
Okay, and
So who's the first one? Tell me.
you tell me Ethiopian. I'm not
Zara
Ethiopian.
Yacob, I
That's what I'm
can tell
telling
you
you.
that. So why is
Bro,
it not mentioned? Why is it not mentioned any Eritrean?
because he's not our king. What are you talking about?
No, it's not about. It was still Eritrea was Ethiopia at the time.
It's
Eritrea was
wrong.
separated in
This is why
TPLF
we have
time.
the Ethiopian problem.
No,
Brother,
no,
You
no, sister.
Ethiopian think Eritrea was the
You're not
how many did
listening.
you say it was?
Jeez.
The last emperor of Ethiopia, he's the 225th emperor.
How many are there now?
Right now, and as an
Yeah.
emperor right now, there is one king right now, the last king, which is the Duke of who's on a throne. His name is Zara Yacob. He's the only one. But altogether, till the last emperor, altogether,
So
when you
there's no
count them,
emperor and no king right now.
there
Thank
is
you.
one
Tell
on a
him.
no.
So,
There is one on a throne. He
so it
didn't.
really doesn't matter how many there was in the past. There is
Let me
none
tell you.
now.
There's
Let me
none
tell
now.
So
you.
Thank
that's
you.
so
Because
Let me
they
which
tell
is the
gave
you.
it to
reason
England. It's
why
already
we should
done.
be
It's
talking about
destroyed.
solutions.
Let's talk about it then.
That's the main reason why
Do you have a computer
we
right
should
now
be
on you?
talking about
Do
solutions,
you
not
have a
Can
computer
arguing
I
or a
about
can I
what
phone
we
on you
can
already
I
right
say
now?
know.
Yeah.
something though? Can I say something?
Upgrade.
Yeah,
At
can
the
I?
moment, all of you can go ahead and Google it. At the moment, whoever is, yes, there is no throne, but who is now right now is Zara Yacob,
Zara king of to who? That's what I'm
king
trying
of
to ask.
Ethiopia. What you mean? You can
Ethiopia
go
is
ahead and
it's
check
not
it.
one anymore. That's
Upgrade,
what I'm
please
telling you. The
check it.
Oromo are they
Check.
different?
He
They
is the
Kush.
Duke. Listen, I know you. I've been saying to you, Miss.
Tell
I
me.
know what you've been saying earlier. I've been seeing you on the comment.
Tell me what is
Complex.
And
it?
Yeah,
What
you
is
and
it
the other
disagree?
one,
this
you
is
and
the
AK
this
was
is
the only person in here was spreading this kind of Oromo Tigray,
Eritrea.
this
You
kind
see,
of things.
No, 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 no.
Eritrea,
Because
Yes,
they
you are.
listen. The
Eritrea.
message
It's not
here,
nice. It's not
they
nice.
are
We
spreading.
here trying to find a solving for
When
problem. We're
can
not
I say
spraying
something
problem
here,
here.
big man? Can I say
Please
something?
go
When
on.
they say Adulis, yeah, it's not Adula anyway. It's
Thank
Adulis,
you.
yeah, yeah,
Yes,
Adulis.
thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, tell me.
When they say Adulis, yeah, okay. Any empire starts from somewhere, okay, and it grows big and it moves around. That's how it's
Yes,
always been around.
thank you.
So the
So
same people. So
yeah,
let me finish. The same
yeah. Go
people
on. Sorry.
who start the Adulis, they progress and they become the kingdom. Yeah. So when
Yes.
they lose when they lose that part, they
Mhm.
always they claim it because they know they came from there.
Thank you.
So
Thank
they are
you.
that is the part of the history of Ethiopia, because they are the kings of Ethiopia. So that when they claim this, we came from there. That place as well was Ethiopia. Then you understand what I'm saying? So any civilization start from small place. The Ethiopian civilization, you can say, oh, it can be from the other side of a Kushite, or from this Red Sea mix. Yeah, the two civilization mixed, and it become Aksum, and it become great. So it belongs to all of us. It's not you or it's not us. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, sis, I have a question for you. Are you saying that you would rather see the topic saying Eritrea is the biblical Israel?
I'm not. What I'm trying to say is. Wait. Okay, yeah, I'm coming. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll say. Okay, so what I'm saying is still like the information. I've been following you guys for long now, to be honest. But so the history of the people of the book, what we think is it starts from Eritrea, which is called Eritrea right now, you know, and down to Tigray, down to Amhara. That's how it stops. What we know, the history of what we know of the people of the book, or the Israelis, or the Eritrean now, and the Tigray and Amhara. Some, not all of them, because the Oromo and some of the Amhara are more mixed with a lot. That's what I'm trying to say. Even us as well. I'm not saying we're not mixed again. But what I'm trying to say is the history you find it in Eritrea and Tigray, most of it. That's all I'm trying to say. The rest of the Ethiopian, they claim they claim all the history is stolen. Same thing that the Jews, they steal the history of the Jew people.
Who is stealing, my
They
darling?
stole it. They stole it and they claim
Who is
it.
stealing from who? Who is stealing
From
from
where?
You guys are stealing from Tigray.
From
You guys
who?
are stealing
Where
to
did we
Tigray.
steal?
If you're speaking to
Who is
Tigray,
who? It's
oh my God,
continuity, my dear. It's
Hold
a
on.
generation of
Where?
generation continuity. You just continue, you can change it. Generation can change, evolve, create a new language. It goes it create a new territory, and this is involved. The same people they were doing this. Who is stealing who?
Exactly. And then earlier you mentioned about a kingdom. It grows different. Everywhere was a kings.
Okay, but it grows different. That doesn't
Who
mean
united it?
that
Hold
doesn't
on.
mean it
Let me
starts from
talk,
there. We're
please.
trying to get where
No,
did it
because you're
start?
not
The
letting
kingdom.
It
anybody
doesn't
talk.
matter
You're
where it
changing
starts.
from.
It doesn't matter where it starts. It
You're
starts.
not giving us chance to talk.
Yeah. Go on, big man.
No, because I was trying to tell her, like, she keep on changing this to this to this. It's not about that, you know. It's about, like, everywhere was a kings. If you go to Harar, there was a king. If you go to Jimma, there was a king. Even King Minilik had to go to Jimma because the Jimma king, he didn't want to work for him because Minilik was trying to unite the country. So if you say, like, oh, there was a kingdom in here and I'm going to call it, this is the first one because I lived in it, that's just, that's not it. I'm sorry. I mean, you have to understand the culture, the history, and all that, you know?
Eritrea become only deity 01, the name of Eritrea. Before
It
was
doesn't matter. We're not
Valley.
talking about the name, the land, the people was still there. That's what we're trying to get now.
The people were
You know?
working. The people were working with the king. They have to pay the tax to the king.
Exactly.
Yeah, they come.
Who's
They
people
have their
to
Hazagat, and all these places. Yeah, they had their own chiefs. Those chiefs are called to the king, and there is a king
because
of the
the kingdom was stolen. That's why. That's what we're trying to
Who are you
get. The
stealing?
kingdom.
Who are you stealing from?
When we
Who?
started from
From
Who you
Athens,
stealing from?
Eritrea,
Who?
down to
From what
Tigray,
kingdom?
What
the
Because there
kingdom
was.
of Adulis is not. No one even know about the kingdom of Adulis. Why? Because
We know. I know.
I know.
I know more than enough. I know.
We know Adolis, kingdom of Adolis.
You're
It was a
talking about
city.
you're
It was
talking
a
about the
city.
kingdom stolen. The
Let me
kingdom.
tell you,
How is it the
Who
kingdom
stole it?
stolen?
the
Like the
kingdom is
kingdom have
dead.
to
As
go
in,
through
like
the
it's
blood
When they
line. Do
gave
you
him a
understand?
nice, you see, Adolis was a hot place. You know, it was a very island, no
yeah.
lot of places. So what
And
they
that's
do,
why it went down to Tigray, which is
it
they
was
calling it
slowly,
the Abyssinian
went out,
kingdom. That's how it started, the
slowly to
Abyssinian
the,
kingdom.
and then it goes to the bottom to the until Shawa, until it's Somalia, until it goes. This is civilization. That's how it is. All countries done it in the world, and we done it as well. What's the big deal with that? Nobody still nobody. It just came from there, evolved, and it become again. And those people who were in Shoah, when they become the Yikuno Amlak, when he came again in 1230 something, yeah, and he become a Solomonic king, he never claimed that he was from Shoah. He says he's from Aksum. His ancestors are from Aksum. So he have to claim the king. You see? It's
You
not
have to
about
also
Stephen.
you have to also tell her that, you know, if you are talking about kingdom was in this place and this place, you know, at some point the kingdom was in a, what was that, Gondar?
It was.
So how are you? I mean, I don't understand
It
the
was
thing
in
you're
Lasta.
talking.
So
Yes,
once he was
Lasta.
in Lasta, once he was in a Debrabrad. Now
Once
he's
he was in
because
Ndoto.
it changed. It depends of the personality of the kings, because he is the one who knows what he wants to do.
Yeah. And Haile Selassie, for example, when he's first become a crown, he crowned in Aksum. But the second time when he crowned with the emperor, he crowned in Addis, isn't it? So I don't understand this topic
Yeah,
right now,
that's
you
the
know?
transaction of kingdom. So it been moved place to place and still end up in Addis Ababa. So the thing is, everything frozen because of those Europeans colonize mentality or system they bring us. That's why we separate. We have a war. We are in captivity. Still, the whole Africa been suffered by European mentality or Babylon. They make us so much rules to make us suffer.
No, I feel
So
like it's just
still
better if we
now
don't every time blame the Western. At the end of the day,
we
the
should
Ethiopian,
we
the
should
kingdom, the
blame
kings that
them.
used to be kings at
That's
that
why
time.
we have
That
different mentality. That's why we are not one Africa until now. We're supposed to be one, but we are not. So much immaturity I see on Africa things. That's why we are really in suffering moment.
100%. And also you need to understand that the reason why our kingdom or some of the kingdom didn't last longer is that we had a traitor in us.
okay, who was
Like,
the traitor?
so for example, like we had Johannes, what he did, you know what he did. And
Mm-hmm.
there is a lot of traitors. There is a I forget their name. He was even went to Italy and he had been appointed and all this kind of stuff. So there is people who are the traitor that doesn't want you to grow. Right now, like for example, we had AK earlier, and instead of saying like, okay, we had this president for this much amount of time, we had an issue in our country, we didn't grow, we stayed the same way that it's still in the 70s. But how we can get rid of? How can our brother help us? You didn't say that, but you're saying like, oh, you hate us, we hate, they hate us, I hate you. It doesn't work like
No,
that.
no, no, no,
We need
no,
to
no.
have.
Don't put
Hold on.
word in my
We
You
mouth.
need
see,
to
That's
you
not
see
what I
why
find.
you
said.
have
Hold
to
on, hold
What
know.
on.
I
We
said
need
is
to find a
Joseph.
solution. How we
Still we
gonna
are in
be? Because
captivity.
right
The
here we are
system
here.
that built for us
Right now
the
we are
Also,
here discussing.
system.
So we should
The
find a
yeah, you have to
solution
system.
and
understand this.
speak to each
You have
other
to understand.
nicely. You know.
Okay,
And
I hear
also,
you. I hear you. But right now,
and
don't put
sister,
word in my
yeah,
mouth.
sister,
That's not what
darling,
I
yeah.
said. What I said is Joseph. He said that they are trying to hate us, and I said we don't hate you guys. I feel
I
like you
mean,
guys, if you guys was like
you
No,
say
happy
but
in
you
your
hate.
own
it's not.
You hate.
land,
It's not. It's not trying to say hate, but the politically situation is trying
no,
to.
that's not
Let's,
what I said.
yeah.
Joseph, the one with the flag with lion, that's what he said. I was listening, by the way.
Anyway, yeah, but
No,
That's
what
what
you
he
have to
said. So I
understand
was
is
correcting him, not because we hate you guys. You guys, the one are not happy with the land or you guys live in, and you guys want more and more. This is why you guys
there's no
create a lot of
more. There's
problem in
no
what do you
more.
Africa.
mean? Like
If you
This is
see,
it was there. We were there. We moved.
there is no
You
we
see,
was
we moved.
there. Tigray
People
and
move.
Eritrea, we are the
People
same.
move.
See,
I swear.
This is
no,
why
no,
we
no,
No,
no.
speak
Now you
Tigray now.
claim integrate. Now you
I
claim
know you
integrate.
yeah,
guys
people
hate
move.
us.
I'm claiming Tigray
I
because
know
we
you
are
guys
one.
hate
If
us.
we like it, if we don't
Nah, I
like
don't
it,
think so.
No,
Eritrea we don't
I
like it,
know.
or
I
So
know
so
you guys
sis,
No,
so
no,
hate
no,
sis,
no,
so
no,
us.
no.
sis.
No, no,
Listen,
no,
what
no,
you
no,
have to
no, no, no. You
understand.
can
Hold
say
on,
that,
guys.
but the
Hold on,
reality
guys.
is different, though.
Hold on, guys.
One
We're
minute.
gonna
Well, can I say something though? Can I
hold,
say something?
hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. Sis, are you saying that you are not one with Ethiopia just because you want to make sure that the history of the throne started in Eritrea?
it's not just Eritrea, but Tigray also. Yes, because we are the same people. Even if we don't like each other right now, we are the same people. We have the same culture, the same language, the same everything.
So
Do you know what I
how
mean?
are you claiming Ethiopia too?
No. That's what I'm
So
trying to be clear.
why are you
So
not?
when you say Ethiopia, the Ethiopia right now, all of it was not one at first. That's what I'm trying to say. The people of Habesha, what we call Habesha, the black Habesha, what we used to call it Habesha, is the meaning of Habesha is black. That's the way it is. It starts from
Brown face.
Eritrea to Tigray, Amhara, a bit of Amhara. That's just where it is. That's it. The rest of down, if you go down to Oromo and stuff, they're not like us. We're not the same. That's what I'm trying to get. So if you're
Wait,
speaking
so
about
what
history,
is different? What is different from you and a Romo?
first they Kush, let's start there. We're Semitic, it's just completely different. Second language, third history. If you go the kingdom when we was talking about the Adulis or even the Abyssinian with the kingdom of the Habish, which is us, Tigray and Ertra and Abiy Amhara. That's it. That's just it. Anyone who's claiming from this history is just not for them or it's not about them. That's what I'm trying to tell these two brothers here, but they just think that I'm just here to spread
But
bad
what
information
I'm
about
surprised
whatever,
is,
which is
what
not,
I'm
which is wrong. That's what I'm trying to say that right now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, what I'm surprised is now suddenly the Eritreans wants to claim the Tigrayans and some of
All
Amharans.
of a sudden.
But yeah, but back in the days, I remember they were not even had nothing to do with even the Tigrayans. They used to say we are Eritreans, we're not Tigrayans, But this is
Exactly.
the division.
Yes.
Yeah, this
And
is
the
the
war
division.
even it started from
Yeah, there
there.
will be no. The whole point is, Ethiopia has always been motivated by religion wars. What that people never talk about it. It's always gonna be. It's always been a religion war. The Arabs and then our surrounding, the different religion always want to conquer, and these kings they did their best. You know.
How by selling Eritrea? You mean they did their best one by selling the land of Eritrea with the
Well,
people in it?
but
By the way,
Nobody,
sister,
nobody,
a lot
nobody
of
sold.
The
kings.
problem
Nobody
Hold
sold
on,
it.
that
hold on,
happened
hold
is
on,
that
Nobody
guys.
you're
sold it.
doing the same thing now what Eki did
Nobody
earlier.
sold it.
We
Hold
didn't
on,
sold
That's a
it. The people
political
already
movement.
inside there, they already turned against the Ethiopians. They didn't want nothing to do with them because they had a construction going on there. It was different. It was a little bit better. So they didn't want to be.
No. Let's go back. Sorry, that's wrong.
Let's
That's not what
talk.
happened. That's not what happened. What happened is when the kingdom of Abyssinia when it started, they start to enslave us, the Eritrea, which we was living up, which is like up in Eritrea. They
Where,
used to enslave
where,
them.
what
What?
people?
What? Where?
What
Where
do you
did
mean
these
where?
people
This is my
Are you
grandmother.
talking?
My great grandmother is telling us. They used to
Sis, are
live
you talking
Jizya like they
about?
was
Your
living in
grandma's.
a
I'm
different
sorry
land.
to tell you, your
Hold on,
grandma
guys.
liar.
Hold on, guys.
Where
Sis,
did
are
Your
you
grandma
talking?
lied to you.
Sis, are you
European
talking
bring
about
us
Menelik? Because I
divide
know
and
early.
conquer system.
Haile
Divide and
Selassie
Menelik was
conquer.
not
also.
in Eritrea.
Haile
Never been in
Selassie
Eritrea.
also. The land is
Hold on, Joseph.
Haile
Let's
yes.
hold
Selassie
on,
had a
y'all.
kingdom there.
Y'all gotta be
He
patient.
was conquering it. He's okay. So the land of the Eritrea, he
No,
sold
wait,
it to please Italian. That's why he
sis.
sold it.
But sis, you gotta hold on because we understand
Ethiopian
that a lot of kings
and
did wrong. They sold
colonize.
slaves. Hold on, bro. They sold slaves. We agree. We understand that. So even if Menelik sold, because I know y'all was talking about Selassie, but Menelik also sold off Eritrea. So yeah, so we understand that there's bad things that have happened, but even the people, even the king, hold on, even the king,
Everything.
hold on, even the king, Johannes did some bad things as well. So it's not about what they did because we know our ancestors disobeyed God. They did bad things in the eyes of God. But the throne is still part of God's prophecy about restoring it to righteousness. So yes, our people did wrong things. Our people sold slaves. We were part of the slave trade. But
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, but that's just evidence on how we can restore what was taken away from us. So I already know this the tribal wars and all this, like that's just that's an ideology that we need to get away from and realize that your Ethiopian brother is your brother. Your Eritrean brother is your brother. Regardless of the bad history that has happened in the past, we have to move forward.
Okay, how do you move forward exactly?
You move
How?
forward with accepting that our ancestors did bad, because Johannes was king of Tigray and he went against his own brother for gold, for weapons, for power. This
Yeah.
was what's going on. It's about the Game of Thrones. It's about getting the throne. It's
Hello,
about
peace, guys.
greed. So,
Also, I'm sorry, and also you said about like Menelik
Hello,
sold
hello.
Eritrea, but it's not true.
but I wanted to go to the
Italian,
next
no,
guest because,
Italian was in Eritrea in
Yeah, what's up, guys?
yeah, peace to you, brother.
Peace, peace. How you doing?
What did you have anything with the conversation or the topic that Ethiopia is the biblical land?
Nah, I don't really have anything to add on the tribal stuff.
Okay, so
I just don't agree with the Ethiopia is the biblical Israel thing.
where is the biblical Israel then?
Israel, when you say Israel, it means the Israelis that have been enslaved by the Egyptians, right?
Yes, the Israel are the scattered
Yeah,
Jews.
we were never enslaved by Egyptians, though.
Brother, were Jews scattered throughout the four corners?
Jews, of course, maybe.
Maybe.
I'm not talking about Jews, though. I'm saying Ethiopians.
So Ethiopians were not part of the slave trade?
Which slave trade? The Egyptian slave trade?
All slave trades.
No, I'm talking about the Egyptians. They enslaved Israelis. That's how the biblical story goes.
And Moses' wife also Ethiopian, you know.
So you're saying so you're saying the Israelis
He enslaved on its time.
Are you saying
They
the
didn't
Israelis are
enslave us.
the
They used to worship us, actually.
Right, I'm confused on what you're trying to say. Are you saying that Ethiopians are Jews or no?
No, we're not Jews.
So why did the
Aksum was not even Jewish.
so
The people
brother
who built Aksum
so
were
brother
not even
why did the
Jewish.
so brother why did the Israelis have to go to Ethiopia to take Ethiopian Jews to Israel? Why did if Ethiopians are not Jews, why did they go all the way to Sudan? You know, because of the
The
famine and
Beta
all those things.
Israelis are Jews.
I'm
The Beta
sorry,
Israelis are Jews. But they're falashas, they're migrants.
brother.
Ancient migrants.
Brother, they're called Beta Israel.
Yes, they migrated during ancient times.
No. You got to realize that they
That's the
stole.
history. That's
No,
a known history.
that's the history that we have all been taught, because that's what they use to justify their false history.
So your claim is these Jews used to they built the empire of Aksum and stuff?
No, we're saying that the Ethiopian Jews are scattered Africans, right? Israel is a people first. So when
Yes, they're a
in the
minority though.
1800s, brother, in the 1800s, when the British Empire came into Ethiopia and stole biblical manuscripts, they stole these manuscripts to justify their lineage, so they can put these names on the map, because Israel was invented 1948. That's when they put it on the map to
No,
justify
Israel is
a
mentioned in
land.
Egyptian hieroglyphs as well, though.
The hieroglyphs are not in Israel.
In Egypt, they're mentioned in Egypt. The Egyptians mentioned the Hebrews, the Israelis, all that. And they used to enslave them. They used to think of them like barbarians. They used to worship us on the other side, so it doesn't make sense.
I don't know what he said.
How what you saying? How they worship us? What did you say about that? They
They used
worship
to call Punt the land of the gods.
what? Where? Ethiopia? Down Africa? East
Punt,
Africa?
East Africa, Punt, before the Amat, before Aksum. Before Sheba and stuff.
Okay. Before Magda. That's what you're saying?
Yes, before. Yeah, that history, that came around Yakun Amlak's time. Around
By the
Solomonic
time.
dynasty.
Okay, Solomon's dynasty. Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking before that.
Yeah,
So it doesn't add up to the real history, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
we're discrediting a lot of like 3,000 years of history just to claim Israel. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because when you deal with history, you're dealing with a false timeline. It's his story. You're dealing with his story. You're not dealing with real history. So what was done, the Europeans took the biblical prophetic writings that come from Africa and created false history with it. And everybody follows that timeline. And this is how they colonized the world. The world is colonized through false biblical history. That the whole world have
Yeah, we have history outside of the Bible, though. That's what you're missing.
But no, what you missing, the history of Ethiopia is the biblical history. That's the mystery. You know, so
we have history before that. It's longer history before that.
Brother. Did you know the book of Judges was connected to Ethiopian history, the era of princes? No. Because we've been told.
How does this connect to anything?
Slow down, brother. We've been told that biblical history is 1,000 years old. That's colonized information if you believe that. The biblical history is hundreds of years old, not thousands. This is the mass confusion in the world. And this is what we're trying to reveal to our people right now. So
wait,
of course,
the Bible is how old?
Hold up, brother. Of course you got other history. The Bible is not
how
all.
How did you say the Bible is?
Bro, you're not trying to hear nothing, bro.
I'm asking you, how old did you say the Bible is?
The Bible is not that old. The Bible is a couple hundred years old.
I never heard that one. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So the colonizers stole the scrolls, which was visions. For one thing, these scrolls were never passed out in Africa until the colonizers stole them and translated them. And they the ones that put time on the scrolls that don't come from where they come from. And this is the false history. That's why they call it his story. So history is his story of the biblical prophecies that they stole. That's what history is. We don't know our history. And we can't go back no 2,000 years in history. Nobody can.
Bro, that's an extraordinary claim, bro. You need extraordinary proof, you know what they say.
Oh, we got it. What we put up here debunks all historians. Whether they're a priest, whether they're a scholar, whether they're against the Bible, whether they with the Bible.
Look, bro, what I'm saying is we should be more focused on our like ancestral religions, like our paganism, like that's more even deeper than this Abrahamic religions. We don't need this short-lived stuff.
The paganism is you believe in a deity that came 2,000 years ago. That's gonna come out the sky. That's fables. We talking about a throne of David that's connected to God's prophecy.
I don't know about that one.
So do you know that? So do you know that Christ, brother? Hold on, brother. Do you know that Christ is going to restore the throne of David?
Look, the prime of our civilization was before Abrahamic religions dominated our nation. That's the truth of our history.
What religion are you in?
The prime of Aksum was before Christianity came.
What religion are you in?
I'm a Muslim.
You're a Muslim. As a Muslim, do you believe in Christ? Do you believe that Christ is going to return?
Of course, but I'm not really that religious.
Okay. All right, brother. I don't know if y'all want to deal with him.
Jesus comes back and stuff.
I don't know if this is the right topic for you, brother.
I'm just stating the facts. The real history of Ethiopia started way before Christianity, way before Judaism. It started in Saba, Sheba, Damat, so claiming Israel is like discrediting 3,000 years of history, just to claim some foreign Abrahamic religion history. It's discrediting your own history.
Nobody say that the Ethiopian history didn't exist or before Christianity or stuff like that, you know? I mean, I don't know if you
No,
understand the topic why they're talking to you about.
they're claiming it's Israel. Ethiopia's history is Israel. Isn't that the claim?
Yeah, they create for us Israel because they trying to manipulate us by their system that they create for us because we Ethiopians are the real Israel because everything from the beginning we are involved in every Bible history.
That's the thing. I think our history is better than Israel's history. That's my thing. We don't
We
need to
are
claim
Israel,
them.
my
They
brother.
need to
We are
claim
the
us, actually.
Israelites.
It's not
We
a
are the
better or
Israelites.
worse. It's just the origin of it. It's
But it's not.
it's
There's like
that's a fact.
archaeological evidence.
Yeah, because you will find Ethiopia mentioned from the beginning to the end on the Bible because we are the beginning. You know,
How come there's
there
not
was
even one mention of David or Solomon anywhere in Aksum? Anywhere in Damat or something? They never mentioned the Solomonic dynasty. They never mentioned any connection to any Israelis.
yeah, the that's the
Yeah, that's the gap.
yeah.
Yeah, the Solomonic thing came around 12th dynasty when Kuno Amlak became king. So that was a myth made to connect our the real history. It was based on real history, but it was a myth.
So how is it a myth if it's real history?
The real history is that the empire was connected to Saba and the wider area. The myth is that the Solomon part. I don't think that's real. There's no real evidence. Even Solomon, even if he existed,
So you don't believe that the kings that sat on the throne hold the title King of Kings? You
king
don't
of
believe
kings of
that?
Ethiopia, not Israel or Jews or whatever.
But Israel, that's what I'm saying, but Israel is a people, brother. You got to
Beta
realize
Israel, yes.
Israel was created in 1948. It wasn't there 2000 years ago.
The Beta Israel were here 2,000 years ago.
No, I'm talking about the Middle East Israel that you claim is the true Israel. That was put on the map in 1948 in the 1900s.
Not Canaan, it was called Canaan back then when the Egyptians enslaved them.
That's what I'm saying, brother. Like the information that you're holding on to comes from the Europeans. That's why the Europeans came into Africa, came into Ethiopia, and tried to teach them their Christianity.
It's not really
Therefore,
European though,
hold
it's
on, bro.
archaeological
Hold on,
evidence in
brother.
the museums.
Hold on. The museums have
Okay, go on, go on.
The museums have false history. They, you know, they can write anything on paper and tell you a date, right? Because the Bible doesn't have any dates. You get those dates from Roman Empire information. That's why in Revelations it says the devil changed, I mean, the whole world is deceived. And it also mentions how a crafted council changed times and laws. Why would a crafted council have to change times and laws? To deceive the whole world about the time of God's prophecy. That's what you need to understand.
I think this is more of an Abrahamic religion thing.
No,
Most
it's
people
not.
just
It's
want to
we're not in no
be to that
religion,
religion.
brother. We're not in no
The
religion. We
Ethiopians
don't
want to
believe in
connect it to
religion.
the Abrahamic religions. That's the truth. When the reality is we should be proud of our roots, the real roots.
Brother, the real roots is against your own people. Are you Ethiopian?
Of course. Why would I be arguing here?
Okay, so how are the Ethiopians being treated in Israel?
Hmm.
Because these ones are not real Israelis, though. They're Ashkenazis or whatever.
Nah, that's not the question she asked you. You know, she asked you how they are being treated.
They're being treated badly because these Israelis are not their real brothers. They're different Israelis from Europe. These are convert Jews from Europe.
So why
So
do you
they
think they
oppress
do
them.
that? What do you think they do that? Why do you think they do those things to them? And for example, they make them not to have babies and all that kind of. Why do you think that those things happen to them? Why?
Because they're different. We're different from them. They want to have power over us. That's the obvious thing. So what's the point?
Now the point is like a true people of Israel always have a like they always have problems and stuff like that. They don't want their kingdoms grown and getting bigger, and they can have educate their own people. So that's the issue. Because at the end of the day, the one true children will rise up at some point. So that's what's happening.
I just think a stronger ideology would be based on our like real religions, our own religions. Did you all know
What is
like
our own
Mudr?
religion?
Like did you all know Mudr used to be the name of a god? Like Bahar used to be the name of a god. We had our
Yeah,
own
those are
religions
for
and
the people.
stuff.
Hold on, those are for the people that believe in sacrificing chicken on the water and land,
You see,
all this kind of
that's what
stuff.
I hate. This
Tho-
this demonizing of our own stuff. That's what I always. That's a pattern I notice in our stuff.
What do you mean by that?
We always tend to label it like sacrificial or something like that when it goes back to our own stuff.
I mean, isn't that what do you do there? I mean, you throw a bunch of chicken in a river and a lake and stuff like that. Because
But
I have seen it.
the prime of Aksum civilization.
No, I have grown up with that. I have seen those things happening right in front of me. Anytime I go to a lake or to swim anywhere, I used to see chicken hanging on a tree. And
Of course, there's
that's not,
bad thing to every religion. There's bad sides to every religion.
Every
no, I
I'm not
don't,
religion is
saying it's
bad.
perfect.
It's just because it's a religion. All of them. And the rituals, and this is how our forefathers went against God.
mm-hmm.
So it's not about talking down about your rituals and your practices and what you believe in. It's about changing what got us in this place in the first place. They went against God. They wanted to do what they wanted to do. And that's what you're describing. Everybody
How
wants to
come the people
practice what they want to practice and believe what they want to believe, but that causes division.
how come the people that went against God built the best time of our civilization? So you're telling me now is the
Hold
best
on. What
time?
did you say? What did you say? How come the people who went against God, what?
They built the best time of Aksum.
I mean, let me tell you something. The
They
devil will give you
built the
anything
best
you ask
time.
for. You
Hold on,
understand?
brother. Hold
He's
on. They built
as
the best
strong
time
as.
of Axum, but
There's the prime of that empire.
they also created a situation where it fell too, right?
Mhm.
So you
And
built some.
What you mean? After the religions came,
and also you
the
and also you gotta
foreign
understand that
religions.
Aksum is not only. There was also trade going on. There is people from different places. It's like you go to Rome. It's not only Roman people build it. You
Aksum was
understand?
greater when Christianity was around.
Yes.
In fact,
The stele was built before Christianity even was
yeah, but the
Yeah.
empire was
created.
big. The empire was very huge when it was Christianity. Izana's empire was very huge. He had even his colony and all that. He was conquered so many places. It's nothing to do with the religion. Just the knowledge was about it. The knowledge is stolen or gone or destroyed.
Yes, the
That
knowledge disappeared
the
for
knowledge
some
was
reason after
disappeared. It's
Abrahamic
nothing to do with
religions.
the religion. Religion was there, and in fact, until 8th century, it was Lalibala was done. There were Christians. They did it. Well, they had the knowledge. Why can't we do it again now? The knowledge is gone for somehow. That's the problem why we have.
Yes, the knowledge started dipping after the Abrahamic religions came in. The graph, if you saw, it goes down. Our civilization went down after the religions came.
No,
Before you
never.
about
The
No,
Abrahamic
because that's the
religion
kingdom also accepted.
used it to their all ability and possibility as well. They never.
Yes,
They never,
Lalibela, yes, they used it in Lalibela, but
yeah, it was
it's
how
not the
many
same
years?
as
It's
Aksum.
only 800 years. It's just recently. But where did it go?
But
Well,
it was
still
not the same as
the
Aksum. The
book
Zagwe
of
dynasty
Enoch.
was not the same as Aksum.
It doesn't
So
matter
still
The Aksum,
the book of
the
Enoch
Zagwe came
was
and
known
said
that
with
time.
Aksum and then created the
Ethiopians know
Because
kingdom
about the
and 800 years.
the Zagwe dynasty have a lot of problems, and some of the people, like, do you know they used to poison each other and stuff like that because one want to be king and this stuff like that. So of course,
That
they
happened
would.
in every dynasty, though.
But the Zagwe was very, very, very the most hardest one. Even they used to call it, I don't know, Habesha, if you know this, they used to call it, was it the darkest time or something like that? So
I don't know about that. I think
even the
that's
kings, I mean, the kings in Gondar,
post-attributed or whatever.
Yeah,
if you
it
go
did
and see,
happen.
if
Yeah,
you
it
go
did
and see
happen.
Gondar palace, the kings some of the kings didn't even want to go outside because they used to get poison and stuff like that. They used to go under tunnel that still to this day
I don't think
existed.
that's specific to Zagwe, though.
Okay. And so where
I
Yeah,
was
think
that?
that was
this happens between every kingdom
every
and
dynasty, yeah.
every
Yeah.
dynasty. They do that. They kill each other and all that.
But
They they have children between them and all that. But the thing is, it's nothing to do. Well, my point is, it's nothing to do with the religion. The knowledge, the books that have been took from us. For example, when in the siege of Magdala, 280 donkeys of books are gone.
That's right. That's right. So still, all that kingdom, it was a transaction in the book of Enoch. It was Ethiopian book. It was known by Ethiopians before anybody knows about it.
I think the Book of Enoch's knowledge was ours. It got rebranded as a Book of Enoch. Whoever Enoch is, I don't know that guy.
He's Ethiopian for your knowledge, but now it's been
Claiming stuff like that with no evidence, I think it puts us up in the air. We should just claim what's the stuff we have evidence for, like archaeological evidence for.
We have all kind of evidence if we go for it. But now, what we know is a true religion. It's been separating one people, you know.
Well, for one, we know the ancient Egyptians called us the land of the gods. And
Yes,
before
that's
even
true.
Aksum,
That
before
is very
Aksum,
true.
what?
The one you say, go to the land of the gods because there was gold and stuff like that. So they used to come to Ethiopia and all that. That's very true.
Yes, and before that, before Aksum, Damat in Saba was also a unified kingdom. There was a lot of kings. There was a powerful Red Sea kingdom. Even the Persians, there was a lot of trade with the Persians, Indians. It was a very powerful time for our civilization. After the Abrahamic religions came, it just went down.
It will be concern you about the thing deeply we are speaking. It doesn't concern you. If you have so much knowledge, you will teach us or tell us.
Well, I think we
Acknowledge yourself
should be
About what?
you don't know deep about Ethiopia.
you know,
So
can explain it.
He said something about the King of Kings, right? Or you said there was many kings. The I don't know. I can't.
In Damat,
In
the Saba and Damat.
Oh, okay. I must have heard you wrong.
Yeah, they used to be called Mukarribs and Maliks. The King of Kings used to be called Mukarribs. The kings used to be called Maliks.
So.
And you said at that time it was a great time?
Yes, it was a powerful kingdom.
It was like...
We was ruling both sides of the Red Sea.
So that would mean that for it to become a powerful kingdom again, there would need to be a king, right?
Yeah, of course. Some sort of unifying king.
We're looking for the king now. That's the whole point. The whole point is we're looking for the king.
Even in the Quran,
no, but I don't think it's gonna be Jewish. That's my thing.
Do you know? Oh well.
So I got a question for the panel. Are we all in agreement that God's prophecy is to restore the King of Kings throne? Do we all agree with that?
I agree with that.
Yes, 100%.
We do.
So now the best thing for all people to do is start looking for the king on earth instead of waiting for the sky to crack or keep telling people somebody from the past gonna come back. You know, this is what's gonna set off our movement, our liberation, the healing of the people. You know, because as long as we just talking about these things, talking is good. But if we don't start putting action to these things, now we have brought forth a counsel using the Bible that describes and backs up this same mind frame. Even we can bring in the Quran. The Quran also back this up. Not to throw away the Bible, not to throw away the Quran, but to unify our brothers and sisters who have the Quran and have the Bible. And a lot of people not coming with that aim when they going against religion. We are not religious,
the Quran
but we are against.
Talks about Saba too.
Huh?
The Quran talks about the kingdom of Saba too. When she went to Solomon and stuff, they talk about it too.
Yeah, my point.
Just I don't
So
buy it.
that's why we have to unify and talk about the things that unify these things. Because it's unity in the things that we have. The lies separate them. That's the whole point of the importance of the truth.
But the truth is deeper than Abrahamic religions, is my point.
We are expecting a big prophecy in Ethiopia that this is the moment. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but we are expecting it's been God chosen person will appear for Ethiopia and will rule for 45 years or something. Will be coming from East Africa, from East Ethiopia. So we are expecting this prophecy will be ruling for good time. It will be peaceful and he will be ruling all Africa, they saying. So we are really expecting this prophecy for good. You know, you guys know about that?
Well, we know about it because, like I say, it's Bible prophecy. A lot of people don't. That's why a lot of people resist the information that's coming out now, which is the truth about these things. You know, so but that's very good to know that we have heard these things before from Ethiopians, but we hear it from very few Ethiopians. And that's why we were talking about Tedros III. But that's very good information. And like I said, to connect the dots and unify people. Because if you're a Christian and you don't have that kind of belief that a king is gonna rise up and restore Ethiopia to rule Africa, then you are totally disconnected from Bible prophecy. And as we see, when you deal with Christians, that's not their belief. That's not their ideology. So yeah, man, that's very important information, especially coming from Ethiopians to say that and know that at this time.
And that's another problem right there, bro. Ethiopian Muslims would never accept a Tedros or something like that.
Well, the Ethiopian kingdom accepted the Muhammad when he came in it as a refugee, so he was still their king at the time. So I don't know what you're
But they
talking
didn't
about.
accept some kings like Liji Yasu.
Yeah, Liji Yasu didn't have been accepted by many people because that he wasn't a true leader. He was still a young kid. He was more
Menelik didn't think so.
preferring.
So you're saying you know
He
better
was
than the King
more.
of Kings.
Excuse me?
The King of Kings, Menelik, shows the
that was a propaganda.
higher.
Like I explained earlier on, that was a propaganda just to have a support of the church. But the real reason was he was supporting Germany over England, and England was not happy, so they choose Haile Selassie over Liji Yasu, and that's
Yes,
what
because he
Yeah,
was going
but
to
it's
take back
also
our
Habesha.
rightful land. He
Habesha,
was going to take back
it's
our rightful
also,
land
you
when the
remember
British
that.
controlled Somalia.
Yeah, it does
Habesha,
everything.
if you remember that, he also wasn't really active in the kingdom. He wasn't really working. He was more enjoying
That's
riding
propaganda.
horses,
That's
drinking,
false.
and all those kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Brother,
So
that's
false.
truly. I read a book
It's
about
kind
it.
of funny how you said that the king that God chooses, the Muslims is not going to accept, but they accept the colonizers in their land.
no, it's also
Which king is
Prophet
God
Muhammad
choosing? That's
sent
the
it to
thing.
them. Prophet Muhammad sent it to them, to
If
Ethiopian
it's a
king.
prophecy we're talking about,
So you
then
expect
doesn't
Muslims to accept a Christian king?
the King of
I mean,
Kings and Lord of Lords that's about prophecy, right? So the King of Kings would not identify with a religion.
They came to the Christian country anyway.
That's a different concept, though. What you're saying is different.
So that if they
What
know,
they're saying is
they will
he's a
accept it.
Christian
Obviously,
king.
they will accept it
Well,
because they know the
Christian
land
just
was a
means
Christian
to
country.
follow Christ, and the king would be the Christ, so he would not be following himself. So it's not we get
So you're
mixed
like
up with
the
all of
return
these
of
words.
Christ.
Excuse me.
So you're talking about the return of Christ.
The return of a Messiah, a King of Kings.
Yes, he is.
Correct. That's the
He's
prophecy
anointed
that the
by
Ethiopian
God.
people are waiting on. Am I correct?
Yeah, he's anointed by
Okay.
God, and he's coming from the monastery. The
Do you
most
think that he's gonna rule do you think that he's gonna rule with religion? That's why we got in this position in the first place.
If
So
we're talking
no,
about the
it's not gonna be
return,
about religion.
if we're talking about the return of Jesus, that's always about
No,
religion, though.
that's the lie. It's not the return of Jesus. It's the
Muslims
return
are
of the
waiting
Spirit
also
of
for the
God.
return.
It's the return of the Spirit of God.
Yeah, Muslims are also waiting for Isa or Jesus or whatever.
I mean, the
So
kings
you're
are
saying he's gonna come
Suyum
and be
Xavier, you
Tedros?
know that, yeah? Lich. When they become a king, they've been named as a Suyum Xavier, and then they become a crown. They become a king.
So you're saying Jesus will come and become Tedros?
No, we're saying
What
that
do you mean,
God
no? I'm
will
saying, like, the Lord
raise
will
up a
the Lord.
man that will have righteous thought to lead.
No matter what
The
religion he
Lord
is?
shall return as a King of Kings and Lord of Lords. That's what we're
If
Exactly.
saying.
God chose me, who can be against me? He's anointed by God, and he's chosen. He will come. The prophecy telling us from the monastery east side of Ethiopia, from the monastery is coming.
there is so many monastery east side of Ethiopia, and there is so much spiritual monasteries that Orthodox church control it. So he will come from that monastery, and he will be chosen, anointed, and nobody can change his prophecy. And you should
But the
accept.
reality is, you know, the reality of the last king named Tedros. So you know how Muslims know him. They'll never accept that type of king.
Why they didn't accept him? Even though he did a lot of things to Christianity too. Like, so why they don't accept him?
It's like me telling you to accept Imam Muhammad.
I mean, I don't think you didn't answer me. Why they don't accept him? Why?
He's asking you.
What are you asking?
You just say they are not going to accept Theodros. And I say to you, why they are not going to accept Theodros? What's the reason?
Because of the history associated with the King Tedros.
What
the
did
last
the
King
history
Tedros.
associated with him? What did he do to Muslims?
It's written. He wanted to make it a Christian kingdom.
I'm asking
He
you, but
wanted
you're
them.
not.
He wanted them to do exactly what Muslim means: submit to God, and they wanted to do
Bro.
their own thing.
No, I don't know about
That's
that. He just
probably
wanted to make it a
what you're
Christian kingdom.
saying.
I mean, no, it's not
Because
about
I don't have
Christianity.
to be in that country in that time, but reading
Let's be real, guys. Come on. The
the
Christian island.
documents that are available for us to read about those people in that time, common sense and comprehension shows you that he was fighting against religion.
He was fighting with everybody because after his wife died, he went a little bit crazy. So I don't know what has he got to do. He didn't have nothing to do with Muslims. He was making even churches to leave only one priest and one what is this
and two deacon.
Diakon. Deacon. So
two
I don't
deacons.
understand what you're saying with the Muslims.
It's
He
division,
didn't do
it's a
anything.
division against the.
Do you understand?
Do you know about
Let's talk one-on-one, please.
Do you know about the Wallo
Hold
dynasty?
on, y'all.
The
Don't
Muhammad
talk at one.
Oh, come on.
Don't everybody can't talk at one time.
Yeah, we invite the religion in Ethiopia. We let them in, the religion to come in Ethiopia. We know the time and everything. We have the evidence. So, this is...
Christianity also came in, so what's your point?
No, Muslims they came, but they've been sent by Prophet Muhammad, and they came there, and we accepted them, and we give them land. Muslim, even they thrived there, because all over the world they've been crucified and killed, all that kind of thing. But they came to Ethiopia and stayed there and thrived there, and they even have the oldest mosque.
Yes, that's
from
true.
that time.
And then also, the Tedros is
that's true.
only,
what's your
he
point?
was only after Muslims. He was not Tedros. He was not only after.
That doesn't change the fact that after
he was going to the shower and Gojam, he was killing everybody. Everyone. If you are against him, he doesn't care. He's not it was not about religion. In fact, Tedros was the least religion person. He was more.
We don't have no king, Muslim king in Ethiopia, though.
Habesha. If you remember, what the reason why these things happened to him was that when he went with his wife to the church, and she got poisoned, something happened, and she died, and that was the reason why he went completely psycho, because she made him conquer the kingdom and all that kind of stuff. It's because of her he become from a land pirate, he becomes a king. He becomes a king as a new name.
With Wallo. You know that, right?
He fight with everybody, brother.
He was fighting with everyone.
Even he made, like I told you, in church, you got to put 5-6 different leader, but he put one priest, one deacon, and one church.
And then because of that, the priest were not happy with him. They even was against him. They start to say things about him. He was his mom was the poor mom. Kosho and all that. They start these rumors against him. He was fighting. He is the least one.
And also you need to know he's the least Ethiopian leader that he never built a palace and none of that. He used to
Look, I
sleep
like
on the
Tedros.
floor.
Look, guys, I like Tedros.
I mean,
I'm just telling you the perspective of Muslims. They're never gonna accept a king, a Christian king. That's the
but they did
reality of
Well,
it.
accept him
that's
at
the
the time. They
prophecy.
did.
That's a
That's
part
not
of
the
the
problem.
prophecy. We
That's not
know
the
that
problem.
nobody is going to
Yeah,
accept the
yeah,
King of Kings that God chooses. That is the story of David.
exactly.
So that's just, I mean, we already know that, but
Well, then
that's
it's
not
not
going to
gonna
stop
be a
anything.
unifying ideology.
That's still not going to
You
stop
can't stop the
anything.
force.
Well, there's no kings anymore.
Think about the story. Think about the story of David. What stopped David from getting on that throne?
I don't even believe that
Who
guy
liked
existed, to be
David?
honest with you.
Did you guys,
I
excuse me?
mean, if you are not believing on all that, I think you are in the wrong page, brother.
No,
And that's the real
probably.
page.
I
You're
don't
Yeah,
know.
you
claiming
just come into debug only. You
fantasy
just come into
in
debug.
real
It's
history.
nothing to do
This
with
is real
you
history.
don't give it any constructive any or anything to do to add this or this topic. You just only
Yeah, you're just
it's not right for
Well,
you.
he's not being disrespectful to anybody. He has a right to
No,
his
it's
own
not. I'm
opinion,
no,
not
no,
trying
no,
you
to
no.
be
know.
Facts hurts
disrespectful to
But
people's
him at all.
feelings. That's the
I'm not
problem.
trying to disrespect him, but I'm trying to the way he's doing it. That's what I'm saying. You
it's
know,
okay for people to
maybe
have their own thoughts. That's fine.
yeah,
But
maybe a wrong
facts are
place. Yeah,
facts.
a wrong
As
place,
long as
wrong.
we can
Yeah.
get to
I burst your bubble,
talking
didn't
about
I?
solutions, and
No,
the
really,
main
not really.
thing
I
is
know
looking
many
for
of you
that king that y'all are
you
waiting
are
on.
against of this religion.
Exactly.
That's the movement going on in Ethiopia. We know that.
Well, I have a
It's not a new
question.
thing,
I have a question for
but just I'm
everybody.
trying to tell them, you know.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
I have a question. What does it look like in real time for you to look for that king and assist that king? What does that look like for Ethiopian people?
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say like I have saying this to my friends who's Rastas and stuff like that. I have been saying this. The only thing that gonna save that place from all problems is the true kingdom comeback, because the kingdom is not gonna be on one side. You understand? It's gonna be for Ethiopia. So I think finding that is gonna make the country thrive more, you
Sorry,
know, beautiful.
further
And
for all Africa, my brother, for all Africa, it
I'm
will
I'm I'm
be.
I'm I'm coming there, brother. Hold on. So I think that's gonna change a lot of things, because from he said, like from the beginning, the land, our flag and everything, it was inspirational for many African countries. So I think it's gonna make a big difference, not only for Ethiopian, African, and also people that look like us. So it means a lot. You know.
Yeah, they can't deny the truth, but the truth will always come out. That's it. Ethiopia was created by the kings and always going to be a kingdom. And for it always going to be hiccups, like the era of the princes. Before that as well, it happened. But always Ethiopia was going to come.
Yeah, they try to make us disappear from history of Africa. They try to disappear to the face of all earth, but they couldn't, because God chosen people we are. We are really being because of Him, because of the grace of our one God, because of He choose us to be right now or in this moment, because of we are chosen by Him and we are protected by Him. They try to destroy us completely. We are the island of Christianity, and they try to deeply still fighting by every kind of power. They try to colonize us. They try to destroy us. They try to manipulate us. They try to deeply brainwash us and make us disappear, but they couldn't. Our enemies are surrounded. They, the one enemy we got, he doesn't close his office for us. So we are fighting because of him. You know, he's shielding us. And the thing is, they will come to attack us in any situation because we are shining like star. That's why he put us there, and nobody changing anything. I'm telling you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, my only problem is some Christians need to humble themselves. They forget that the religion came through a slave, immigrated
Wait,
here,
what?
and then the king
So
accepted
hold
the
on.
slave.
That's brother.
Sorry.
Are you saying that Christianity came through a
No, 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 no. It
slave?
didn't came on a slave in Ethiopia, brother.
Before, let's talk about facts, because before the Europeans started practicing Christianity, it was only in Africa.
Who was Abbas Salama?
So you're giving power to people because they stole something
Yeah,
and changed
Basalama
it.
was
That doesn't mean that
is only
they have the original blueprint of what it was.
my sister. He asks after Basalama. It was just a fourth century. Christianity was before in Ethiopia and in East Africa.
The
It was
Enoch
in Sudan. It was in Sudan. It was in Egypt, and it
in
was in
Sudan,
Ethiopia
yes.
too. Yeah. So Christianity was
I'm
there.
talking in Ethiopia.
So even in Ethiopia, we had always trade with Sudan. So if we have a
Yes,
trade
but
with
Izana
Sudan,
was not Christian.
he was. He
No,
turned
he was
into
not
Christian.
born Christian.
It doesn't matter. That's the politically.
He converted.
He converted for his purpose, for his politically.
Yes, he had converted
But
after accepting the
Christianity,
slaves, the
as a
immigrant slaves
religion,
from Syria.
it was Christianity. The people knew about Jesus Christus history and a story, or the Bible. They knew before Izana, but Izana, they were
No, majority
power,
were
but
pagans still.
no, it was the majority was Christian, because
No, that's not true.
that's the reason.
There's no evidence for
The
that.
reason they came and converted only the king, and that's why he.
Yes, it was top down.
No. When they go down, they start to they start to convert people. But in Aksum and all that, and in Sudan,
Yes,
it was
early Christianity was
before-
mostly limited to Aksum.
Yes, it was there. So
Yes, it was limited to around that area.
Christianity didn't come with Abbas Salama. Christianity came before that. Oh, it was there. No, Abbas Salama. That's a false information.
No, it came during Abbas Salama, and Izana converted after he was
Izana
after he was taught by the slave from Syria.
Greek style Christianity. That's the orthodoxy. Yeah, but as a Christianity, the first Christians, the followers, they were in Africa.
They went to Sudan, not this Ethiopia. They went to Sudan.
Even in Ethiopia, Sudan and Ethiopia at that time was the same.
Yes, you can say that, but we had different kings. We had our own
you don't like it. You don't like it like that. But you give to Sudan, but not Ethiopia. That's the propaganda.
The Sudans had their own Candaces. They were called Candaces, Kandakis.
Yeah, but they used to come even from
we had our own kings called Nugus.
Candace means the women queen. Yeah. So they were even a long time ago. They came from Ethiopia and conquered all the way to Egypt.
Candaces were Sudanese, they're not Ethiopians.
All the way to Egypt, and the Beja people.
And Yemen also.
Yes, you're right.
If you see the Beja people, they come to always to Ethiopia. They go to Ethiopia. If there is always moving around. People move around, my friend. They didn't just stay there. Ethiopia was
that's Sudanese history.
Did we build a wall? It was that couldn't come through to Ethiopia from Sudan. Sudan is just a few kilometers. This is the propaganda that you're trying to do, but it's not good. It's not good, So
if we're claiming Sudan, how are the Sudanese going to accept Tedros?
What? You know what I mean? We're talking about Christianity. We're not talking about Tedros. Why are you going around?
You're claiming Sudan as Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
you
I'm not
were.
saying. I'm not saying the Christianity. How Christianity was in Africa before Izana, before everything. That's what I'm trying to say to you. I'm not saying
Before
claiming it's
Izana,
Sudan.
it was
I'm
in
not.
Sudan, not
I'm
in
not claiming
Ethiopia.
any territory. I'm talking about the Christianity. It was in before Izana.
It was in Sudan,
Yeah. Even in
not in
Ethiopia.
Aksum.
So what's the difference that time? People, they don't move around, and from Sudan to Ethiopia they don't move around. They just, there is a wall, an invisible wall that we can't see, but these people, they used to do that. Come on, man. There was a trade.
There
Was the
was
trade?
one Christian,
Aksum
one
was known.
Christian in the
Aksum
history of
was
Sudan. That
known.
doesn't mean anything.
Aksum was known the trade with Meroe. Meroe was in
Exactly.
the middle of Sudan, but there was a road, and there was a big trade. These people,
Yeah,
when there is a trade, they come and stay in some places, and then these
they
people, they
trade
talk each
until
other.
Japan,
Exactly. And the
They
until
they
mother
they,
and
China,
children
they,
until
too.
they exchange
India.
knowledge.
They were everywhere.
Then why was
They
Izana
were
not
everywhere.
Christian?
You just, yes, anyway, just it's a
Why
I
was
mental.
mean,
Izana not Christian if Christianity was already here?
Because always, if you understand, always the mass and the kingdom, or the royal is always never be the same. When the mass had that, usually, sometimes maybe the royal have it, and then it goes to the mass. Sometimes comes from the mass to the royal. You understand?
That's not the real history, though. There's real evidence.
That's how it happens.
That's not
The
how it
only
happened,
way,
though.
the
There's
only
no
church.
evidence of churches. There's no evidence of places of worship or crosses anywhere. It slowly started expanding after
I
Izana.
mean, there
There
was,
was
but
always been in
there
Aksum. There
was.
was people were
Yes, the evidence
worshiping.
started expanding after Izana. It didn't.
Jandaraba,
There was no evidence
Christianity came
before
from
him.
Jandaraba. When it came to Aksum
Mhm.
before Izana.
The Enoch, yes, the Enoch of Kandake. You're talking about him, right?
Yeah, so he came to Aksum. That was his Jandaraba. So he brought it to if he brought it straight away from Philippos, yeah.
He brought it to Sudan,
yeah,
not Aksum.
he brought it
And
to
he
East
didn't even
Africa.
convert
He
people.
brought it to East Africa, Aksum, Sudan. At that time, they were one. Not like you now. We think borders that they gave us white people. It's not. There was
No.
no
There was a
borders.
difference in
That's what
People
I'm
move
empires. There
saying.
wasn't
around,
a difference.
marry around.
There was a
They have a
difference in
children.
empires. There was Egypt.
They invade each other. They slave each other. There's always going on things.
There was still
Yeah.
a difference. So come on, there was the Nubians were
There was no
different.
difference. There was
There
no
was no
difference at all.
difference. Some of them come there, have father, children, live
Yes.
there, and all
We
that.
were similar, but there was a difference. Come on,
There
man.
was
Let's
no
be real.
difference.
What?
There was
What?
one
What?
people.
The Nubians
Beja
had their
people.
own history.
Now, if you see Beja people, they live in Eritrea and Sudan as well.
Yep.
Sometimes in one history.
Of course, there are a lot of people in the middle, but
Yeah.
I'm saying the core of the Habasha Empire is not the Nubian Empire.
It's extended of Nubian Empire. That's how Aksum extended. Once
we shared city-states in the middle. Sometimes we invaded it, they invaded it, but it was we were not one kingdom.
But
we married to each other too. I mean, it's
people invade each other. That was the power.
Yes, we invaded each other, but we are still different empires.
It's not the point. The point is people used to get each other. Once you got each other, the people exchange knowledge.
Yeah,
we're going into deep details now. What I'm saying is the religion came from Syrians. It still came from outside.
No, it didn't come from Syrians. He came from Philippos, Jandarava. That's why he came in Ethiopia. That's why we know.
But
and
then Izana was not Christian by that time.
He was not Christian, yeah.
So the kings were not Christian.
And he became Christian because he wanted to be alive with a Christian. That time Christianity was the power of the world.
Yeah.
So he became a Christian. And that's why you see him. He had the Byzantine and then Aksum Empire together. That means he was like the signing. Like now you go and sign in UN, that our trade agreement we're gonna have our army together. You see, that's why when the Christians was in danger in Yemen by the Jewish Empire, Izana invaded Yemen. The thing came from
Istanbul. I think it was Abraha.
Istanbul. When they tell
Abraha, I think it was Abraha.
Izana, Abraha's power the same. So the power came and because now they're working
Isaac
together,
is different from Abraham. What you mean?
he goes in and he saves
It's okay. He
the
just
Christians.
misunderstood. He just missed the name.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
yeah. No, you know
But
what
that's
it is?
important, though. That's what I'm saying.
The problem is they have a problem with that religion. This Orthodox religion, they think if they don't destroy, they cannot do anything in Ethiopia. So that's the problem they have, and always they're gonna come and against you and say things. You know,
I'm just
that's
telling you the truth,
even
bro. My family
the
members are Christians.
yeah, even the
I'm just telling
invaders,
you the
they said it.
truth.
The invaders, they said it. That's why the Portuguese tried to change us to the Catholicism on Sesenius in 16th century.
Yes.
If you understand, that's why. If there is no, the first Bible was written in Amharic, was written by the Catholics, never was written by the Ge'ez. Yeah, it was written by Ge'ez, never in Amharic. Yeah, but this is what they do. They dilute in it. Our history. They dilute our culture slowly, slowly to vanish that Christianity. For me, I'm not real Christian, very deep Christian, but I know the power and the significance of the church. If that church die, Ethiopia is gonna go, and that's what they wishing.
I'm not saying it should die, bro. I'm just saying they should accept the truth. The truth is it's an immigrant religion, just like any other Abrahamic religion. It's an
So
immigrant religion
are
from
you saying
outside.
did you just say the Abraham religion is what?
Immigrant religion
Okay,
from
you know where is Lidge? Sorry, I'm gonna cut you here. If you believe that's immigrant, the Western they don't believe that. That's what it is. It doesn't matter what you believe at
what?
the end of the day. The Western they don't believe that. The Western they think that the religion, the Christianity came from Ethiopia. That's why they went to Ethiopia to conquer everything from the Bible, from the history. They brought it to here to England and to Rome. So I don't know where you're getting the history from. Whoever he's saying, everything is. Wherever I just heard it, everything. Wherever you say, everything is wrong. And then,
No, I think they went
Yeah,
to
she's
Ethiopia because there was a lot
what
of
she's talking about.
wisdoms, a lot of also the Ark of the Covenant. They stole them, and they stole a lot of like Bible books. That was the reason they went there. So, and
Correct.
there was a lot of technologies and stuff like
So
that
you
at the
have to.
time. So they stole
So
that.
we got to think common sense. They
Christianity was limited to
weaponized.
Aksum. The early Christianity was limited to Aksum. It was
You
the
gotta
9 saints or
let
something
her
that came
talk,
and
bro.
spread
Let her
it
talk.
around.
Let her talk.
It doesn't matter. It's always limited to something.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It really doesn't matter because they took a people's belief, what they believed in, their traditions, their culture, and they weaponized it
yeah,
on purpose.
100%.
On purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I'm just
we
saying,
can.
some people need to humble
So
themselves.
then why these white people
I mean, if
always
they know
the
the truth,
books?
they don't have to humble themselves.
Why they
But
don't
it's not
go?
the
I don't
truth.
see
Christianity is also an immigrant.
any other country go. Let's say to
Christianum
Malawi
ስደተኛ ነው ባባ።
but told
you, you know where is sorry. You know where is Lidge? If you don't believe that, it's up to you again. Do you know what I mean? If you're really from Ethiopia, you will know all this history before you are Muslim, isn't it? Okay, the Islam even
100%.
came after Christianity. If you know the history, obviously, okay. And then we're not here to prove anything for you, really. Do you know what I mean? And then you keep saying, oh, some people they need to humble themselves. Why? Because they speak about the truth. Why do you need to humble themselves? Why do you think why?
Trying to hide us from the truth.
Hold on, yeah. I want to bring this topic up. The Abrahamic religion is the westernized. Abraham is a story that brings faith to the people. See, Abraham is a prophetic story about a generation who was going to be in outer worship. But because they connected to the covenant of God and because they adhere to the covenant of God, they're going to be separated. So the Abrahamic religion has been watered down by Western philosophies. And I think that's where we lose, the true talk about Abraham religion. Because Abraham religion can be true. It's almost like the Bible. The Bible can be watered down. It depends on whoever teaching it. But if you speaking the truth using the Bible, then the Bible can be used. But if you speaking lies using the Bible can't be used. So we really got to look at it twofold than looking at it just what Abrahamic religion really is. It's a faith. It's an understanding. It's not really a religion.
Hold on. By the way, I had asked a question. Where did he go? I had asked a question earlier, and I was wanted to hear your opinion about what I was asking earlier.
Go ahead. Go ahead with the question.
So we were talking about King Haile Selassie, and like we talk about like he went to, since he was a child, he was going to Italy, France, and all this kind of place, and he was being taught all that kind of stuff. So you believe he was a high-ranking Mason? As you know that he gave the kingdom to Britain, innit?
You know, like I can't speak on it because I don't really know. But if he was, it wouldn't surprise me. I put it to you that way. Like if he was a Mason, it wouldn't surprise me.
Because I see, I mean,
he has a Freemason lodge named after him.
A lot of picture of he have, and a lot of things he talks and stuff like that. It given that kind of given that. So I'm just wanted to hear your opinion, and you know.
You're talking about Haile Selassie, right?
And a lot of people also see him. I mean, Rasta see him as their god, you know, like and believe in him, like reading Quran in the Quran that it says like God shall return as a King of King, Lord of Lord, the conquering lion tribe of Judah. So they believe Haile Selassie is that, and all the stuff he had, you know, like the Masons, they see themselves also when they rank higher, they become like, how do you call it, a lord or a god or stuff like that. So I just wanted to hear your opinion on that.
Okay.
There is a Freemason lodge named...
not you, bro. Not you.
Named Haile Selassie. Do you know that one?
Hold on, please. I want to hear that.
I'm just telling
yeah,
you,
brother.
Do you know about that one?
Brother,
please,
brother. So like I said, brother, man, like a lot of stuff did change with Haile Selassie, and it was more, you know. And I don't say this because I know Rastafarians hate when you talk about Haile Selassie. He did everything great. He couldn't do no wrong. He was a perfect man. But
exactly,
mostly everything he did was according to the building blocks of Great Britain. He changed the name. The throne is no longer. All this supported Great Britain. You know, and that's what really the Mason society is about. It's about the building blocks of the European imperialism.
Right.
You know, and the things he did match that. I just can't. The only reason why I say I can't fact check it because I haven't really looked it up to go deep into it. But like I said, it wouldn't surprise me if he was. And then it make more sense. I put it to you that way. It'll make more sense that he was a Mason, and that's why he did the things he did.
Yeah, and also like because I used to follow it very closely, like I told you earlier, and you can see also they have also issue with even Garvey did it, like when he went to England, you know, like he said a lot of things. So you know, it given in a lot of pictures that you see from him and all those dinner events and traveling a lot to the Western and all that. His family live right now still in England and all that. So you know.
I understand where you're coming from, bro. I definitely understand.
Yo. Do you know that Haile Selassie had a Freemason lodge named after him?
By British, so he was really near to those British. They call themselves United Kingdom.
Hello.
No, so
hello.
There was the prophecy.
Can you hear me?
One king.
Hold on. So somebody was speaking. Whoever was talking, I think somebody is speaking. But we can hear you, whoever that is.
Yeah, I was saying, like, do you know that Haile Selassie had a Freemason lodge named after him?
He had a Freemason what named after him?
Freemason lodge.
No, I didn't know that.
There's a Freemason lodge named Haile Selassie Lodge.
Can you tell me where it's located?
Google it, like, right now. Google it.
Okay.
Bro.
I think it's in Canada or USA.
What is it called?
Freemason Lodge. Haile Selassie Freemason Lodge. It's named after him, but they say he's not a Freemason. I don't buy that.
So the
There's
Jamaicans,
lots
I
of
think,
signs that
Well, when I look
he's
it up,
part of
brother,
it.
it says there is no evidence that Emperor Haile Selassie intact pacifically Freemason laws in Ethiopia. Oh, all right, no, well, this ain't saying it. Okay, let me go back and read.
Not in Ethiopia. But yes, he started, it's during his reign that Freemasons got into Ethiopia. Before him, there were no Freemasons here.
I can agree with that. With this, I can agree.
that's right.
He did so many things about that.
Yeah,
It says there
there
is no
was
evidence, though.
evidence, like
Nah,
whoever
it
had,
doesn't have to have evidence while we live in and we know the history and
yeah,
we know what happened.
that's right.
To be honest. So,
I
There
mean,
is
the
evidence
logi,
about the
the
Freemason
logi.
lodge. You can find it online.
Yeah.
Maybe okay, I'll link it here. Maybe.
for example, the biggest road in Addis Ababa is like 30
So,
Ghana.
so actually, the brother was right. There is, which the thing about it is, it's saying this lodge was erected in 1992, the Prince Hall in Washington State, and it says an operation in the U.S., so Washington State, but it was erected, well, it says chartered in 1992. So you're correct now. So you know,
So
you can't
Yeah, but they
really.
say he's not a Mason.
Everybody do bad and good, that's our nature. We can't change anything, but he's a chosen king. He was
He's
doing
not
bad
chosen. He
and
was a
good.
usurper. He was an
Nah, it
illegal
wasn't
king.
chosen, bro.
What?
He wasn't chosen. He was illegal, my bro.
No, he
He
was
was not
chosen,
chosen.
man.
He
Menelik
was
didn't
not
choose
chosen. He
him.
Don't think
was not
that
chosen.
he was
That's
ruling
right.
for whatever time it is. He was ruling. He was
Menelik
doing
didn't
good and
choose him,
bad.
though, bro.
He was the Duke of Harar, isn't it? Or is that?
Yeah, he started when he was 14. From 14, he was the Duke of Sidamo and then Harar, and he became a foreign minister. Even he was more almost how much 30 years. He's been in
Yes,
the
and then he
position.
started working with the British.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Somehow
And
ended up
by
king.
the time he was crowned, he was almost 30 years on the power, almost on the governing. So he was very experienced
And they
in
got
governing.
most of that power by Liji Yasu.
Yeah.
yeah.
Nijiyasu
I mean,
supposed
the
to go there.
also helped him defeat, I mean, he got a lot of. Haile Selassie also was a friend with the Nazis. You know, he got guns and all that kind of stuff. You know that?
Not directly, but the problem, the Nazi, they
Haile
supported
Selassie was more close to the British, though.
No, the
Uh,
reason
but uh,
the Nazi supported Ethiopian resistance, it was
yeah,
because the
Yes.
had a problem with the Switzerland. You see, Switzerland is claimed by the Italy as well, half of it, and also half of it is Germany. So they speak German and all that. So not to concentrate on that situation because that time Italian had a more powerful army. He wanted them to be occupied in Ethiopia, so he was giving a weapon to the resistance. It was a political game. It's a chase. It's all about chase.
right.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I mean, you can see like it's just it has been always. You know, it came in my head like always that like seeing the pictures and what he does and all that and also some of the rumors you hear about in Addis. So it's just yeah.
I
Well, yeah.
think more, he was doing evilish things, but there were good things that we are really shining. He conquered the whole Africa. He tried to do something good for all Africa. And then he was doing all things for everything for Europeans. He was bowing down. They were bowing down too, you know. They came. So those Babylons always rule us, you know. They separate us and everything. The thing is,
You worked with the Babylons too, man.
the Jamaicans expecting they had a prophecy, so one African king will come to Jamaica, will be reigning because they didn't have, they have 7 years.
That's bullshit, bro.
Time.
That's not true. I'm sorry.
No, that's not true. That's true, man. They were
It's rain and
expecting.
everything when Haile Selassie touched the land and everything.
Yeah, that's right.
That is just bullshit. I'm sorry, bro.
Are
I
you
was.
serious? How bullshit it is? It was raining.
I mean, there is video. No, you know, you can just go and watch it on YouTube.
What, when he's arrived?
Yeah, when
with
he's
the
arrived in
everything?
Jamaica, go all that. There is video, so this is not. That's not true, bro. That is just when at that time, honestly, when
brother.
there is video on YouTube, go and watch it.
But I'm a bunch of people. It was raining. They saying, you know.
It's not true, bro. I used to be a militant Rasta. I'm telling you this. So it's not true. I know.
They just ድርቅ time ለ7 ዓመት.
ኧረ ውሸት ነው.
That's not true,
bro. Jamaica is like, come on, man. It's not
island.
true.
I know it's island, but you know.
They say that. I mean, you know, like
they don't have a rain season or a dry time.
It's a fairy tale.
Eh?
It's a fairy tale. So it's not true, bro.
That's why they were looking at him. I thought like ልክ እንደዚህ ገቢር የሚያዩት ለዛ ነው ብዬ ነበር ኤክስፔክት ያደረኩት።
No, it says in the Bible, it's a colonizing time. It says in the Bible, Marcus Garvey pick it up and say, God shall return in 2000 years. God shall return as a King of Kings, Lord of Lord, and a tribe of Judah. And it says, look in the east, da 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 da. So when they look at it, and that time it's through slavery and all that, every black people didn't have somebody to look up to. But Haile Selassie was there. Marcus Garvey used that. And then he found out that there is a true king, a black king, that's name is Haile Selassie, this and that. That's how the movement started, you know? So they start to see him as a god. And they believe in him as he's a god. You get me? Because he's like, he become like, what do you call it? Like Messiah. He become like a human, this kind of stuff. But it's not true, though. So people start making this kind of thing. Oh, if you look at it in his eye, you see stars, all this kind of stuff. So, I mean, it's just not the truth, you know.
You know, the Haile Selassie coronation in 1930 was the first one in crowned, filmed in Ethiopia, you know?
Exactly.
The celebration. Yeah, the celebration.
Yes.
So
But it was the second one, not the first one.
No, the first one. Minilik one, he was not crowned.
But the first one, he had a photograph and stuff like that. But the second one, when he become
the same person, yeah, Haile Selassie, okay, yeah.
Haile Selassie, when he become crowned, he become when he crowned as a king of King, Lord of Lord, a conqueror line of Judah. He was crowned with his empress. That was the one. It's in a video. I mean, you can watch it in YouTube and all that.
That was filmed by BBC, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they show to the Caribbeans as well that film. See? And that changed lots of perceptions, you know, and how you know a black king can be that much powerful and all that, and associated with.
Don't you think it's a little bit suspicious that they made Haile Selassie this much famous?
I mean, he
when
became
Brits really wanted him.
He
they
became
really liked him.
A New York Times, what is that? The Man of the Year and all that. I mean, like a lot of things.
They really loved him.
Yeah, but
the reason
why
is
was
because he saved East Africa for English. That's the
yes, you're right. Because yes, you're right. He wanted
Somali
to sell us
and all that
them.
kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But
that's the reality, you know. To be honest.
Yeah, and Lijiyasu wanted to keep it for himself. That's the reality.
Yeah, everything. Lijiyasu understood. You see, Lijiyasu. I read a book about Lijiyasu. Lijiyasu understood the problem of Ethiopia, really and truly.
Yes.
So he said, the problem of Ethiopia is a religion problem. So,
of course, exactly.
So because it's a religion, he wants to understand and mix and makes one society from this. That was his dream, and he wanted to do. He wanted to do this, but the English they didn't like it because he wanted to do this with Germany and when Turkey was ally of Germany in the First World War. So that's what happened. Yeah.
We could have changed the whole dynamics of the World War, and in came Haile Selassie.
So he did.
Yeah, I mean, he brought a lot of modern things by being close to British, though.
Yeah, Haile Selassie had done some good things, but compared to what we could have been, I mean, it's very far away.
I mean,
and one suspicious thing as well, in my opinion, is when the Italian came the second time, Haile Selassie went to England,
right,
and when Italian came and they did the massacre of Addis Ababa for three days, 30,000 people, in that they had the names of all educated people of Ethiopia.
Right.
So what they did is first they came and killed all the educated people, which was also a little bit against Haile Selassie. You understand?
Yeah.
So it's very suspicious.
Sorry. Also, they came for one ethnic, for the Orthodox ቤተክርስቲያናችንና ለአማራ people that they came back because they were really shamed because of in the first war we kicked their ass, you know.
And what they were doing is they were doing like if your hand was soft, you must be a priest or educated person. So they used to kill the hand soft people. And if your hand was very rough, that must be you are a farmer.
You're not working.
A farmer. So you're farmer, so it's good. You're gonna farm for them, no problem. They let you live. So they did this, and then Haile Selassie ran away. And when he came back, he employed all these people used to work for Italy or for that 7 years.
He killed all the warriors that were defending.
He killed all the warriors too, like the people who was for example, Balai Zaleka, all the others, you know.
Yes.
Because I mean, of course, like
Haile Selassie was the way you said it. He was a spy, like almost a spy for the British.
But the way you say, the way you said it is like, because you know every king when they are ruling, they don't want any person to challenge them. Like for example,
he wasn't smart about it. Is my thing.
Zaleka was like, as you know, that he was a warrior. He was loved by his people and all that. And the way he assassinated him was pretty sad. So, of course, you know, it's the same thing. Also, when Mengistu came, he killed everyone.
They had a king, you know that, yeah.
Everyone leaders.
When Haile Selassie went out, they had a king, you know.
Like appointed,
Yeah, they had a king then, for the short time. And I think he was captured by the Italians and all that things. I'm not sure about that.
Like a fake king.
And then when there is another one as well. Lijiyasu was not dead. Even though he was defeated, he was, you know how they used to do.
They wanted him to work with the Italians, but he refused.
He refused. And then before he left, Haile Selassie left.
He was the real Ethiopian. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he did the dirty. He died because if Lijiyasu is still alive, he will have more supporters to claim the throne. So
yes, that's what I'm.
He did it
instead of the Tedros type of narratives. It's more the Lijiyasu type of narratives that's going to unite the country.
No, Tedros had to do that because you see, I have to understand that. Yeah, Tedros had to do that because he came to the era of the princes. He had to kill, or he had to unalive, and he had to do all that dirty works to unite the country. Sometimes you have to do this kind of.
Okay, if I'm gonna accept Tedros, you're gonna have to accept Imam Ahmed.
Brother, this is nothing to.
What are we talking about?
With
Tedros wasn't
territory. Imam Muhammad came for the religion territory.
Exactly.
With the religion.
Tedros came for Ethiopia.
He didn't come from Ethiopia. Yeah. Tedros came from Ethiopia, the land. He didn't care about religion. He cared about the throne. The throne have to come back and become a king of the king again. Because there was no king that
But
king
we
of
know
the
what
king.
Tedros' plan was for the Muslims.
He
He was
didn't
not
He didn't
gonna
listen.
have
give
I
away
no.
don't know.
power.
You are making it about religion, but he
You know,
didn't
don't
even
make it
care.
like
He
religion.
was
Tedros was
killing
not about religion.
I'm
Christians,
not saying
everyone
everything was
else,
about
and
religion. I'm not saying every part of history was about religion, but specifically, mostly this one Ethiopia type of kings, they usually focused around Christianity.
he didn't even care about Christianity. Like I said earlier, after his wife
And
died, he really literally lost his mind. He was killing everybody. One thing that I like about him, though, he didn't care about if he built a palace, he didn't house anything. He was sleeping or የጥፍር አልጋ ላይ ነው የሚተኛ ነበር. So he didn't care. He just wanted to unite Ethiopia, and he didn't like what was going on in Ethiopia at the time. But through the process, he lost his mind. And that's why a lot of people, doesn't accept him,
He
or
started the
Muslims.
protest, and he was going and flourishing with Menelik, and then end up with
But
Haile
that's like
Selassie.
saying he
Yeah.
killed us too. That's not a good argument, though. It's like saying he killed both of us. That's not a good thing.
I mean,
What do you mean?
he lost at in the process of that. What I'm saying
with
is
the
that he
power on that
lost his
moment.
mind.
But
He
brother,
even
that-
prisoned Menelik for a short time when he was small, isn't it? Because he's from Shiva, he's gonna become a king, da 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 da, and then he escaped. I mean,
killed his
Tedros,
dad. He
yeah,
killed his dad. He killed his
yeah.
dad, and he took
Can
Menelik
y'all
to the.
can y'all stop saying that?
Sorry,
I mean,
yeah,
My bad.
Unalive, yeah. Yeah, so he unalived his dad, and then he took him to the mountains, and he was there with him for how many years?
for many
And
years, yeah.
yeah, so Menelik as well continued
He
that.
escaped.
Yeah, even though he escaped, but he continued that the vision of Tedros
Yeah,
to create a new the new.
he grew up
What
with
about
him.
the claim that Tedros wanted to go to like Jerusalem and stuff?
He grew up with him. Menelik learned all his ideology from Tedros. A lot of things he was with him. He's like his child. He adopted, but he was a prisoner. He can't leave Magdala. I mean, so it was harder, but like I think he was. What do you mean, Jerusalem?
He wanted to go to Jerusalem or something. He wanted to expand Ethiopia up to there. Wasn't that his claim?
I
Because he
don't know
was a
that part.
territory,
I don't know
brother.
that part, to be
No,
honest.
No, 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 no. You don't know about that. It was our territory. It was our territory. If you know that, go back to the history.
Yeah.
Israel, it was our territory.
Yes.
It was our people. Come on. When we gonna wake up? We were the Israelites. We are the first.
Yes.
Nobody changed that. And if you know the history of Ethiopia or all Abyssinia or the whole Africa history, we were there to the beginning.
Yes,
Yeah,
because
but like I
there's a
didn't know.
letter.
That's the fairy tale part I'm talking about, man.
Come
No,
on,
that's not a fairy
Tedros,
tale. Hold on, y'all.
change it.
What I
Because
know,
You can go back and
what
change
I
it.
know, what I know
You
is
do know, go to the future. You don't shit. You don't change shit, my brother. But you need to listen yourself.
Hold up. Hey, hold up,
You are
y'all.
in the
Hey,
right
hey,
place. You born in
upgrade
the
is the
right place.
moderator. So when she speak, y'all gotta respect the moderator. Upgrade is a moderator.
That's right.
thank y'all.
Go ahead, upgrade. Speak.
No, he was saying something about Jerusalem, and then I think the brother Joseph was answering his question. But I was going to say something about the letter that was written in 1862 to Jerusalem. Ethiopian Beta Jews they wrote a letter to Jerusalem thinking that they were writing to their brothers. So that tells you that before colonization, before the Papa Bulls, Jerusalem and Beta Israel were the same people. They were the same people. Because why would they be writing a letter thinking they're writing to their brothers in Jerusalem?
You know,
Can you repeat the question again? I'm
so
sorry, I
much,
didn't hear it.
No, I wasn't really asking anybody a question. I was just making a statement that why would they write letters to Jerusalem thinking that they were writing to their brothers if it wasn't people that once lived among them, their brothers? So that tells you it was the same people at one point in time.
That's right.
That's the truth. We were one, and but what did they say about Tedros was claiming about Jerusalem? What I know is he was claiming the Red Sea because at that time on Red Sea there was a Turkish fleet, so he wanted to fight and get the Red Sea, and the Suez Canal was open, so he knew that it was going to be a very important. So he didn't even see it as a religion. He saw it as economically, progress. So he wants to go to the sea.
Wasn't he got killed? I mean,
Do y'all see
sorry
the
about. I
document
mean,
that's on the screen? It says in Ethiopians' Exodus, Moses was American.
his wife was Ethiopian, though.
I think this is for the people that don't think that any Ethiopians
American
ended
never
up in
exist in that
America.
moment. American never exist in that moment. You know, we know American history.
Well,
American never exist.
This doesn't make sense.
What?
no,
What are
the
you talking about, bro?
brother,
No.
the title of this means that because in this document, it's a CIA document, and it says Moses was American because they had a European as playing as Moses, and American European playing as Moses to get Ethiopians out of Sudan when the coup was going on.
That's right.
So
I know.
They even call it Operation Moses.
yeah, Operation Moses. They have
Exactly.
Operation Joshua. They have
Right, right.
Operation Solomon. But in this document, I'm trying to look for where it says it. It says the U.S.
That Hollywood movies.
I'm gonna screenshot this.
Hold on, y'all.
That's a
She's reading
that's
the
Hollywood
document.
movie brainwashing propaganda.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
That's what she
Yeah.
was saying, that they use this title. She's saying that the title is letting you know that they made the Beta Israel think that this was Moses, but it was an American coming in to their land saying that they were the people to come and save them, the Exodus, Americans.
It says his efforts had a full support. The U.S. State Department, which asked that his name be withheld from this account to avoid possible recusation from Arab extremists. The U.S. official plan of Operation Moses called for a movement for the Jews from the refugee settlement. So basically, they were hiding the name of this American who was in help of getting these Ethiopian Jews to Israel. And all of this is all. I was just gonna say, all of this is a secret operation. You know, they wanted to keep it secret for a reason.
They trying to hide us from the truth.
So, upgrade. I have a question for you.
Yeah,
Now.
they did. They did hide us. They hid they hid us, they hid our
they make
identity,
us
and they hid
blind.
the truth.
Yeah, they make us blind by hiding the truth, by showing a bunch of propagandas, you know?
Right. And today, the times that we're in now is the time that the truth will be revealed. And, you know, we would have to actually do the work. It's good to have conversation, you know, conversation rule the nations, but at some point in time, we do have to do the work. Nobody's going to come from the sky and do the work for us.
That's right.
So, upgrade. I have a question for you.
I'm listening.
So, do you believe the Ark of the Covenant is in Ethiopia?
Um,
Wow.
yes, but there's also spiritual meaning to it. You know, I know there's spiritual meaning to the Ark of the Covenant.
Can you explain and expand it, please?
No, but I know somebody that can.
Yeah,
Actually,
so
they're on the live. He can explain it to you when they come
yeah,
back.
go on. Because yeah, go on, please explain.
Well, yeah, the Ark of the Covenant was just the same thing as Noah's so-called boat. It's
Right,
information. It's information to give you a relationship and security from God. It's almost like Christ is a fisherman of men. Christ is gonna pull you out of the watered down information and put you on the Ark of the Covenant. That's why the covenant always came with a messenger. The messenger will be the one that's possessing the ark. That's why in the scriptures, the Levites carry the ark, which simply
yeah.
means the Levites carry the information of God to bring in God's security or God help or God, just God's safety from for whatever going on in the world.
So, did you know that the CIA that they have a document about they located the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia?
Well, that's the and I could see that because when you deal with information, they always have watered down the true meaning of things and made it literal. And the literal has really made us really, brainwashed,
Right. Hey man, like I'm loving this conversation we're having. It should happen every night. I mean, this time.
Even you saying that, but if you think about it with a different pair of lenses, when you say they have the Ark of the Covenant, they have the secrets, they have the information that we didn't know.
Hmm.
So it's kind of like a slap in the face, like a riddle that we had to figure out.
So we Ethiopian believe at the moment right now we believe the Ark of the Covenant still existed in Axum, and there is also a bunch of documentaries that you can watch, and people who actually guided they don't I don't know the exact time, I don't know, but they live around 7 years and then they pass away because of the power that's having there. Like, what do you think about that?
Oh no, bro. I'm sorry, but I had stepped away for a second, so I really didn't hear you. Last thing I heard, CIA got a document of the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah, and there is also a bunch of documentaries that the person or the priest who's guiding the covenant usually they last a bunch of years and they usually pass away. And what do you think about that? Because they say it have. What do you think about that?
Well, that's why I use the scripture in the Apocrypha. It says Jeremiah the prophet hid the Ark of the Covenant, and the Ark of the Covenant was not going to be found until the day God gathers the people. So that scripture is so important, to get rid of the watered down information, that we are in when it comes to the Ark of the Covenant and the priest guiding it or is inside of a box. All that is stuff they really want us to believe, but scriptures, which is biblical scriptures, which is what everybody based the Ark of the Covenant off of, it lets us know that Jeremiah hid the Ark of the Covenant. It won't be found until the day God gathers the people.
All right.
It's in the book of Maccabees. If anybody looking for it, I don't have my Apocrypha. I'm like we said, we driving, but if you go to the book of Maccabees in the Apocrypha, it talks about Jeremiah hiding the Ark of the Covenant.
And I was gonna say, and God doesn't dwell with things made with man's hands, so it's a spiritual meaning when it comes to the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah, there is several Ark of Covenants, and the one Ark of Covenant is one of the Ten Commandments being given by Moses. The one we have in Ethiopia is um, the Ark of Covenant, the Ten Commandments tablet. It's so powerful, and nobody can exist that if you are not anointed, chosen by God, you know. And I think they might have a different kind of Ark of Covenant in wherever they have it, you know. I guess that's what it is.
Okay. So my last question was like, what do you think of like people who believe as a like, for example, Haile Selassie as their God or whatever? What do you think of that? Like, do you think it's some kind of whatever cult, or are they getting the wrong information, or how do you think they can come to find out the true king?
Well, it's definitely wrong information. And like I said, all false information is to take you away from God's original prophecy and really to being aware at the time God is doing these things. So you notice any kind of religion that teaches you to worship a deity, by you worshiping that deity, you can't recognize God. You can't worship the living God, because all deities, are either in the sky or not here. So they definitely got the wrong information, man. It's just another some more information, to divide us and separate us at the time when God is really among us. Because the generation of Emmanuel, God will be with us. But again, if you have accepted all the false information, the false idol worship, you saying God is in Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie not with us. You saying God in Jesus. Jesus not with us. Nobody they saying God is in is with us.
Exactly. So, do you think? What about the Moors? Do you think they are the true children of the tribe of Israel? The Moors. I mean, Santa Lucia. If you go to Spain and all those areas.
I think it's safe to say that they're all the same people, just scattered.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I also believe from there, like they went through like you say, Scotland, like America and all these places. So yeah.
But yeah, like my sister said, man, it's all the same people. Just people. It's like right now, we all the same people. We have different beliefs. So a lot of people understand it was like that back then. That's why when you deal with all the wars, even before the colonizers came in, it was Christians and Muslims fighting. But just people who had different beliefs. And we see when we don't have the same belief, it causes conflict. But if we all believe in the one God, we need to have one law, one principle. And that's what we don't have when it comes to all our different differences. So, man, when you deal with all these Moors, African Christians, they're all the same people. African Muslims, they're all the same people.
Right. So my final question is this live happen every day?
Oh, well, no, we used to go live every day, man, but we actually have brothers and sisters that's on live every day. Like I say, man, we have a group of passionate men and women who also connected to this. Upgrade is also one of the sisters that's connected to this, man, and like I said, we just pushing forward with it. So it's kind of spontaneous now. We go live. We used to go live every day, but it's more spontaneous now. When we have time. But their website right there, yajujudah.com. That's where you can contact us at. That's where you can find all our information at, our declaration, our royal notice, our petitions, all that is on the website. And like I said, we do have other brothers and sisters that's a part of this.
Yeah, I'm very interested. I would like to be part of it, and I would like to listen it maybe whenever you guys are live. And I'm following you, and I send you a bunch of links to here in TikTok, but I also follow you on Instagram. So I'm trying to send you a picture. So make sure you accept my message DM so I can send you pictures that you asked earlier.
Okay.
And
All
I
right.
really like this live. Thank you.
No problem, man. I appreciate you coming up, man. Appreciate your information. We definitely will do that. And
ይቅርታ
like
ወንድ
like
sorry
everybody, man,
brother.
we are looking for brothers and sisters with like minds because this is what it's gonna take. It's not gonna take people who don't understand this. Many are called, few are chosen. So we not looking for the crowd. This is not for the crowd. This is strictly for the chosen few who understand the importance, because this is important right now for our generation, our kids, the people that's coming after us. This is way bigger than we can ever imagine right now, what we are talking about and what we are about to do. So we are looking for motivated brothers and sisters who have this understanding and who understand what unity is. Unity over division. So we speak for unity. We seek information for unity. And even if we going against something, it's to unify us. It's never to separate us. So we always looking for brothers and sisters with this like mind to bring this information to the earth, because as it's foretold, once the gospel is preached, the end will come. And a lot of us haven't connected these dots. This information like this is a part of the gospel that the scriptures foretold about. When the Africans' minds wake up and speak something that's going to create an end. So when you have this kind of understanding, your voice, your time, your effort is very important. Well, I think somebody was speaking.
ያ ዌብሳይታቸው ላይ ገብተህ ብራዘር ፒቲሽን ምናምን ስላላቸው እሱንም ፊል አውት አድርግላቸው። ኦን ኦፍ ይገባሉ ኢምፖርታንት ሲመጣ ምናምን ሶ ፎሎ እንደራረግ።
በጣም ደስ ይላል። I'm digging this. Like I love this. Like I wanna be in it. Like
I almost know these guys. It's they're blessed guys. They had a really good live in the past. እና ግን በጣም አሁን እንትን ብለዋል። Like they are really focusing towards Ethiopia, and people hate Ethiopia. Though Ethiopia ግን ኢትዮጵያ የምትባለውን ኢትዮጵያ ነው ዲፕ ጸሎት ገብተዋል። በዚህ የተያዘች አገር ነች እና truly to tell you the truth እግዚአብሔር ያስቀመጣቸው ሰዎች ለኛ ለኢትዮጵያ አሉ በየዓለሙ ላይ እና truly what it is, እነዚህ ልጆች ተሰባስበው ወደ ኢትዮጵያ የመምጣት ዓላማ አላቸው።
ዋው
እውነት ኢትዮጵያን እግዚአብሔር እንደመረጣት እንደፈጠራት ሁላ አገራቸው ላይ መምጣት ይፈልጋሉ። ማንም ፕሮፌሲ አለ whoever wanna come to Ethiopia, the door is open, but it's limited time, they said. ወደ ኢትዮጵያ ለመምጣት እንደ መርፌ ቀዳዳ የሚጠበት ሞመንት አለ ይላል። ያ ፕሮፌሲ ነው። So whoever wanna come by limited time to Ethiopia will be surviving that whatever years we surviving in good grace of God. So
this is very nice, bro. We need to support each other and support them and grow this, I really like this, honestly.
Yeah. Please do that, the petition and everything, okay?
Okay.
All right. Bless you, brother. Bless you.
I'm blessed. Same, my brother.
Yes, brother. Peace. Nice to hear your voice again. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, we can hear you. Peace.
Yeah. Just just 'cause watching your live the other time, I didn't join in. I always come in whenever I see you online. I try to go in and listen. but I just have one input to say. Basically, about the history. You always focused on history and trying to unlock puzzles, especially when it comes to Ethiopian history or in general, like the history of the people. But one thing is like, listen, I'm 41 years old now, and I've been having these conversations for over like, for as far as I can tell. And then the more we dig into this thing, is the more distorted things become, and then we kind of get derailed from the present challenges that we have as a people in general. Like what like, cause we all in general, we're like the people that are left behind because we don't have good leadership, and the chain of our history, and then the chain of our connections is broken up in pieces. You see what I mean? So we should be more focused on, sometimes like on our conversation, we should be focused on like the present time challenges, as well as, of course, we have to talk about the past history as well, but we need to have time to talk about the present time challenges too, you see. So that's what I wanted to say.
Well, I think, we talk about history so we can understand the how would I would say, the answer, or I don't want to say the problem. Why we say like fixing the problem? Like, to fix the problem is why we talk about, we don't go too far back in history. The only reason why we deal with history is to understand the solution that's on the table to fix the current problems. That's the better way to say it. So I get where you're coming from, but I just want you to make it clear, when we bring up history, it's to help people understand the solution that we have right now in 2025 to fix the problems. That's why we bring up history.
I dig what you're saying, yeah, 100%. But you see, the reason why we have this current time crisis is because of stuff that happened in history, and understanding and focusing on the present time challenges will help us see the history point where we went wrong. You see what I mean? So if we always debating on like, because I was hearing your guests speaking, and most of them were debating about like, Menelik was the one who did this, or Tedros was the one who did that, or like we're so much focused on what happened in the previous that we kind of don't even worry about what's going on now. You see what I mean? So the main focus, I understand your life. The main focus is you want to bring the people together, and you want to create an understanding, a common understanding for everybody based on history. But I think that's a very difficult challenge for you, because people usually tend to stick to the historical point of view that suits them the best. You see what I mean? Like, that suits their narratives, or that bring them in the picture much better than the other side. You see what I mean? So we kind of have to mix it up. That's my point. I think you understand what I'm trying to say. I don't need to explain a lot.
Oh yeah, that's why I say I definitely understand, man. And trust me, we mix it up. And but like I say, I understand where you're going. But sometimes you have to start where the people at to get them where you're trying to get them to go. So sometimes our panel might fall back into that, because some stuff need to be pulled out people's minds so you can put new stuff in there. You see what I'm saying? So, like I said, that's why we always touching on history, to deal with the prophecy that's at hand right now, because you have a prophecy that's being fulfilled as we have these conversations. But a lot of people don't know about the prophecy because they don't know about the history, or they can't understand the prophecy because they don't understand certain parts about history. So, like I said, we just bring it up, man, to try to spark that fire in someone's mind to understand the prophecy. But like I said, brother, I definitely get where you're coming from. The problem at hand is the most important thing. And if you do dwell on the past too much, you'll forget about, the things and actually that's a Bible verse. It says, don't dwell on the past. I'm doing a new thing. Look how it springs up. So yeah, I'm definitely with you though, brother.
Yeah, and the second last point I want to say is basically be more bold. Sometimes, like you kind of puzzle people when you bring out the subject. I know what you mean exactly, but you don't want to go too bold into explaining like the real history, because that'll actually give people like a mind. What do you call it? When it becomes too much for one person in the mind. So you kind of like raise the point, but you don't go all the way in. Like, let's say if you have to go bold, we have to talk about stuff like that. How heavy we are involved in European history in the past, how we was heavily involved in Egyptian history in the past, how we were heavily involved even in American history, because America was like the present history tell us like America, all black people came to America through the slave trade, but even though black people was there settled in America previously by other means, but they try and make all black people that travel to America as so. Be more bold. Tell them how it is, and then raise that awareness by being more bold. I know you kind of like you're on the edge of it, but you don't really tell them all the way, because that will probably scare people, or that will probably make you look as a conspiracist. Do you see what I mean? So that's just my advice. So in general, I like your channel. I come in all the time, but today I felt like I want to say something. That's the reason why I came in. So much blessings.
All right, brother, man. Appreciate the advice,
Yeah,
brother. Thank you.
no problem.
It was something he said that caught my attention when he was talking about the different nations and their story, history, different nations in history. Every one of those nations that you name, they all have their story, his story. They all are telling a story about a people that don't have their own story. So that just goes into what what you were saying about conversation. Any conversation is going to go like in the beginning of the conversation, it might start off good, then you and the intention may rise. But if you can come to a level ground again, understanding, then I think we can handle the conversation. But most importantly, every nation has a story. They all have their story, his story. So we need to learn our story. We need to be worried about our story, and our story is right now. So I agree with what you said, but at the same time, like Brother Yaju said, conversations are gonna go up and down. You're gonna have some people coming in they don't agree, but there's always people listening in the background that we gotta remember that there's people in the comments listening too. So somebody's always gonna learn from the conversation.
Yeah, exactly, my sister. But just one more thing, as like you said, yeah, every country, every nation have their own story that needs to be told. I agree, but at the same time, in the present days,
Nah, that's not what I
every
was
one of
saying.
us, no, every one of us face the same challenge as a people. Someone from like my side and someone from your side can have a different story or a different tale, but we currently face the same challenge as like so but what the brother always talks about on his channel is trying to use that history to trying to bring us together, not to make us have like even more differences. You see, we need to have our story to make us come together instead of just debating on history all the time. That's my point anyways, but I agree
Correct.
what you just said. Yeah,
Correct. Yeah.
yeah. So anyone wants to say something, they can talk. Well, I'll just listen for now.
Okay. Well, yeah, like I said, man, I think, like I said, this is the topics like this, and like I say, all the topics was to create the foundation to understanding God's prophecy. That's our purpose with every topic. And God prophecy is to fix the modern day problems. And very few people know this. I think deep down we might know this, but we don't understand this on a surface level. So we don't talk about the prophecy enough. So even when we talk about Ethiopian history, it's to help people understand God prophecy. You know, that's gonna benefit us in today's time. You know, and because very few people know God prophecy, this is our little tactics or our little ways, you know, to try to spark their minds to talk about it. Because if I put up here, let's talk about God prophecy, nobody gonna want to talk. But when you start putting controversial stuff that's simply connected to God prophecy, people love drama. You know, so it almost starts a fire and a fuel to make people have a conversation about the things that matter. Because right now, with God prophecy, the throne of David matters. The throne of David, for whatsoever reason, was in Ethiopia. You see what I'm saying? I didn't put it in Ethiopia. None of us did. That's just where it come from. So we have to talk about these things that went on in Ethiopia. We have to talk about Ethiopia being colonized. We have to talk about things that happened to the kings. Because God prophecy is about restoring that. You know, God prophecy also talk about how the kings did bad. You know, so it's so much that goes with this conversation, but it all keeps us on the foundation of what God is doing and what God is about to do. You know, and like I say, that's our standpoint with any topic you see that we have up. You know, it's to simply create that foundation to help people understand God's prophecy. This is not our prophecy. It's not Ethiopian prophecy. This is not nobody on the face prophecy. This prophecy that we are representing and the prophecy that we are working towards is God prophecy. You know, you got it. So I just want people to understand that, like, all our is never to pick at nobody. Is never for the bill. We're not historian teachers anyway. We're not here to teach history. We just state the facts, again, that connect to God prophecy.
So just a quick question for you, my bro. So what's like, you have to, obviously last time when you spoke, you made it clear that the aim is for you to create a common understanding for the people of the nation. So to create like, of course the prophecy it can matter, but like when you talk about Ethiopian history, there's so many versions of Ethiopian history that is almost so distorted, and most of the history is told or rewritten by European missionaries or European writers in order to derail you from the real truth. You see what I mean? So there's like a version of history that's told by the Ethiopians, and there's a version of history that's told by the Europeans about Ethiopia. So the version of the European version is more acceptable in the current time than the version that's told by the Ethiopians, because the Ethiopians version is usually considered as a fairy tale, and then the European version is more considered as the real history. So most people, whenever they talk about Ethiopian history, they give a reference of someone of a European origin, a writer or someone who wrote a book about Ethiopia, and then they base their truths based on what the guy wrote. You see what I mean? So that's my point. What I'm trying to tell you. Then that's gonna cause us like, it's gonna be like a non-ending puzzle, trying to unlock things, and then you find another puzzle and trying to unlock it, and you find another puzzle. So the best way to overcome that issue is to focus on our current time problem as people, as a nations, and we all have the same issue. We don't have like a strong leadership. We don't have a strong unity. So the reason why we don't have that is because of this continuous debates that we have among nations and people that will make us forget about our current time issues. So that's what I'm trying to tell you earlier on, and I hope you understand what I'm saying. Yeah.
Like I said, but that's not, you know, we don't teach history. We just state facts that connect to God prophecy. Like, you know, I don't know all Ethiopian history. I'll be the first one to say that's not what we do. We don't teach history. We don't debate history. We state facts to help people understand. That's like, I put a post up about the era of the princes. I don't go deep into the era of the princes. Anybody that know about Ethiopian history should know about the era of princes. Now, the details I don't go into, but I show people the facts that the era of princes is connected to the Bible. So we never go deep into Ethiopian history. That's not our job. That's not why we talk about Ethiopian history. It's to state the facts. It highlights facts. It highlights events. That's what we do. We don't go deep into the history because, man, history is always told from the one that's there anyway. The one that was there knows the story. The people who study in history, they don't know the story because they wasn't there. I got some stuff happen to me. You don't know about it because you wasn't there. But it's history. So you can't argue with me if I was there and you wasn't. You just have a surface of things. So anybody, whether they in Ethiopia, from Ethiopia, if they going deep into it, nobody knows but the people that was there. So when it comes to history, we very particular about the things we touch on. And like I said, what we are doing, you know, I understand the advice, but this is stuff we have been called to do. We're not doing this because we went to college. We're not doing this to be scholars. Again, we're doing this because we have been called to fulfill the prophecy of God. So it's the prophecy that have revealed these things to us, to give understanding and to give that food of thought to our brothers and sisters. So this not coming from Europeans and it's not coming from Ethiopians. You know, this is coming from the anointment of God. So all our steps are calculated. Every step we make is a calculated step. It's a reason why we saying this or doing this, because it's to fix the problems. You know, but like I said, if you're speaking for other people and the way people approach history, I understand what you're saying. That's how they approach history. But trust me, brother, we totally separated from a lot of other people and how they doing things. And that's why, again, I'm always bringing up the prophecy of God. And those who gonna carry out the prophecy, these are gonna be the ones that's anointed and sent by God. They're not gonna be sent by man. That's why when you deal with the New Testament, you deal with the virgin birth. You deal with people that's been sent out with information man never touched. Just like a virgin woman, man ain't never touched. Well, it's that virgin wisdom that man ain't touched. But again, this wisdom is going to enlighten the world. You know, but like I say, you know, but again, we don't approach situations like a lot of people do. And again, we not speaking. Most people that are speaking about history, they not fulfilling God prophecy. They just want to be a scholar. They want to sound right. You know, that's not why we speak.
Yeah, but in most cases, like whenever I hear you're live, because I've been watching you for a few months now. Look, I know some people say you've been around for years, but me personally, I've watched you for a few months. I really like you live. I enjoy your conversations, but a lot of people that come to debate you usually have a reference of a history that they heard from a book, or the like you said, the distorted version of history is always coming into your life. So instead, why not be bold and tell them how it is exactly? Like now, let's say your topic says Ethiopia is the biblical Israel. So just go into that subject and tell them why you have that sort of thoughts, and how you get into, like, explain to them why Ethiopia is the biblical Israel, because I believe that as well. Me personally, Ethiopia is the biblical Israel. I believe that, but it's very hard for me to explain to these people. Yeah,
brother, I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah,
but I'm saying, but like that's what we put the title up here. I explain to the people in direct why Ethiopia is the biblical Israel. Like that's what I put the title up for, to explain it. That's what we do. So I'm trying to make sure I understand where you come from. What you saying?
No, I've heard you live for like a while, and then you have this interesting facts, but then the debate usually turns into, or the discussion usually turns into, like, referring to, so always that part, that side, you know, that distorted history always coming to your live and debunks the real history you're trying to push forward. You see what I mean?
Oh yeah, but see, we had a live so the people can decide. But the truth, don't need a cheerleader. The truth don't need uplifting. The truth is the raw truth. So the people that's listening, they decide which is truth, because the truth gonna always resonate. The truth gonna always make sense. So we need the opposers, just like Moses needed Pharaoh's heart to be hardened. So these things are done so people can see the real truth. So I understand where you're going, but again, that's one of our tactics to show people what's true. Because when somebody listens to the European narrative or the false narrative about history, and you hear the truth about history, the correct person gonna know what's truth and what's the lie. Gonna be like, oh damn, that don't make sense. That makes sense, and that's our goal at the end of the day. You know, it's for people to listen to the lies and understand what the lie is and understand what the truth is. You know, like our lies are not really to tell people everything, because you can tell somebody everything if they don't understand it the way they need to understand it. It's no good for them. It's like if I try to teach a child multiplication, but I haven't showed him add and subtracting. It ain't gonna do nothing, because he don't know how to add and subtract, so he can't multiply. You know, and like I said, by this being alive and we don't know who we talking to, we just always let the live, you know, play out the way it need to play out, and we always bring out the truth. And those who listening, they will see the truth. You know, but that's a lot of stuff. But
Good
like I say,
point.
bro, I
Okay.
understand where you're coming
Yeah.
from though, brother. You know, but
Yeah.
that's the way. You know, when you're dealing with people you don't know, and a lot of people is against us, a lot of people, you know, like you said, they think it's a fairy tale. They follow the European, you know, way. So
Which one is the European? I'm from Ethiopia, but Ethiopia is not just a Christian state. We are Mohammedans. We have traditional spirituals who are actually the originals, and then we also have the Jewish, and we have the Orthodox. I mean, we diverse people. I mean, whatever you, I think the misconception you have is. The religious nationalist is not going to work for Ethiopia, and whatever you're claiming, like Jesus was born in Bethlehem, not in Ethiopia. I mean, we love if he was born if he was if we were Israel, but that doesn't really like if you think about like. The Ethiopian kings and stuff, about Haile Selassie, it was not fair for his own people. He was not fair. I mean, all the stories that you
ma'am.
see. I just want to drop something like if you know Portugal, if you know Spaniard, we're not escaped from that history. They actually the one that made between them and the Turk, the Ottoman Turk. They're the one that we were just fool at those days. You know what I mean? I mean, we were working for Castilla and all of this Spaniard in the Middle Age. All the kings that you talking about, it's all fairy tale. It is fact, and it's not history. It's fact. We know what we went through, and you guys just you trying to be free from
Ma'am, hold up, ma'am,
You trying to be free from America in America,
ma'am.
but you still promoting the slavery.
Ma'am, you're on mute right now. So I hate when people come up and ramble about people, without a standpoint. If you believe Jesus was born in Jerusalem, that comes from the colonizers. If you believe Jesus came 2,000 years ago, that comes from the colonizers. This is what we up here to share to the people. The whole world has been colonized. The same Jesus, because this is my thing. When people call African Americans colonized, and we know, and other Africans colonized, and we know the colonizers used Jesus to colonize the people. So if we believe as African Americans and the rest of Africa that have been colonized, if you believe in the same Jesus we believe in, then that proves you are under the same colonization. So we must pause, humble ourselves, and take a break. So we are not pushing slavery. And see, when I ask Ethiopians this question, especially Ethiopians like this sister right here, what makes Ethiopia great? If you don't mention the Ethiopian kings, Ethiopia have no greatness. The Ethiopian kings, the chiefs, the princes, this is what make Ethiopia great. So if Ethiopians don't want this to come back, then Ethiopia don't want their greatness to come back because they have been colonized. So they no longer want what makes them great. They want to keep it that way. And this is the same thing. Our brothers and sisters, some of our brothers and sisters love America because they've been colonized. So they don't want to change nothing. They want everything to stay the same. They want to go vote after Trump. They want to be proud voters. You see what I'm saying? So that's a colonized mind to not want change or to not restore what you rightfully was. So we can never be pushing the slave-minded history. We can never be pushing the slavery or the colonized information. We can never be doing that. When the Bible is about restoring something of old. So the prophecy is about restoring things that once existed. And these are conversations we have yet to start having. You know, and like I said, man, I was really excited to get these Ethiopian brothers on here who really understood the importance of David's throne, what it means, and to really find out, okay, damn, they really got Ethiopians that truly understand this. You know, so again, we see the confusion. We see the indoctrination that's in the world that's dividing us. So when people come up here again trying to push that we are pushing a slave mentality or colonizing information, come on, man, that's crap.
We talking about restoring.
Say that for another day.
We talking about restoring a king. Africa don't got no more kings.
Just to quickly explain to the man, the brother here that just spoke. Obviously, when I first came to you live, I had a little bit of a misconception about what you said. But once I start listening to you live for a bit longer, I start to understand that you have what you're trying to push forward, and then I don't find any problem with that. You see what I mean? So I think the brother here needs to listen to you more to be able to understand what you're trying to say here. So he needs more listening time. My opinion. And another thing, at one point, you believe that at one point in history, we were more like we had the power of the colonizers. See, the ones we call colonizers now. If you go way back in time, we were the ones with the knowledge. We were the ones with the power, and we was not the ones to be colonized at one point in history. You see what I mean? This is like, I'm not talking about 200 years of history or 300 years of history. I'm going way back, maybe a 10th century or to like way before 10th centuries. So there must have been at one point in history in the past that we went wrong, and we end up losing all this. Like we end up losing the throne or the power. So a throne is not like something like you could put a crown on your head and you could become a king. It needs a lot of work. Sometimes it takes like centuries of work to put a throne together, you see. So I see what you're saying, but just trying to explain to the brother who just spoke, like you're not here to push politics, or you're not here to misuse historical points or anything. You're just here to share your point, and he needs to listen to you more to understand you. That's all I need to say.
Okay, brother. Yeah, very well said. You know, and I'm glad you said that because, you know, everybody don't have the art of listening. So you know that's just a learning curve for us. Like, learn to hear somebody out before you really judge about where they're coming from. And a lot of us don't have that in today's time. We have trigger words, and when people hear trigger words, they automatically put you in a box or put you in a position because they have been triggered by a word they heard instead of hearing you out. You know, and that's why it's written in the scriptures, hear the whole matter first. You know, but I appreciate that, brother.
And just one more thing, it doesn't mean that I agree with everything you say. There's some points which I don't agree with you, but you see what I mean? Yeah, nice one, eh? Cool.
Yeah, I know. Hey, trust me, we don't make panels to make everybody agree with us. That's not. But I appreciate your honesty, like, you know, because a lot of times when they come with foreign information like this, something that's new, something that nobody's really speaking, and you come here and it challenges what you know. So you immediately get defensive, and and put your guard up, and we understand that, and that's why our panels are always open to have an open conversation and an open dialogue about the things we bringing out. But trust me, I know you. I know once you agree with me, you're gonna walk with me. That's how my information is. I don't want nobody to fully. When you fully agree with this kind of information, you gonna put your shoes on like I did, and you're gonna strap them up, and you're gonna get to work. But like I said, I understand, but I understand every angle you coming from.
Nice one. Anyways, nice talking. I'll come back in again. I'll listen. I'll come out and give the chance for someone else to speak. I have to go now.
All I was
Yeah,
saying is,
I'll listen to you.
you mute me, but it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, I'll just give my own thoughts because our history is complex. It's hard to understand even for our own native people that knows, since all this king stuff did not came from 1274. That's when it started. Like Solomonic, what you mentioning, it didn't start predating. It was coined by by Egypt's church, by Coptic church, to rule the native, to fool the pagan who doesn't believe in God, to fool them, to rule the area. That's why they fabricated that legendary Solomonic. It was not our history. Aksumite king, none of our Aksumite kings preached any of this. You guys kind of like, I mean, religion is religion, it's faith, but I don't mind it. I mean, it's all your right to promote what you like, but at the same time, I still have to explain. Since 1274, that's when we got this letter from Egypt, and we decided to use it to rule the area like if we were the chosen one, and the rest of the bigger forest, which is the pagan, are not chosen to rule their own land. It's basically a slavery story. I'm telling you honestly. It's basically an equalized right. In the same thing that's happening after 14th century. I mean, from 711, the Muslim did it all the way to Spain, and then Spanish took over, and then with the same Spanish, our Abyssinian Highlanders worked together and did exactly the same crap against the people of lowlanders, which is a darker African color people. So you accepting these fairy tales and just preaching it like it's like you were there. It's like we know our history. I'm explaining to you like literally this is our history. We went through bad and goods and uglies. It doesn't matter. It's past. We're trying to bring common thing. These days, we don't want no religious nationalists. We don't want any ethnic nationalists. We want to understand one another, whether they are from Arabia and mix with us, whether our local that are truly the local Kushite. It doesn't matter. Right now, we're just trying to understand each other to create equal right for all corners of the country. And whatever you believe in is your personal. It doesn't matter. You can believe in a Mohammedan, you can believe in your Orthodox, you can believe in whatever. But it's simply we just giving you the insight that started legendary in 1274. From 1st century all the way to 1274, up to 9th century, we didn't have any of the Solomonic thing. It was written after Zagwe fell down, which is that our Zagwe are the Kushite, because they are Kushite. They are not anointed. They are not chosen. That's what they preach to them, because they are Kushite. They are the locals. So this other, the Semite who wanted to play that game, they kind of aligned with the Egyptian.
Sorry, my brother. Let me interrupt you now.
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What makes, forget Ethiopia for now, what makes Egypt great? Why is Egypt great? Like what's the big deal about Egypt? Like, that's a question to you. What makes Egypt great? No, can you answer?
Of course, of course, of course. Let me tell you why, brother. The thing is, Saint Marcos preached in Egypt in the
Oh,
Eastern.
no. What I'm saying is the history of Egypt is what makes Egypt great. The current time Egypt is not like a great country, is it? But the history,
Well,
like the
our time
pharaohs,
related
the
for you
pyramid, is what
against.
made well, that's what made Egypt great, isn't it? Because nobody would have known Egypt for the like
One is history, yeah, it's globally known, the history part. The
the
second
history.
thing
Yeah,
is,
so that's what makes a nation great is the history,
hold
what
on.
they gone through.
That's
Yeah.
not why we are why we claim Egypt great as a Ethiopian history. Our church started from Egypt. You have to understand it. Our church itself, Saint Marcos, based on Saint Marcos, that's how we open up the Bible. You know, when the Frumentius, which is the Greek, multiple of them are Grecian, who actually
That's
translated
the
not the
European
Old
history.
Testament, not the Old Testament. I'm talking
But
about since Christianity.
that's what I'm saying. Like that's the European information.
No, we know
Saint
Frumentius was
Mark,
in Nicaea
I
meeting
want to look at it this way.
in
Saint,
Constantinople. He ruled
I
it.
just want to say this. Then I'll give you the mic back. Saint Mark is not even an African or Middle Eastern name. It's a European name. So if you using the Bible using
You didn't
Saint
get my
Mark,
point. We call it San Marcos, Kedus Marcos. In Amharic, we call it Kedus Marcos. I'm only telling you because we're speaking in English.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. But that's European. That's European. Why does the people in the Old Testament have what? Africa names, and people in the New Testament got European names? Because the New Testament is connected to the end time prophecy when the children of God was going to be scattered among European nations. But we don't know the mystery of the New Testament, so we follow the information that comes from the colonizers. This is the same way the Catholic Church is built, because they say Peter existed. Peter never existed.
Well, our Orthodox Church, if you look at Haile Selassie's Bible, when he first opened it, we open Ethiopian Tewahedo Orthodox Church based on Kedus Marcos. That's what it says, page 1. If you just flip the cover, that's what it says. Very first thing. So you agreeing and you disagreeing against it. So what can I say? I mean, it's Haile Selassie's book, like the Bible itself. So to debunk this, there is no way. I mean, Frumentius in our Orthodox Church, it says Frumentius. He is the one. Athanasius Saint Frumentius Abuna Salama, the first bishop to us. Who at the end of the day, the Greeks. At the end of the day, it's a translation from Greek to Girls, from Girls to Amharic and other local language. What can you say? I mean, it's nothing you can hide about it. You can look it up under Ethiopian Orthodox Biography of the Church. You can look it up under Greek. You can look it up under Russian. You can look it up all Orthodox. I mean, it's nothing hidden. I mean, they were we act like under the Christianity, they actually were the ruler of that time. The Greek were the ruler from 350 in Egypt, right? And all the way to 70 BC, and then Roman took over. So the administration language continued in Greek. That's why the Bible was in Greek, right? It's not even in Jesus' language. It's not in Aramaic. It's still in the ruler of the world, which is the Greek was the ruler. So they continue, the lingua franca continued with Greek. So even Roman took over, but the administration continued with Greek. So,
Okay. Just a quick question. Who used to rule Egypt that time? Was it the Arabs or the Africans?
No, the Greeks themselves. The Africans
No.
lost around 300 BC. They lost
No.
Greeks.
No. That's who used to rule Egypt that time. It was the Africans who used to rule Egypt that time. So the map.
Lost it, around 350. I mean, after that, African
lose the Africans lost it during the Arab invasion. After Christianity.
They didn't lose it. They lost it more when Arab invasion already opened up the way, and they lost it even more. But it was lost during Greek And the Romans, that's why we fought as a
No,
Queen
that's
We
like
fought all the way
like
to Rome. We
no
fought
like
as a Cushite, as a native. We fought from Nubia all the way to Egypt.
Hold
I
up,
mean,
hold up, hold up,
we
hold up,
have,
hold up, hold
it's
up.
our
Can
history.
we? But let's slow down and let's just let me introduce something new. I'm gonna do this very quick. Egypt is idol worship. Egypt is not a place on the map. This is what Europeans created to tell their story.
exactly.
That's why
I agree with
right
that. I
now,
agree with that.
that's why it's not right now. It's no historical facts of the children of Israel ever being in Egypt.
Let me just tell you
Egyptology.
one thing.
Hold on,
From
let me this fact. You can read this from the Siege of Magdala. Egyptology was created after the Siege of Magdala. But I want to read something to you that debunks all historians. So right now, the era that the things that was happening in Ethiopia in the 17 and early 1800s is connected to the biblical stories in the book of Judges in the Old Testament. So what this is simply saying, the things that was written in Judges happened in the 17 and 1800s. That debunks every church on the face of the earth. I don't give a damn if they coming from the sky. This information debunks that. So no Ethiopian ever came up and told me my history or the things that was happening in Ethiopia in the 17 and 1800s is connected to the biblical book of Judges. See, we don't want to have these conversations. Now, Google, this is what Google is saying. Where's the colonizers didn't tell us this. This don't go with the colonized information. This don't help the colonizers. This debunked the Roman Catholic Church, and it debunks what the church is in Ethiopia, the Orthodox Church. So the Bible lets us know the devil deceived the whole world, and it don't exclude Ethiopia or the Orthodox Church. They are deceived also, and this is why we share information like this. So Ethiopian history is Bible talk. This is why the prophecy has a lot to do with Ethiopia. But if we first don't want to understand stuff like this,
to
we're not going to
19th
understand the
century,
things or
we
why we
don't have
talking
a
about the
single.
things we talking about.
Look, we don't have a single priest from 1st century to 19th century. All of them are from Egyptian. All of them. I mean, Haile Selassie is the first one that brought the first papacy for Orthodox even in 19th century, which is the Oromo guy, which is Abuna Petros, which is the Oromo guy, who Oromo saint, who was the first. He's the first one. Prior to that, we didn't have a single Abyssinian nor Ethiopian priest locally. It was all through Egyptian palace. Basically, they were used to send us every single time. So that's the fact history. The Orthodox Church history, if you read it, it tells you. What can you say about that?
But see, look. This is what you gotta understand. Tedros locked up missionaries that was in Ethiopia for 20 plus years, teaching a different version of Ethiopian Christianity. I don't think y'all understand this. So they was being influences, and the church became friends with these missionaries that Tedros locked up. Why do you think Great Britain came to get rid of Tedros? Because Tedros wasn't gonna stand for their version of Christianity, but the rest of a lot of the other Ethiopians would. They was accepting their version of Christianity.
And in the picture that you see right now, this is Henry Aaron Stern. This is one of the missionaries that Tedros locked up.
Teaching what? Priests in Ethiopia.
But bro, just want to say, in some points, whenever you raise any point that will prove
I was
a
saying
fact.
the main
No,
purpose.
my bro, let me speak. Don't interrupt me, please. Let me speak. So some in some cases, like some people are very politicized in their thoughts, so that they don't have to accept certain facts of history. So it doesn't matter any evidence you put in front of in front of them, they will not accept what you're pushing forward. It doesn't mean, like, even though you can bring 100
Well, brother, you know,
evidence for this,
the thing about that, like I said, we don't we
it's
don't
like
worry
it's
about that.
pointless. Yeah, it's
But the thing
pointless.
about it is,
But no, whoever's
brother.
got a rational mind can
No, no,
understand
I
what
just
you're
want to say
saying.
this. I just
Yeah,
want to say I'm gonna give you the mic right back. It's the
yeah,
people that's watching. It's just not about. It's just not about her, brother. It's not about him. It's the people that's
yeah.
watching also. But go ahead.
Okay, yeah, that's what I need to say. Yeah. Because it doesn't matter. You could give us like 100 evidence. One or two evidence is enough for what you're saying. But as for some individuals, it's very hard to make them believe certain facts because they don't want to believe it in a way. So but that's just no. There's no point. If someone doesn't want to believe, you can't make them believe. Do you see what my point? You see where I'm coming from? You can push as much information into that person, he won't accept it because deep in himself he needs to believe that what you're saying is true. So as I'm saying,
to brother, the host. Technically, what I was saying is Tedros was a progressive, different, like compared to what was happening at his time. Is he does not want to accept even the Egyptian version when they send us papacy. They want us to make the entire year a holiday, Orthodox holiday. We're not doing the Nile. We're not doing the dam. We're supposed to work on the dam, but they don't want us, so they make every day holiday on us. We're not working. We're not cook. We're not doing anything. So we become like backward country. So Tedros wanted to change that. He made all the priests to go to work and make them farming and do this, do that. Just want to hire a few priests. So he wants a progressive. Basically, he didn't come to Shawa anyway. He was basically in Gondar, also he has other unprogressive acts, but mainly from his progressive act is to make Ethiopia a better by building our dam, building all that. But the Egyptian version, they also they don't want us to do any of this for an entire whether when they were Orthodox, whether when they are Muslim, whether we know it for entire 1600 years. We know the background of the story because whether British ruled it, whether Greek ruled it, whether Arab ruled it, whoever ruled it wants to use the Nile because they are living there, so they don't want us to build anything. That's why they don't count us, and that's why we didn't not sign anything, and that's why we try to keep our distance up until days come, and that's why we were kind of trying to be progressive now. So you just have to understand the whole complex issue, nationalism and diversity and all type of stuff. They could, regardless who ruled Egypt, whether a single Jewish ruled it, whether a single Christian or Muslim ruled it, still they stand as Egyptian. But in our side, we didn't stand as Ethiopian as a whole. That's why we have breaking up. We are breaking up. So we don't want to break up. We want to unite, but we don't want to kind of push any type of religious nationalist that was going on the entire 1500 years, which didn't help us in Middle Age. It's not going to help us in the future. We're not trying to be cracked. We're trying to not listen any type of coming from external or internal. We're trying to build ourselves within each other. That's what I'm telling you. Thank you so much.
And brother, we understand what you're saying, but we're not against that. But at the same time, if God got a messenger in the earth, then what you feel don't matter, or what the people feel don't matter. You have to hearken to God's message, because the reason why a lot of stuff is the way it is because we didn't accept the message of God. And that's what we're trying to reveal. Just because this is what a lot of people don't understand when it comes to the things we saying. This is the message from God. This is the redemption. This is the repatriation. This is the restoration. So we're not against nothing you said. But we have to understand, just because you want these things, you might have to accept some correction to get what you want. And that's what we are bringing to our people, what our people don't want. Our people don't want to be corrected. They want to feel they already, if we can fix the problem, we should go along and do it. Because we're not here to argue, we're not here to fuss and fight. We're here to fix the problem. Now we here to prove people wrong. That's the spiritual war. That's the war in heaven. Fuss and fight. We're here to fix the problem. Now we here to prove people wrong. That's the spiritual war. That's the war in heaven. Now we here to prove people wrong. That's the spiritual war. That's the war in heaven. You know, we have to prove this is the wrath of God. People talking about the wrath of God in the Bible. This is the God wrath. The truth weighing people out. Because the truth is not here to side with feelings or what people think. The truth is to separate those who want to be separated from the bullcrap. So we're not against nothing you just said. We all for unity. But we must understand unity gonna take correction. Fixing the problem is gonna take correction. And again, if we had the tools to fix the problem, we'll be doing it. You know, so all this information is for to fix the problem. No matter if people don't like it or not. That's why the truth hurts. So I let you know a lot of people is not gonna like the truth. The lie is what feel good. And right now, as you see, most of the world loves the lie. It feel good. The truth don't. You know, and that's what we here to stand for, the truth. We're not choosing sides. The only side we on is God and truth. But I want to go to the new people that's in here. They got a brother that came up at the end. How you say your name? I can't say your name. E-Gaps? E-Guaps.
Yeah, bro. Nah, bro, I agree with you, bro. I agree with you. I was just listening out, bro. Nah, I agree with what you're saying, 100%. That's why I was on quiet, bro.
Okay, that's what's up, brother. Are you from Ethiopia?
Yeah, I'm from Ethiopia, bro, but I live in Australia.
Okay, Australia. How long you been in Australia?
Been here like almost 14 years, bro.
Okay. And well, you know, I ain't trying to get in all your business, but if you want to share with us, like, what made you decide to go to Australia?
I was a kid when I came here, bro. So
okay.
Yeah. But like, I'm still strong Ethiopian, and I actually do agree with everything you're saying. That's why I didn't want to stop you. You're talking facts.
That's what's up, bro. Yeah, I'm glad you're able to come up and state that, man, because a lot of Ethiopians think we are against, you know,
it's
like trying to cat down the history.
Like you said, it's hard to accept the truth sometimes, bro. That's the problem. Nobody want to hear the truth.
Okay. That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. My first time talking to a brother from Australia.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, that's why I was asking all them questions. That's why I was curious. I'm like, oh, my brother in Australia. Like, how's the life over there?
Nah, it's hard, bro, but it's a bit like you know how it is, bro. Anywhere you go for black people, it's not it, but it's a bit better than any other countries.
Okay, almost like America, like shit. You know, America treat us bad, but you know, probably get the worst treatment here. You know, like I said, I mean the better, or what you call better worse. You know, in America than trying to be anywhere else. So I get it. Okay, that's what's up.
It's pretty. They're pretty smart with it here, though. Like, you know, it's not too obvious. They won't show it, but they'll just do it backwards. They're very smart with their racism and shit, bro.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a bit fucked, but yeah.
Also, what happened before yesterday? It was sad.
Yeah, bro. It was sad, man. It's a pretty bright timing right now, especially Sydney. It's what happened was really bad, man. 16 people, I think 12, 13 people died, bro.
Yeah.
But yeah, and apparently there's another threat in the New Year's as well. It's pretty tough out here, bro.
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody pray for us. Make sure everybody stays safe.
We were. That's why you safe.
Thank you, boys.
Yeah. So you got the blood also. You are safe wherever you are. You know, Ethiopian blood.
But in Australia. Well,
yeah.
Well, I think brothers and sisters, I think we gonna cause this phone finna go dead. We gonna try to we'll probably start up a panel later on tonight. But I think we're gonna end this one for now because we know we still on the road and everything.
We appreciate you guys coming
But
on.
man, we definitely appreciate, especially y'all who have the like minds and understand, you know, what this message is truly for. You know, y'all been a great help to validate, you know, especially people that's watching that might be on the edge. And like I say, to help them truly understand the things that's finna take place for the betterment of the world and our people. So appreciate y'all inputs. You know, even the people that disagree, we appreciate you coming up disagreeing. You know, we need those kind of people too. We need those who oppose this. But just if you disagree in a decent way. You know, and we can have that conversation to hopefully come to a final agreement. You know, and if not, you know, we walk away as, you know, as human beings, as people that's speaking for the betterment of the people at the end of the day, whether you disagree or whether you agree. So we appreciate y'all coming up, man. And like I said, we might have a panel later on tonight, you know, if y'all want to, you know, talk more about the topic. But on that note, family, peace and blessings.